Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
It's your moment to shine, O mighty Thor. Jiang Tianming's voice dripped with sarcasm as he stood with arms crossed, watching the Asgardian prince limp toward the hammer embedded in the ground.
Don't lift it.
Tion Ming thought it willed it, but said nothing else. Thor ignored the jab. His gaze locked on Mjolnir, his expression shifting from hope to desperation. A soft smile tugged at his lips as he reached for it. At last, he would reclaim his birthright.
Ah!
Thor screamed skyward in anticipation, and perhaps to summon courage.
Smack!
Tion Ming slapped the back of Thor's head. Save the dramatics. Are you gonna lift it or cry on it? Rubbing his head, Thor shot him a glare, then turned to the hammer with renewed determination. He grabbed Mjolnir's handle, muscles straining, but it didn't budge.
Again. Nothing.
Thor gritted his teeth, knelt to the ground, and pulled with all his strength. Still nothing. Breathless, Thor collapsed to his knees, defeated. For the first time, the idea truly sank in. He was no longer worthy. His father had cast him out not as a lesson, but as a final judgment.
Then. A shimmer. A presence. Loki.
Thor looked up as a figure appeared before him. A familiar silhouette. Only Jiang Tianming seemed to notice, eyes narrowing as he watched the illusion shimmer around Loki.
Brother, Thor muttered.
I came to see you, Loki said softly, illusion magic wrapping him like a cloak, visible to none but Tianming.
Father is dead.
The throne is mine now. Thor's face paled. You broke the peace with Jotunheim. He couldn't bear the burden. Your exile was sealed by treaty. I only came to say goodbye. Loki turned to leave, but not before casting a glance at Mjolnir. He reached for it, as if testing a possibility.
It didn't budge.
His confident expression faltered just slightly. And then he was gone, golden shimmer fading with a gust of wind. To him, Tion Ming was just another mortal, unworthy of notice. But Tion Ming had seen everything. Dragging a silent Thor out of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s containment zone wasn't easy, but Jiang Tianming managed. He even grabbed Jane's confiscated notebook on the way out. Unlike before, he didn't leave Thor trailing behind in the dust. They walked side by side. Do you think, Thor asked suddenly, that my father deemed me unfit to rule, that he truly cast me away?
Tion Ming glanced at him.
Have you ever thought about who gave you that message?
Thor frowned.
Loki wouldn't lie about father's death. Not about something like that. Tion Ming said nothing.
His silence said enough. Thor fell quiet.
At the lab, Dr. Eric Selvig spotted Thor's defeated state and leaned toward Tion Ming.
What's with him?
Guy got dumped by fate, Tion Ming replied casually. Give him a day. He handed Jane her recovered notebook.
Here.
Jane's eyes lit up. You got it back?
Yup.
She threw her arms around him in joy, planting a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Ming. Tion Ming blinked, slightly stunned. Well, that was worth the trip. He didn't bother wondering if he was taking things too lightly. At this point, letting things unfold naturally seemed like the best plan.
The next morning.
As expected, Thor's allies arrived through the Bifrost, Volstagg, Sif, and the Warriors 3. Their presence brought renewed hope to Thor and, more importantly, answers. Not long after their reunion, chaos erupted. A boom split the morning silence. The destroyer had arrived. The silver gold construct stomped down the street, sending cars and civilians fleeing.
Jane. Eric. Daisy.
Evacuate the civilians, Tion Ming ordered instantly, eyes locked on the giant. Jane protested. I'm not leaving you. Go, he said, more firm this time.
Now.
Hesitating only a moment, Jane finally nodded and ran with the others. Tion Ming watched them leave, then turned. Only to see Thor walking directly toward the destroyer. What the hell are you doing?
Tion Ming shouted.
This all started because of me, Thor said without looking back. It should end with me. Of course it should, Tion Ming thought bitterly. So heroic it hurts. Thor didn't even flinch as the destroyer raised its head and launched a searing blast. It hit him square in the chest, sending him flying like a ragdoll. He landed motionless.
Dead silence. Then the sky darkened. Thunder rolled. Lightning cracked.
Mjolnir trembled. The hammer shot from the earth with a streak of blue light, slamming into Thor's chest midair, and in a brilliant burst of lightning, the god of thunder returned.
Tion Ming grinned. Finally. He stepped forward.
A metallic sound hissed through the air.
Henshin.
In a flash of light and circuits, his armor formed around him. The transformation was complete.
Now it was his turn.
He soared into the sky, light trailing behind him like a comet, and charged toward the destroyer with one goal in mind.
End it.
Blow by blow, Jiang Tianming drove the destroyer away from the city, forcing the towering construct into the open desert. Far behind, Thor, newly restored and glowing with Asgardian might, watched the dust clouds in confusion. Wait, why is he fighting the destroyer already? I just woke up. Before he could take a step forward, Sif approached, urgency clear in her voice. Thor, we must return to Asgard immediately. Something is wrong. The palace is vulnerable. Thor glanced at Jiang Tianming and the towering foe locked in battle across the wasteland.
He clenched his fists. Father. Mother.
He turned back to Sif, nodding.
Tianming, hold the line.
I'll be back. In the desert, Jiang Tianming hovered midair, eyeing the destroyer warily. He didn't buy into the original timeline's outcome anymore. This wasn't just some overgrown automaton that Thor could punch into submission. Odin built the destroyer to challenge Celestials. That made it dangerous. The destroyer's face split open with a hiss, releasing a blazing beam of molten energy. Tianming darted upward, narrowly avoiding the blast. He circled back fast, too fast for the eye to follow, and threw a devastating punch into the destroyer's chest.
Boom.
The armor cracked, but didn't fall. The destroyer barely paused before lunging back at him, relentless. Jiang Tianming grit his teeth. He wasn't here to destroy it. That wasn't the mission. His goal was simple: stall for time. If Thor and his idiot friends could stop Loki and Odin woke up in time, the destroyer would be recalled. That would count as a win. And so, the brawl continued. High above the desert, two titans clashed, one forged of will, the other forged of metal. The destroyer moved with brutal efficiency, blasting, swinging, tackling. Jiang Tianming matched each strike, every movement elegant, swift, powered by sheer resolve.
But it wasn't enough.
The destroyer grabbed him midair by the ankle and slammed a fist into his chest, sending him flying a dozen meters into the sand.
Cough.
Jiang Tianming sat up, dusting off debris. Damn robot doesn't even flinch. This was supposed to be a brawl, not an endurance test. Another golden beam fired toward him. He rolled to dodge, boots skidding on scorched rock.
No pain, no emotion, no fun, he muttered.
But his eyes gleamed with fire. Let's see who breaks first. With a swipe across his belt, his armor pulsed red. The photon streams running through the Fui's suit glowed intensely. The armor shifted, reshaped, streamlined, accelerated form activated.
Complete.
Jiang Tianming's form blurred as he launched forward at superhuman speed. The destroyer reacted, charging head-on. The two collided like thunder. Shockwaves rippled through the earth. A crater exploded beneath them as fists met steel. Inside the swirling storm of dust and flame, they exchanged blow after blow, neither relenting. Tianming flipped upward, palms clasped together. Let's try this. Crack. He brought both hands down like a hammer on the destroyer's head, driving it face-first into the ground.
But it wasn't over.
The destroyer's face rotated unnaturally, locking onto Tianming, and fired. The golden beam caught him midair.
Boom.
Tianming slammed into the desert floor, his armor cracked and steaming. He groaned, pushed himself up, shaking sand from his hair. Where the hell are those guys? The destroyer rose again, unbothered, and pounded its own chest, like a machine mocking his effort. Jiang Tianming spat dust and rolled his shoulders.
You're mocking me? A robot?
Is that you, Loki, or do you actually have a personality?
He stood tall again, fists up. But fine.
If I get out-muscled by a glorified furnace today, I'll retire and go play in the mud.
And once again he charged.
The battle raged on, brutal and relentless. Not far away, Jane rode a hoverbike Pegasus through the dunes, finally halting on a ridge overlooking the chaos. She stared, breathless, at the battle below.
Tianming. He was still fighting. Alone. And losing ground.
I wish I could help you. A voice whispered, cold and distant, echoing in her mind. Do you want to help him? Jane gasped and looked around.
No one. Who? Who said that?
Yes or no? Do you want to help him?
Her heart skipped a beat. But then, her hands clenched. Yes, she whispered. I want to help him. Very good. The sky darkened. Thunder rolled. A bolt of lightning slammed into the ground before her. Jane shielded her eyes, then saw it. Mjolnir. It hovered, glowing faintly, waiting. She reached forward, fingertips trembling. And as she touched the handle, boom, lightning engulfed her. She didn't scream. She transformed. Armor of silver and crimson wrapped around her body. Lightning surged through her veins. Her eyes flashed with power. Mjolnir rested in her palm, as if it had always belonged there. When the light faded, she stood tall, no longer just Jane Foster. She was the mighty Thor.
Sleep, sleep, sleep. Jiang Tianming stepped on the destroyer and punched the destroyer in the face, trying to knock the destroyer out as a robot. The destroyer seized the opportunity and caught Jiang Tianming's fist. 2 fists were caught with 2 palms, and then the destroyer's face slowly opened. Damn it, you cheated. Although Jiang Tianming, who cheated, said it was shameless for others to cheat. Boom. The golden high-temperature beam hit Jiang Tianming's body, slowly repelling him, and the suspicious output power was getting higher and higher. You little golden retriever, what are you doing? Teammate, save me, teammate, teammate. Jiang Tianming raised his hand to block the high-power, high-temperature beam that had completely enveloped his body. I don't know what Thor is doing. It has been a while since I returned to Asgard, or the flow of time between the two is different. At this moment, a domineering thunderbolt descended from the sky, slamming on the destroyer's body. The destroyer couldn't resist the pressure, and knelt on the ground for support. I thought it was Thor who came back, but who would have thought that what fell down turned out to be a beautiful and heroic figure. Tianming, are you alright? Jianfei approached Jiang Tianming's 230 and asked him with concern. Jane. Jiang Tianming never expected that Jane would become a female Thor at the moment, but he did not expect that his butterfly effect would be so great that the female Thor would be born ahead of schedule. No, Jane is using Mjolnir now, so what is Thor using now? Jiang Tianming had picked up Mjolnir before, and he could feel keenly that the Mjolnir held by Jane was stronger than the one held by Thor. Boom. After the thunder fell, Destroyer stood up and stomped heavily on the ground, which was nothing more than a reminder to Jiang Tianming and Jane that he was still there. Be sure to tell me what happened to you after the end. Jiang Tianming knew that it was not the time yet, so he immediately said to Jane. Jane smiled sweetly and nodded. Then the two of them faced the destroyer who was several times higher than them, and then they flew in the air at the same time, and then shot at the destroyer at the same time. The destroyer immediately shot high-temperature beams at Jiang Tianming and Jane in the air, but they quickly dodged them. Jane quickly landed behind the destroyer, and immediately raised Thor's hammer to hit his, heel hard. The destroyer was unstable and fell backwards slowly. Jiang Tianming seized the opportunity, exploded at an astonishing speed, flew towards the destroyer, then raised his fist, and hit the destroyer's chest hard. Boom. The destroyer sank deep into the ground, but quickly stood up again. It seemed that none of them could cause any substantial damage to him. This guy's body is really hard. Now he knows that the movies are all deceitful, and this guy won't be broken if he is struck by lightning. What should we do? Thunder and lightning are useless, and neither are fists and hammers. Jane asked Jiang Tianming as the backbone. This guy is being manipulated by someone, and the controller has not been subdued yet, so it can only delay time. Jiang Tianming immediately decided that he was going to increase the speed. Slash him with the most powerful lightning. After Jiang Tianming finished speaking to Jane, he stretched out his hand to the acceleration watch on his left wrist. Start timing? After the mechanical sound sounded, Jiang Tianming's figure disappeared in the sight of Destroyer and Jane. Jane narrowed her eyes and immediately raised Thor's hammer in her hand. Boom. Overbearing thunder and lightning rolled in the dark cloud-covered sky, as if a powerful attack was brewing, but it didn't land for a long time. The destroyer obviously didn't intend to give Jane this chance. His face slowly opened to shoot out the high-temperature beam again, but in the next second, a huge force suddenly hit his face, causing his face to tilt to one side. Boom. The destroyer didn't stand firm and fell directly to the ground, but he had no chance to stand up now. Drink. The thunder and lightning had already been brewed, and Jane immediately took Thor's hammer and smashed it on the ground. The thunder and lightning all over the sky gathered together, and then slammed down on the destroyer. Boom. The domineering thunder and lightning struck one after another, making Destroyer unable to stand up again, but being severely suppressed on the ground and unable to get up. About 9 minutes later, the thunder stopped and Jane's attack was over. The Destroyer wanted to stand up again, but Jiang Tianming didn't end. Crimson, smash Crimson Diamond Strike? A mechanical sound sounded again, and there was a violent red light in the dark surroundings, and both Jane and Destroyer couldn't help but look up. Surprisingly, more than 700 crimson electric drills appeared in the air. Such a shocking scene has obviously appeared in the eyes of many people watching behind the scenes. This is Jiang Tianming's full effort. Drink. More than 700 crimson electric drills fell together and shot towards the destroyer at the same time. The crimson electric drills collided with the destroyer very regularly. Even the hard destroyer couldn't bear so many crimson electric drills. The Asgard metal on my body began to be unbearable, and it gradually collapsed, and my body began to be smashed piece by piece. Boom. The ruined limbs of the destroyer were like scattered stars, flying dozens of meters away and falling on the ground with wisps of black smoke. Time out. Jiang Tianming stood there, his chest heaving up and down non-stop. The Crimson 700 company had exhausted his physical strength just now. This may be his most powerful melee ULT at present. The most powerful long-range ULT is Kabuto's perfect insect instrument's super energy limit storm maximum, hyper, cyclone. It seems that my ULT is quite good. I knew it would hit this iron bump that didn't know the pain, so I used it from the beginning. And this scene was being completely seen by the people watching the battle behind the scenes, including Ancient One, Odin who had just awakened, and Nick Fury. In Nick Fury's office, the computer is playing footage captured by Phil Coulson with ultra-precision shooting equipment from a distance. Nick Fury's eyes were full of astonishment. This battle was undoubtedly telling them that the battle between humans was not worth mentioning at all. Just when Jiang Tianming put his hands on his belt and wanted to cancel the transformation, the high-tech in Phil Coulson's hand burst into black smoke instantly, and Nick Fury's computer also went black. Madfuck. Is it over? Jane gently landed in front of Jiang Tianming and asked him. Jiang Tianming glanced at the destroyer stump on the ground, and nodded to Jane. It's over, at least he's just a simple hard skin, without any regenerative function. After this battle, maybe he will be exposed to the public, because he transformed himself under the camera, but Jiang Tianming thought wrong. Before he transformed, the camera had been invaded by a mysterious force and then burned down. Jian Vinyan was relieved, and with a skillful thought, the Thor's hammer in her hand instantly shrank into a mini version only the file size of her thumb. Jane also changed back to casual clothes, which was extremely convenient. Jiang Tianming was a little surprised by this. When did Thor's hammer have this function? And Jane seemed to be very proficient. Speaking of which, what happened? Why did you become like this? Unexpectedly, Jane shook her head. In fact, she was also very puzzled. Actually, I also know what's going on. I just know that there is a voice in my head, asking me if I want to help you, and I answered definitely because I want to help you. After I answered, this hammer appeared in front of me. And she was also surprisingly proficient in using Thor's hammer, and she was also able to shrink it somehow. Could it be that Odin did it? No matter how you think about it, how could the old man give Thor's hammer to someone other than his own son, even though the spell he hammered on Thor is qualified? That voice was a lady, Jane added later. Then it wasn't Odin who did it. Who could have this power? It's no ordinary person to make up a Thor's hammer. At the same time, Ancient One staying in New York to Holy Place ushered in a mysterious visitor. It was a black cat who had just warned Odin and now came to talk to Ancient One. Ancient One sat on the roof, picked up the cup on the round table, and drank the tea in the cup, while on the other chair, there was also a black cat sitting. Your Excellency, you came here for that boy from New Mexico. Ancient One didn't dare to underestimate the cat in front of him. He couldn't see through the eternity behind him and was even afraid of the cat in front of him, let alone her. God King Odin has already been warned by you once. Is he here to warn me this time? I'm not worried about what will happen to him, and I'm not here to warn you. If one day he comes to Kamartaj and wants to learn magic, just don't refuse him. If there is such a day, I will definitely not refuse. Ancient One agreed without hesitation. At least for now this mysterious power is on their side. That's good. Mauen glanced at Ancient One, and then kicked slightly, flying in the sky. Asgard. Because of the victory in the war with the giants of Jotunheim, everyone held a big banquet in the palace. Thor came out to the balcony, where stood his father, Odin the God King of Asgard. After this incident, I know that I still have a lot to learn, and maybe one day in the future, I will make you proud of me. You've made me proud. Odin praised Thor, and then asked the question he wanted to ask. That human named Jiang Tianming, what do you think of him? Hearing this, Thor gave his father a strange look. He didn't know why Jiang Tianming was mentioned suddenly, but he still said, he is a very good human being. Then Thor thought of Jiang Tianming asking him to chase his exhaust, and thought that he didn't give himself much face on various occasions, always let him down, and abruptly took back the words of praise from his mouth. 0. Seeking flowers. Apart from being a bit bad, he has no other shortcomings. Thor shrugged and said this. Odin nodded with a smile. At least he could see that the relationship between Thor and the other party was not bad, and the person covered by the mysterious power could not annoy the other party. His existence plays a vital role. Don't make enemies with the other party. After Odin finished speaking, he walked into the banquet, leaving only the stunned Thor in place. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Mind Treasure City has integrated with 2B and A. The voice of the system sounded in Jiang Tianming's mind. 00. After saying goodbye to Daisy and Eric, they left Old Bridge City under their unexpectedly long eyes. Jiang Tianming showed a smile. He was flying to New York with Jane, and flew back to his love nest. I don't know what they will say when I go back, and they will call him a scumbag and so on. Anyway, Jiang Tianming is ready to be beaten, and it is impossible to let go. Wow, this is your home. Jane looked around in a daze. Does this whole island belong to Jiang Tianming? That's right. Jiang Tianming took his hand, came to the door of the house, and called out to his artificial intelligence, Bai Meng, we have to add a family member. Okay, master. Bai Meng's cold voice sounded, and then a green light swept across Jane's body, saving all her data. The next time Jane returns home by herself, there is no need for Jiang Tianming to take her with her, just be scanned by Bayman. Wow, artificial intelligence. Jane has seen the genius of her boyfriend. People who can have their own artificial intelligence are technological geniuses. Welcome home, master and madam. The door opened slowly, and Quan Tianming walked in holding Jane's hand. In 1.3 days later, at the moment Jiang Tianming was sitting on the sofa, being tortured by the female audience, asking how Jiang Tianming hooked up with him and so on. Look, I told you that when Tianming goes out, there is a high probability that we will bring back a sister. Felicia smiled and said to the angry Gwen. Felicia has no objection to this, because she is originally a woman who intervenes in other people's lives, and Jiang Tianming's side is really fierce, so she doesn't mind having new sisters. Hearing this, Gwen pouted, and gave Jiang Tianming a hard look. Felicia is not enough for this big radish, she needs to add another one. Then he beat Jiang Tianming's body coquettishly, and didn't use any force. I didn't expect Gwen's way of venting to be so cute. Although Jiang Tianming would like to say that there are several other worlds, but if he speaks out, he will not only be regarded as crazy by them, but will also be beaten up. You sleep alone tonight, Gwen said angrily, and then took Felicia and Jane upstairs. Before Jane went upstairs, she took a look at Jiang Tianming, and she didn't speak the whole time. In her heart, she and Felicia had the same thoughts unexpectedly. Originally, Jiang Tianming and his two daughters slept on the second floor, but now he can only sleep on the first floor. It's okay, it's only for tonight anyway. Master, do you want me to pour you a cup of coffee? 2B asked respectfully from the side. Her face was still cold, no different from before. Jiang Tianming was a little strange, didn't mind gem work. He always felt that it was still the same as before. 2B, don't you feel anything? You mean when mind gem and my body merge into one? 2B's eyes were not afraid at all, and they looked at Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming nodded. There is a feeling, but I can't express that feeling, but even so, I am still the master's maid. Finally, 2B showed a smile on his cold face. Seeing 2B's smile, Jiang Tianming finally knew that it was still useful, and his fight was not in vain. What about A2? She is dealing with a de-trafficking incident in Jinbing. I gave her 3 minutes, and now it's almost time. 2B said slowly, 1 minute for killing people and 2 minutes for going home. Sure enough, as soon as 2B finished speaking, a two-stern figure slowly descended and appeared outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The maid on her body was filled with scarlet blood, and she was holding a tanghung knife with the enemy's minced meat on it. Jiang Tianming shook his head with a headache, and said to A2, go take a shower and change into new clothes. A2 did not execute the order immediately, but exchanged a glance with 2B behind Jiang Tianming, and both of them showed an unexpectedly deep smile at the same time. Master, I need your help, I don't know how to take a shower. A2's smile disappeared, returning to the previous iceberg face, and said to Jiang Tianming immediately. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming couldn't help rolling his eyes. Who else can't take a bath? Do they really think they are newborn babies? Although they were indeed born only a few days ago. Stop talking. Who will believe you when you say you don't know how to take a bath? If you can't, you can find out how to take a bath online. Jiang Tianming was about to go back to his room for the night to sleep, but 2B stopped him for no reason. Master, it happens that I haven't taken a bath either, so you should take a bath to make yourself more comfortable. Only then did Jiang Tianming know what their purpose was. Isn't mind gem very useful? It's obvious. 0. Do you want to commit the following offense? Jiang Tianming squinted his eyes and looked at the two white-haired beauties. Definitely don't dare, I just want the master to relax. 2B said easily, and came to Jiang Tianming, then leaned forward, her plump body tightly attached to Jiang Tianming's body. Jiang Tianming felt the soft impact on his chest, and saw 2B laying his head on Jiang Tianming's shoulder, and gently parting his lips next to his ear. Master, as our creator, we have an obligation to help master solve problems. Now, please let us serve the master. 2B pulled Jiang Tianming into the bathroom on the first floor, and A2 followed with a slight smile. At least tonight, I won't go to bed so early. Early the next morning, Jiang Tianming slowly opened his eyes and found his soft body lying in his arms. He smiled and stroked the white hair on the heads of 2B and A2. Master, do you need to do morning exercises? A2 suddenly opened his eyes and said, which startled Jiang Tianming. As for A2, Jiang Tianming couldn't help shaking his head. 3.5 Why are they more lustful than this man? Okay, let's make breakfast. Jiang Tianming patted the jade backs of the two girls and said, they don't actually need to sleep, but they have sleep patterns and can fall asleep like normal, which makes them a little more human. Both 2B and A2 kissed Jiang Tianming's face at the same time, and then put on a maid outfit in front of Mei Weiming. I have to say, this mind gem is really good. Jiang Tianming gave his own system a thumbs up in his heart. Happy breakfast time begins. Gwen is wearing cute pink rabbit pajamas, with a short rabbit tail on the back and long rabbit ears on the hood, which looks very cute. And Felicia is wearing black cat pajamas, sexy and charming without losing a little bit of cuteness. Jane was wearing a thin white shirt, her hair was loose, and she seemed to be wearing only fat clothes underneath, revealing her long beautiful legs. Good morning. Gwen yawned and sat on the chair, picking up a spoon to eat the oatmeal in the bowl without saying a word, and occasionally gnawing on the steamed buns in the middle. Good morning, dear. Felicia's was different. She came to Jiang Tianming's side, and kissed him lovingly on the face. The second daughter seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday, and treated everything as if nothing had happened. Jane also joined their big 08 family very smoothly. Felicia's way of greeting made Jane blush. She was still a little shy in front of so many sisters, and couldn't be as bold as Felicia. Good morning. Jane's voice sounded like a mosquito, but luckily Jiang Tianming's hearing was amazing, otherwise she wouldn't be able to hear what she was saying. Good morning, Jane. Did you sleep well last night? Well, I slept well. The bed is big and soft. Jane smiled and said, living here is really comfortable, near the sea and the air is fresh. That's good. I don't know what Tony thinks. The whole villa has 4 floors. Jiang Tianming didn't count them carefully, but the number of rooms alone is enough for them to live in, and even 10 more people will have rooms left. Could it be that Tony imagined that in his current situation, there would only be more and more harems, as expected? Men understand men. I'm jealous. Why don't you say good morning to me? Felicia pouted and put her arms around Jiang Tianming and said dissatisfiedly. Without further ado, Jiang Tianming kissed Felicia on the cheek, and then Felicia ate her breakfast with satisfaction. Gwen watched from the side, seeing the interaction between the two, couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly at this, got up and came to Gwen's side, and kissed her on the cheek as well. Gwen blushed pretty, turned her head away without looking at Jiang Tianming, and ate her breakfast silently. Immediately, Jiang Tianming sat back to his seat, ignoring 2B and A2 who looked at him expectantly. I'm done eating. Felicia patted her stomach and said to her sisters, anyone play beach volleyball together? Except for Jane and Jiang Tianming, all present raised their hands, which happened to be 2 against 2. Let's stay and do the dishes. Although Jiang Tianming's words were protested by A2 and 2B, these are their jobs as maids, but Jiang Tianming didn't pay much attention. Afterwards, the 4 girls changed into charming swimsuits, leaving only Jiang Tianming and Jane washing dishes in the kitchen. This world, it turns out to be so big. Jane sighed, ever since she met Jiang Tianming, the psycho who fell from the sky, and Thor's hammer that became part of her power. She found that the vast universe was much bigger than she imagined, and she was full of curiosity and longing for it. Do you regret it? Jiang Tianming asked Jane. What? Jian didn't understand Jiang Tianming's meaning for a moment, stopped what she was doing, and turned to look at Jiang Tianming. You gave up your research and came to live with me. To be honest, I am very touched, but isn't this your dream? It is Jane's dream to study the strange phenomena of celestial bodies since she was a child. It stands to reason that she has continued her research, but she chose to follow herself. Jian Vinyan smiled sweetly at this, then walked behind Jiang Tianming, hugged Jiang Tianming's waist, and leaned her head on his strong back. It's my choice to follow you. My intuition tells me that I will see more things if I follow you, and I don't need any reason to follow you. If there is, then I love you. 030 Finally, Jane broke through her own shyness, pulled Jiang Tianming to face her, then moved closer to his face, and offered her sweet kiss. Hoo. In the end, Jane's defeat came to an end. Jane caressed her chest and kept panting, her face was flushed red. Hihi, after washing, go play volleyball with them. Jiang Tianming stroked Jane's hair, smiled and continued to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, Jiang Tianming and Jane went to the room to change into their swimsuits, ready to play beach volleyball with Gwen and the others. Who knew? Jiang Tianming had just taken off his vest, revealing his muscular body. After being spotted by Jane with bright eyes, Jiang Tianming was attacked by her. Jane? What are you doing? Wait, don't take off my pants suddenly, you are a hooligan. I want to avenge my shame and tell you to bully me. When did I bully you? In this way, Jane raided Jiang Tianming while the 4th daughter was away, and started stealing food. Issuing the task, stop the Chitauri army, reward, 75% mastery of space gem. Note, this level of mastery can accurately locate the space jump, but it needs to be fully charged before it can continue to be used. Sunshine and sand, beauties, and volleyball, at the moment, everything is available. This kind of life is really beautiful. After Jiang Tianming and Jane changed into their swimsuits, they came to the beach. The 4 girls were applying sunscreen to each other, and after applying sunscreen, they took the volleyball and walked to the beach volleyball field. Gwen was the first to notice Jiang Tianming and Jane's arrival. She smiled and waved to them. Hey, Tianming, Jane, are you coming too? Definitely, exactly 3 against 3. Jane agreed with a smile. At the moment her face was still flushed. Felicia smiled meaningfully when she saw it. Speaking of which, this beach volleyball game is not that simple. Gwen has a Spider-Man physique, and Felicia has received a systematic human body strengthening agent, which is equivalent to an enhanced version of the captain of the country. A2 and 2B are equivalent to Jiang Tianming in the normal state. Jane also passed the strengthening of Thor's hammer, and her body has far exceeded the normal number of times, so this is an unprecedented, Superman-like beach volleyball. The beach volleyball between Felicia and Gwen and Team A2, Jiang Tianming and Team 2B and Team Jian, Jiang Tianming and the harem has officially started. Okay, let's start. Gwen took the lead. She tossed the volleyball high, and then jumped nearly 10 meters high. Jiang Tianming was stunned. Bang! Gwen slapped the volleyball, and the volleyball flew towards Jiang Tianming like a bullet. I thought it was an ordinary beach volleyball. Before Jiang Tianming could react, the volleyball had already brushed the hair by his ear and smashed into the bunker. Jiang Tianming stared blankly at the volleyball behind him, thinking, what the hell is this volleyball? I'm afraid he is planning to kill someone. Darling, it's not good to be distracted, Gwen smiled mischievously. If that smile was combined with the scene just now, it would look extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people. Jiang Tianming smiled helplessly at this. Good you, Gwen, you brought some private goods, didn't you? It seems that yesterday's anger is useless and completely dissipated. Looks like I'm going to be serious too. Seriousness is of course false, except for A2 and 2B, and Jane who holds Thor's hammer. No one's physique can be compared with him. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Tianming threw the volleyball up, stepped on the sand lightly, and then hit the volleyball. The volleyball couldn't bear the huge force, and it was a little flat. Then the volleyball shot towards Gwen and others like a cannonball. People fly away. I caught it. A2 easily caught the ball from Jiang Tianming, and the volleyball flew in the air. Felicia seized the opportunity and gave a hard shot. Catch it. The volleyball almost touched the sand, but fortunately Jane quickly lay down, stretched out her hand, and flew the volleyball into the air. 2B squinted his eyes, jumped lightly and used all the effort that everyone present was useless, and slapped the volleyball hard. Compared with the previous 2 times, the volleyball was faster. Boom. The volleyball hit the sand hard, stirring up violent sand waves. The poor volleyball could no longer bear the pressure of waiting for others, lay down in the bunker, and was declared useless. Oh, poor volleyball. Jiang Tianming couldn't help shaking his head, because the volleyball was destined to be scrapped because of Gwen's start, and there was a 0.1 second silence for it. Gwen. Jiang Tianming looked at her pretending to be annoyed with his waist thrust into his waist, and the first shot was more or less personal. What are you doing? It's obviously a very simple and normal game of beach volleyball, okay. Gwen blushed pretty, just refusing to admit what she had just done. You call this simple and normal? If it were an ordinary person, not to mention whether he could pick it up with his hands, he might not even be able to hide it. Forget it, I really can't help it. Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly, stepped forward to hold Gwen's hand, and walked towards the blue sea with her. Let's go swimming together. Let's spend time with my first love this time. Gwen smiled sweetly, and took the initiative to hold Jiang Tianming's arm. The other side. The sky carrier in the sky. Many superhero gathered here. Sir, Mr. Jiang's phone has been turned off. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S rang through the headset in Tony's ear. Tony originally wanted to call Jiang Tianming over to help, but the phone couldn't get through. Happy went there, and was pointed at by 2 10-meter-high giant forts 800 meters away, so he had to retreat obediently. This guy, why can he call me? Qiandazhao, I can't call him. Tony was furious when he thought about Jiang Tianming interrupting his good business last time. And unexpectedly, in just a few months, Jiang Tianming built a defense system. He really deserves to be his friend of Tony Stark. Who are you calling? Asked Dr. Banner, who was fiddling with the equipment. A friend of mine. He is smart and able to fight, although he is still a little worse than me. While Tony praised Jiang Tianming, he also farted himself. Well. Banner smiled awkwardly and shook his head. He had seen how thick-skinned the famous playboy Tony Stark really is. Jiang Tianming took the elevator to the second basement of his island. This is a bat cave similar to Batman, with many self-developed vehicles, such as Apocalypse Chariot, Apocalypse Fighter, etc. These are the results of Jiang Tianming's liver implosion in 2 months, which can be called a miraculous feat. With the blessing of the 2 speeding knights, Gwen and Felicia helped them to speed up, otherwise it would be difficult to complete these facilities within 2 months. Master, S.H.I.E.L.D. space carrier is under attack. Due to engine damage, it will crash soon. White Dream's voice sounded. Got it, it's almost time. By Mang, when the Chitauri army arrives, you will inform Gwen that they are ready to go. Okay, Master. New York. A space vortex has appeared in the sky, and countless Chitauri armies flew out and began to invade the Earth. At this moment, Banner came to Steve and the others on a small motorcycle, and Steve said to Tony in the headset, Tony, Banner is here. Very well, let him get ready, the big guy is coming. Tony said as he led the huge amounts of Chitauri monsters to come gradually in front of everyone. The Avengers couldn't help but retreat when they saw such a huge amount of Chitauri giant beast, and it was the first time they saw such an exaggerated scene. The Avengers on the ground looked at Banner, and Steve was the first to say, Dr. Banner, do you need any foreplay? To be honest, Captain, I have a secret, and that is. Banner hadn't finished speaking, and the next second suddenly changed. I don't know when, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder and lightning intersected. Suddenly, a domineering thunder and lightning fell, and it hit the Chitauri monster directly. Boom. Ho ho, the giant Chitauri roared in pain, and then fell to the ground, destroying all the unmanned vehicles and facilities on the ground. Banner had question marks all over his face, indicating that his head had been robbed before he got up. The Avengers were stupefied, and then looked at Thor. He was the only one present who could drive the power of the thunder and lightning, and only Thor was stunned. Look at what I do, I didn't do it. Thor was also surprised. The thunder and lightning were extremely domineering, and he still can't do that now. Bang! I saw a figure falling heavily on the ground. The costume of the Comer was somewhat similar to that of Thor, and he was holding the same Thor's hammer as Thor's hand. Excuse me, does your father have any illegitimate daughters? She is actually your sister or elder sister who you haven't seen for many years. Hawkeye complained to Thor at this time. Thor glared at him with a black face, but he also had a similar thought in his heart. It couldn't really be the child left by his father when he was away. Why don't you tell me, Tony? At this time, Jiang Tianming's voice came from the sky, and 10 high-tech fighter planes similar to Quinjet landed on the ground. Jiang Tianming came out from the rear hatch, accompanied by Gwen the Ghost Spider, Felicia the Black Cat, and the AI female Thor Jane who came over. As for 2B and A2, Jiang Tianming does not intend to let them come, as long as they take care of the house. After Jiang Tianming and others went down, the Apocalypse Fighter was controlled by Bayman, cleaning up the surrounding Zeta Swiss soldiers. Seeing Jiang Tianming who transformed into a phase, Tony couldn't help but get angry and called, "I called you a long time ago, at least 5 times, and you didn't answer once, who can blame? Then I don't care. I didn't hear it because you didn't call." At this time, Yang Yuming played a rogue without conscience. "You." Tony pointed at Jiang Tianming, really annoyed. He must let his pots comfort him when he turns around. "Who are they?" Steve looked at Natasha Romanoff and asked her, having not seen Jiang Tianming at all since he unsealed from the ice. "They're ghost spiders, black cats, black spiders, and..." Natasha Romanoff told Steve what she knew, but stopped after seeing the strange Jane. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have any information about a woman dressed like Thor, so Natasha Romanoff looks at Thor who keeps looking at his hammer and the hammer in Jane's hand. "I don't know what's going on, but the only thing that's certain is, yours must be a fake." Thor was like saying that my toy is the real one, and yours is the fake one. "Goddess of Thunder, our new member." Jiang Tianming stood up and introduced at this time. "New members? What team are you?" Natasha Romanoff asked after smelling new information. "Now is not the time to ask these questions, isn't it time to take care of the intruders flying around in the sky?" Jiang Tianming did not intend to answer Natasha Romanoff's question. He just came here to join in the fun. The main purpose is to bring his girls into the public eye and promote their hero team. The name has not been decided yet. Natasha Romanoff also knew that now was not the time, so she nodded in agreement and told Nick Fury this information later. Afterwards, Steve began to direct the Avengers to work together, while Jiang Tianming let the girls do whatever they wanted. The Battle of New York has officially begun. Jiang Tianming hangs up in the Apocalypse Fighter plane the whole time, clearing out the soldiers around him, leaving the stage to his girls. Gwen swung the cobweb. She glanced at the Zeta Swiss soldiers flying towards here in the distance, squinted her eyes, and already had a battle plan in her mind. "Just to try this new cobweb bomb that Tianming added to me." Gwen rolled in the air, and then aimed at the Zeta Swiss soldiers flying towards her. Pfft! Gwen fired a cobweb bomb from the web shooters on both wrists, and then the cobweb bomb burst, forming a spider silk web with a radius of 30 meters. Ho ho ho! Those Zeta Swiss soldiers couldn't dodge in time, they were hit one after another, and they fell to the ground together. The flight weapon caused a violent explosion, engulfing them. Yes. Gwen happily floated in the air, continuing to look for her target, and then she discovered that there were still many Zeta Swiss soldiers on the ground, ready to attack those civilians. She swung the cobweb and flew there without any hesitation. Drink. Gwen descended from the sky, and punched the head of one of the Zeta Swiss soldiers into the ground. The other Zeta Swiss soldiers reacted and pointed their guns at Gwen, firing blue laser bullets. Gwen's eyes were fixed, and she jumped into the air lightly, dodging all the attacks gorgeously and agilely, and after landing on the ground, she ran towards the Zeta Swiss soldier without hesitation. Bang bang bang. Punching an alien, Gwen either sent those Zeta Swiss soldiers into the ground or sent them flying into the sky. Bang. Gwen's spider telepathy issued a warning, and Gwen turned her head slightly to avoid the bullets of the Zeta Swiss soldiers attacking behind her. Then she found that many Zeta Swiss soldiers began to surround her and started to walk towards her slowly, but Gwen didn't panic at all. Gwen jumped more than 10 meters high. In the air, I saw Gwen's figure spinning rapidly, and countless cobweb bullets fell like a goddess scattering flowers. Bang bang bang. The cobweb bullets hit the Zeta Swiss soldier, some on the ground, some on the wall, and some on the street lamps, all of which were trapped by the cobweb and couldn't move. Humph, easy. Gwen bounced away from the scene like a little girl who got candy, and Felicia on the other side. Felicia uses the hook gun in her hand to leap between buildings, like a nimble kitten. When she came to the building, the people trapped by the Zeta Swiss soldiers were looking at those Zeta Swiss soldiers in horror, and some people were praying that God could send messengers to save them. "Look here, you ugly monsters." Felicia just stood there and called out to the Zeta Swiss soldiers. The Zeta Swiss soldiers were attracted, and they all raised their weapons to aim at Felicia. A smile appeared on Felicia's face under the mask. She took out a long gun at some point in her hand. It was hidden in the battlesuit with nanotechnology, and it could be taken out to fight at any time. Drink. Felicia ran towards the Zeta Swiss soldiers waving her long gun, pierced the head of one of the Zeta Swiss soldiers, and then kicked the Zeta Swiss soldiers beside her. Slam it hard into the wall. Afterwards, Felicia's eyes narrowed, and she threw the spear in her hand towards the 3 Zeta Swiss soldiers standing in a row not far away. They were strung together like candied haws and nailed to the wall. Then Felicia heard a lot of Zeta Swiss soldiers walking in from outside the door. She turned around slowly. The nano battlesuit on her body began to condense laser cannons. She held it in her hand, and aimed at the Zeta Swiss soldiers at the door soldier. Felicia smiled slightly, and then the laser cannon in her hand burst out a violent blue laser, instantly engulfing the Zeta Swiss soldiers at the door. Boom. The doorway was completely destroyed, and there were wisps of black smoke, which may be the result of the charred body of the Zeta Swiss soldier being affected. Gwen's father, George, walked in at this time. He looked at the Zeta Swiss soldiers nailed to death on the wall, at the ones sunk deep into the wall, and at the ones emitting black smoke. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and quickly called the New York police to come in to evacuate the people. He turned his head and wanted to thank Felicia, but Felicia's figure had disappeared. Fortunately, it's not an enemy. Meanwhile, Jane was on that side. Jianfei was in the air, looking at the 3 Chitauri giant beasts flying down from the sky. Her eyes were fixed, and then she raised the Thor hammer in her hand, which aroused a violent thunder and lightning. 0. Seeking flowers. The entire New York City was covered in dark clouds. Thor, who was beating the little soldier, looked up at the sky at this moment. This breath was stronger than him. Where did the counterfeit come from? Is she the real one or I am the real one? Boom. All of a sudden, thunder and lightning intersected in the sky, making people terrified. Many Avengers looked up at the sky, with surprise in their eyes. My god, where did old Jiang find the girls? This is too fierce. Tony couldn't help complaining in the air, but fortunately these lightning bolts didn't strike him, otherwise his body would be blackened. Drink. Jane's eyes glowed blue, and she waved the Thor hammer in her hand. The thunder and lightning received the order, and immediately slammed at the 3 giant Chitauri flying in the air. Boom boom boom. The thunder and lightning directly penetrated the body of the Chitauri giant beast, and immediately lost its vitality and fell to the ground one after another. And Jiang Tianming saw all this, although he didn't know who gave the Thor hammer to Jane, but right now the Thor hammer in Jane's hand has recognized him as the master and there will be no problems. This is my girls, really save me face. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, and the current fighting power is even stronger than the current Avengers. What's the matter? Johnny came to the window and asked Susan, who was also looking out of the window. Susan looked at the situation in New York in the distance, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Hearing that he was also in New York, she didn't know if it was safe. Johnny, I think it's time for me to make some decisions. There was firmness in Susan's eyes, and the thoughts in her heart had already emerged. Johnny was stunned for a few seconds, then thought of Jiang Tianming's face, and said to his sister jokingly, let me guess, this decision has something to do with Jiang. Yes. Susan admitted directly this time, she really wanted to find Jiang Tianming. Oh, as your younger brother, I naturally have to support my sister, go ahead. Johnny said with a smile, he was very happy that his sister changed for love. Thank you, Johnny. Susan returned to her room to pack her things and left the building. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others who were watching the battle in the space carrier did not dare to take a breath. This destructive power stunned them all. Sir. Hill couldn't help but look at his own officer, Nick Fury. This was clearly no longer a battle that humans could intervene in. I know, that's why I formed the Avengers. Nick Fury's face was calm, but he couldn't help but clenched his hands tightly. Obviously his heart was not at peace. This feeling of oppression that makes it hard to breathe has never been felt for many years. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was watching, the battle in New York was far from over. There was a blue light in Jane's eyes, which was mixed with 230 and blue lightning, and suddenly her figure flew towards the newly fallen Chitauri giant beast. Drink. Jane waved the Thor hammer in her hand, and slammed it down on the head of the Chitauri monster, which was mixed with violent thunder and lightning. Boom. Ho ho, the giant Chitauri roared in pain, its head lost control in an instant, and fell powerlessly towards the ground. Boom. The gigantic body of the Chitauri behemoth brought about the collapse of high-rise buildings. Fortunately, there were no people in the high-rise buildings. The Avengers who were fighting on the ground looked at this scene with some trepidation, and their hearts were filled with shock at the devastating fighting power. Honestly, I think she is much stronger than Thor. Hawkeye, who was shooting arrows at the Zeta Swiss soldiers from a high place, couldn't help sighing to the Avengers in the headset. He was super powerful in a split second, but what about Thor? It took so long to charge one, and he even hammered a Chitauri giant beast. Yay, it's a pity that we are not one of us yet. Natasha Romanoff said at this time, if the Goddess of Thunder can join their Avengers, then it will be huge amounts of promotion. But apparently, their leader, Black Spider, didn't seem to have that intention. And the Black Spider in their mouth is eating popcorn and watching the battle in the Apocalypse fighter plane. AFK, it's too fierce. To be honest, if I provoke her in the future, will she hit me? This thought disappeared in Jiang Tianming's mind, because his girls love him so much. At this moment, Jiang Tianming saw Loki, who was shot down by Hawkeye, just fell on the Stark building. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly at this. I think you know what I'm thinking, White Dream. Good master, we are heading to the sandbag. White Dream's voice sounded, and then the Apocalypse fighter flew to the Stark building automatically. Jiang Tianming chose to transform into the Kabuto Knight form with the weakest stats at present. If he changes into the Phase accelerated form, he is afraid of killing Loki, because it will not be fun if he is dead. Loki stood up slowly, looked up, and saw the Apocalypse fighter plane landed on the Stark building's parking lot, and a red figure stepped out of the rear hatch. Mortals, you are doomed to fail in this war. Loki could still sneer at this time. Jiang Tianming admired him a little, he was really not afraid of death. Hey, Mr. Loki, obviously you haven't figured out your current situation. Jiang Tianming walked towards Loki slowly and said to him, Hehe, weak human, do you want to defeat my great god? It was obvious that Jiang Tianming was underestimated by the arrogant Loki. In Loki's eyes, Jiang Tianming is like an ordinary human fleeing outside, nothing more than wearing a mysterious armor. Obviously he has forgotten that he was blasted by Tony before. Hehe, even if I stand here and get hit by you, I won't. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Tianming punched him in the stomach. Ugh. Loki's figure flew upside down, smashed hard on the counter where the wine was placed, and fell to the ground in pain until his face was grim. I've been talking about gods all day long, but I haven't seen how much better you are than humans. Jiang Tianming jumped lightly, jumped behind Loki, then grabbed his ankles, and slowly dragged him towards. Between. Loki's face was flushed, and there was still vomited stomach water in the corner of his mouth. He didn't understand what Jiang Tianming wanted to do, so he asked, "You, what are you going to do?" "Ah, it's nothing, I just want to try the texture of the sandbag," Jiang Tianming said with a smile under the mask. What? Although Loki couldn't see Jiang Tianming's smile, his intuition told him that Jiang Tianming must be smiling, and it was like a demon laughing. It hurts very much. As a god, you shouldn't feel it. Jiang Tianming said in a strange way at this time, aren't you a god? You shouldn't be afraid of pain, right? I don't know about you. Before Loki finished speaking, Jiang Tianming grabbed his ankle and threw it in the air. Boom boo boo. Immediately after, Jiang Tianming imitated Hulk, grabbed 3.2 Loki and slammed it on the ground. Ugh. Loki lay powerlessly in the pothole, let out a feeble cry of pain. Tisk tisk tisk, what a weak god. Jiang Tianming looked at Loki with disdainful eyes. Loki felt insulted, but his intuition told him that it's better not to talk at this time, otherwise it might happen again. You, what are you doing? Loki suddenly felt himself hanging in midair as Jiang Tianming grabbed his ankle again and lifted him. You think it's over like this? To be honest, I haven't had a good time yet. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, with a cold tone in his tone, which made Loki shiver uncontrollably. Gwen was on the street on the ground, being besieged by Zeta Swiss soldiers. She relied on her agility and spider telepathy to escape their attacks, but her physical strength was not limited. Bai Meng, activate the killing mode. Gwen narrowed his eyes, and it was not an option to go on like this, so he ordered Bai Meng. Okay, ma'am. In the next second, the spider nano battlesuit on Gwen's body condensed and extended 4 metal arms, holding Tang Hengdao, and Gwen's own hand did the same. Puff. Gwen's spider battlesuit's eyes glowed dangerously red, and she began to run towards those Zeta Swiss soldiers, slashing her 6 arms like cutting melons, cutting Zeta Swiss's body in half. Gwen's body was as fast as a ghost, shuttling between the Zeta Swiss soldiers. Their bodies were split into 2 in a snap of the fingers, and the surrounding Zeta Swiss soldiers were cleaned up after a short while. Gwen was a little tired, her chest was rising and falling and she began to pant. She looked at the space door in the sky. If the door was not closed, it would only be a matter of time before her energy was exhausted. 08. Tianming, the space door must be closed, otherwise we will run out of energy if this continues, Gwen said to Jiang Tianming, pressing the earphones next to her ears. Afterwards, Gwen only heard the sound of something falling and a man's screams, and then Jiang Tianming's voice, don't worry about that thing, I will take care of it. You go to Felicia, get on the apocalypse with her and save your energy. Gwen could only agree, and then she looked at Jane in the sky, who was blocking and killing the god, and couldn't help being a little envious. She wanted to have such a strong power, so that it could help her dawn. And Jane in the air is becoming more and more proficient in mastering the Thor hammer and the power of thunder in her hands. There is a blue light in her eyes, and her eyes are constantly scanning the Zeta Swiss soldiers and giant beasts flying in the air. Suddenly, Jane no longer held Thor's hammer, but floated it on her chest, and slowly raised her hands. I saw lightning and thunder in the sky, and the wind and rain. At this time, Jane has already skillfully manipulated the power of thunder and affected the weather. Drink. Jane released her hands, and the thunderbolt precisely struck the flying Chitauri Swiss soldier and Chitauri monster in the sky, and they fell down one after another after being hit. Jane's eyes changed back to their original form. She picked up Thor's hammer again, and looked at it. She felt that she was more and more proficient in manipulating Mjolnir in her hand, and felt that this was born for her. Jane was suspended in the air, and the thunder, lightning, and wind and rain became her background board, the battle armor and the cloak fluttering behind her, and the fierce figure. At the moment she is like a god. Such words emerged in the hearts of both the people and the Avengers at the same time. Jiang Tianming just left the half-dead Loki there, and he flew up with the psychic scepter, and then came to the instrument that made the space gate. He couldn't help taking a look at Jane's changes. Jiang Tianming could see that Jane was gradually controlling that power, and it wouldn't be long before she was completely awakened. He had such a feeling. Worthy of being my girl. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly and walked towards the space instrument, intending to stab the mind scepter towards it. As for the nuclear bomb issue in the original work, he was not worried, because why? He secretly gave a mission, which was to assassinate the Parliament of the United States. Kill all those who don't take human life seriously, and only have profit in their eyes. It's better to get rid of them, and there are many people who are interested in their position. ZZ. Jiang Tianming stabbed the psychic scepter into the space instrument, and the space gate was closed in an instant. It only took a short time for the remaining Zeta Swiss soldiers around to be cleaned up. As for the Chitauri who are still in space, I believe they will follow Thanos and others to invade the Earth, and then it will be more fun. Jiang Tianming glanced at the mind scepter in his hand. He smiled slightly. At the moment he didn't intend to take Mind Gem away. Mind Gem involves many things. Scarlet Witch is one of them. Otherwise he will lose a lot of fun. When the war ended briefly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tianming, it's time to go back, Felicia said to Jiang Tianming after opening the rear hatch of the fighter plane. In the end, Jiang Tianming did not go back, but used various methods to publicize their team. The team's name is Venus Squad. Just after the war ended, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. breathed a sigh of relief, and Nick Fury turned pale a little, and then he heard something that shocked him. Sir, the members of the council are dead, Hill said with a pale face and trembling voice. What did you say? Nick Fury couldn't believe the news. Those turtles hiding in their shells would be picked out and killed. Who did it? I don't know, so all the instruments have failed, and there is nothing left at the scene, except for the corpse that was cut in half. The satellite surveillance is useless, all the electronic equipment around is paralyzed, the murderer seems to appear out of thin air and then disappear out of thin air. After finishing speaking, Hill with a pale face uploaded the picture to the screen for Nick Fury to see. Even Nick Fury, a battle-tested old fox, couldn't help but change his expression. It's not like 423's first time to make a move. When did this happen? Not long ago, in just 1 minute, the guards and members of the council all died. On the happy island of Jiang Tianming. They were happily watching their deeds being reported on TV. This time, the Black Spider appeared as the leader, and there was no outstanding performance. And the performance of the other 3 women is outstanding, especially Jane, who even has a lot of fans and established the Goddess of Thunder cult. Jiang Tianming's eyelids twitched, and there are all cults. In this battle, the names of the 2 hero teams, Avengers and Venus Squad, were officially announced. I'm going on a long trip, and I'll leave the house to you. Jiang Tianming kissed Gwen, Felicia, and Jane on the forehead. Afterwards, A2 and 2B stared at each other after being washed, and Jiang Tianming kissed them on the forehead when they couldn't take it anymore. Master, come back soon, they said with satisfaction. Although A2 and 2B can follow Jiang Tianming doesn't plan to take them to the DC world. It's better to stay here and take care of Gwen and the others. DC, I'm coming. Gotham City, night. In an unknown container terminal, Black Mask gangs are doing criminal transactions here, and even their leader, Black Mask, is also there. You guys, go on guard, and tell me immediately if you find a bat. The Black Mask pointed to the 2 younger brothers and ordered. Yes, boss. The 2 younger brothers trembled in fear, and quickly took guns to the outside of the transaction to guard. Compared to Batman, they were more afraid of their boss, the Black Mask. The masked gang members looked around, found no one, then looked at another masked gang member and asked, why is the boss so cautious recently? He has to personally supervise the transaction every time. Don't you know? Since the last time the goods were interrupted repeatedly, the boss didn't know how much money he lost, so the boss planned to come to trade in person. Members of the masked gang couldn't help recalling the previous transactions. He was the one who survived these transactions, and he still remembered those scenes. Batgirl and a person wearing a red bat armor that she had never seen before came to interrupt their transaction, and many brothers were there. In short, it's right to follow the boss, at least we're not the ones to blame. Understood. While they were talking, suddenly 2 black shadows flashed across the sky. They looked quickly, but saw nothing except the moon, thinking it might be an illusion. Crack. In the next second, their necks were all broken, and they couldn't die anymore. When they fell, a figure appeared behind them. It was a red bat armor, and it was Selena who transformed into Kiva. I told you not to kill me, Batgirl Barbara said dissatisfiedly with her waist stuck in the back. I'm sorry, this is my habit. Selena's charming voice sounded under the mask. Since she met Jiang Tianming, she didn't intend to keep her hand. Oh, forget it. Barbara sighed. Not only Selena, even she has been quite serious in dealing with these gangsters recently. Although it didn't kill them, there are still some people who break their bones and send them to the hospital. And speaking of heavy blows, recently Batman also. Selena jumped onto the top of the 2 containers with a light jump. Without making the slightest sound, she quietly watched the masked gang doing business in the distance. So, any plans? Selena looked at Barbara, who also jumped up, and asked her. When Barbara heard this, she looked at Selena speechlessly. Have you ever heard of my plan? Every time she went on a rampage to destroy the gang's deal, relying on the strength of the armor on her body, almost no one would be Selena's opponent. Is that the old way? It can only be the same. Barbara didn't intend to use her brain anymore, but jumped out of the container with Selena, and ran towards the masked gang with both legs. Huh? It's Batgirl and Catwoman, shoot me quickly. The Black Mask sensed it, and immediately gave orders to those younger brothers. Barbara's eyes were fixed, and the grappling gun in her hand shot upwards a rope with a claw hook, pulling her upwards, and then flexibly dodged the bullets in the air. As soon as the grappling gun was released, Barbara's figure fell rapidly. On the way, she threw bat-flying darts at the members of the masked gang, but they missed their bodies. But when they landed on the ground, white smoke was emitted. Barbara didn't stop after she fell, but raised her fist to hit them, only to hear the crisp fracture sound, and the bones of the arms and lower legs of the members of the masked gang broke. If Jiang Tianming were here, He might sigh that Barbara has really changed, and she no longer keeps hands with these criminals. As for Selena at the side, she ran to the Black Mask and punched her. The Black Mask didn't dare to confront Selena head-on, because he knew the opponent's strength. Bang! Selena suddenly blocked the flying bullets. She looked up and saw that she was wearing black armor and a hood with only one eye on her head. That was the killer, the neck. Death knell. Two ladies, he can't die today, otherwise who will I get my money from? After finishing speaking, the death knell jumped out of the container and disappeared. Selena looked at the position of the Black Mask before, and there was no trace of the Black Mask there, indicating that during the time when Selena was attracting attention, the Black Mask took the opportunity to escape. Why did you let Black Mask escape? Selena asked, looking at Barbara. Barbara rolled her eyes. Obviously you told me not to interfere, no matter what you said. Don't interfere in your duel with Black Mask. Selena was slightly taken aback, thinking that she seemed to have really said that, so she shrugged. Okay, then I'll go back. As soon as the words fell, the Kivat 3 on the belt flew down by itself, and the transformation was lifted, revealing Selena's original beautiful face. That's right. Selena looked back at Barbara at this time, and asked, did you find him? Disappointment flashed in Barbara's eyes. Not yet. I can't get through the phone, and I don't know where he has been during this year. I agreed to take a long trip, but the phone didn't answer. What's the matter? Even if I directly searched for Jiang Tianming's name information, there were only results of the same name and surname but not the same person. Selena smiled slightly, with meaningful eyes. What's wrong? Are you planning to give up? I won't give up. Barbara looked at Selena with firm eyes. She would never give up looking for her boy. Really? Then look for it slowly. Selena looked indifferent, but she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. When awakening came, she found that he was gone, leaving only the talking mechanical bat. Barbara folded her chest and looked at the back of Selena's departure. In fact, she looked at it during the period of her cooperation with Selena this year. Selena never gave up looking for Yang Wuming. Time came 2 days before Gotham's situation. Wait country. Louvre. Diana sat in her office, sorted out her things, and planned to go back to her apartment to rest. Suddenly, when she was sorting out, a photo fell out of it. Diana's eyes showed nostalgia. She picked up the photo and looked at the person on it. In the photo, Jiang Tianming put on a necklace for her, looking extremely affectionate. Diana subconsciously touched the ruby necklace on her neck, and couldn't help sighing. The red light on the ruby necklace is still flickering slightly, which means that Jiang Tianming is still alive. Since you're still here, why didn't you come to me? A trace of disappointment flashed in Diana's eyes, and then she wiped away the tears that were about to fall from the corners of her eyes. Then she got up, left her working place, and walked on the dark street. Snow had already started to fall in the sky. Diana stopped and stretched out her hand to catch the snowflakes. The snowflakes were fleeting, and when they landed on her palm, they melted into water, and Diana was in a daze. Hundreds of years have passed since then, and she no longer has the heart to remember these times. She only remembers that she was constantly looking for his figure during this time. Immediately she noticed that the ruby necklace on her neck suddenly began to flicker, and the red light became stronger and faster, which undoubtedly told her that her lover was very close to her. Diana looked around quickly, but there was no one on the street. But it wasn't over yet. Diana started to walk with her steps. As the light of the ruby necklace became brighter and brighter, Diana's footsteps became more and more anxious. She constantly looked around and looked at the reaction of the ruby necklace. Diana. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind Diana, and Diana also stopped at the same time, and then the light of the ruby necklace disappeared. At the moment the AID roll has ended. Why? Diana's voice began to tremble a little. She turned around slowly. At the moment her face was already wet with tears. Why did you come to me now? Diana strode forward, ran to Jiang Tianming, hugged him, and buried her face in his chest. Why is it that I was the only one looking for you, but you never came to me? It's not fair at all. During these hundreds of years, she traveled to countless places and searched for many people named Jiang Tianming, but all she found were men with the same name and surname, but none of them were hers. Sorry, Diana. Jiang Tianming hugged the beauty tightly and kissed her hair. I will never leave you again. Jiang Tianming held up Diana's beautiful face, and gently kissed her under her lips, telling him how he missed her. Diana closed her eyes and felt it quietly. After a long time, their lips parted. Jiang Tianming and Diana looked at each other. Their eyes were full of love for each other. They hugged each other again, feeling the incomparable warmth of each other. I've been looking forward to this day for hundreds of years, Dawn. Diana quietly listened to Jiang Tianming's heartbeat, which undoubtedly told her that all this was real. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Jiang Tianming came to Diana's apartment, came to the table after taking a shower, and used Diana's laptop. Jiang Tianming took out his carefully prepared butterfly-shaped USB flash drive from the system space, and inserted it into Diana's laptop. Bayman, welcome to the new world. That's right, all the data of Bayman is stored in the USB flash drive. Master, I have already entered the network of this world. It seems that there are many more strange cities here than in the previous world. That is definitely, compared to DC and Marvel, there are many more fictional cities on Earth, such as Gotham and Metropolis. Forget about these, help me create fake identity information and remember to be seamless. Okay, Master. Just when Bayman was creating Jiang Tianming's identity information in this era of big data, Diana had already finished her bath. Diana's body was steaming, her face was flushed red, and the bathrobe showed Diana's figure to the fullest. Even Jiang Tianming's eyes lit up. The beauty that all the gods praised was really not a cover. Jiang Tianming silently praised Zeus in his heart, thanking him for giving birth to a good wife for him. What are you doing? Diana came to Jiang Tianming's back, hugged him, and asked Jiang Tianming curiously. Jiang Tianming smelled the extremely pleasant fragrance on Diana's body, which made him feel happy. He smiled and said, I don't have a legal identity yet, so I am creating a legal identity. That's it. Diana trusted Jiang Tianming unconditionally, and she believed in Jiang Tianming's words 100%. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, stood up, turned around and hugged Diana, put his hands on her slender waist, and tapped her lips. You are so beautiful today. Is it only for today? Diana wrapped her arms around Jiang Tianming's neck, looking at Jiang Tianming with a smile on her mouth. A little more than yesterday, a little less than tomorrow. Sweet mouth, this is a reward for you. With affection in her eyes, Diana took Jiang Tianming by the collar and slowly led him to the bedside in the suburbs. Here, Jiang Tianming and Diana are confronting each other. At this moment, Diana is wearing her familiar ancient Greek armor, holding the sword of Vulcan and the shield of divine power. Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly, because when he told Diana that there were Barbara and Selena in this world after the union, he immediately lost his temper. Diana, there's no need to do this, right? Jiang Tianming really didn't want to fight with his woman, he was really afraid of hurting her, but if it was Diana, he was still a little nervous. If you want me to accept you and other women, then only fighting will decide everything. In fact, Diana wanted to compete with her own Tianming a long time ago, to see the difference in strength between herself and the other party. Come on, conquer me. Diana put on a fighting posture, with flames of fighting intent in her eyes, and an eager smile on her face. In the final analysis, Diana is a warrior, and she has inexplicable expectations for battles, and Jiang Tianming can only accompany her own beauties in the end. Standing? By standby dash? Henshin. Complete. Under the mask, Jiang Tianming showed a helpless expression, and then his eyes began to show fighting intent. To be honest, he also wanted to fight Wonder Woman. After all, Diana was all hung up by the gods. Drink. Diana acted aggressively, leaping heavily towards Jiang Tianming, raising the Vulcan sword in her hand and slashing at Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming quickly moved to the side to dodge, raised his leg and kicked Diana. Diana raised her divine power shield to block it. Bang! The divine power shield made a muffled sound, and Diana fell backwards. When the divine power shield was put down, Diana's eyes were full of excitement. Again. Diana jumped heavily, flew in the air and put the divine power shield behind her back on the way, and took off the mantra lasso around her waist, and flew towards Jiang Tianming with a slight flick. During this process, Diana's speed is quite fast, which is enough to see her strong fighting power. The mantra lasso was put on Jiang Tianming's arm, and Diana fell to the ground and started wrestling with Jiang Tianming, and they were both on par with each other. Jiang Tianming used all his strength to pull Diana over. On the way, Diana opened her arms, and slammed the guardian silver bracelets on her wrists together. Huge amounts of shockwave swept towards Jiang Ming. Bang! The shockwave full of divine power lifted Jiang Tianming into the air, and then Jiang Tianming rolled in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Jiang Tianming's figure began to float in the air, his eyes met Diana's, and they both smiled at the same time, and then Jiang Tianming flew towards Diana. Diana sideways avoided Jiang Tianming's flying punch, and then grabbed Jiang Tianming's head and pushed it on her knee. Bang! Jiang Tianming had to say that this woman was really ruthless, and then grabbed Diana's ankle, started spinning and threw her flying 10 meters away. After Diana landed on the ground, she smiled slightly and ran towards Jiang Tianming again, fighting him hand to hand. Many of Diana's fighting techniques were taught by Jiang Tianming, so they are on par, and they grab each other's palms and wrestle constantly. Suddenly, Diana hit Jiang Tianming's head with the head hammer. The force had already produced a sonic boom, and Jiang Tianming shook his head in pain. Seeking flowers. Bang bang bang. Jiang Tianming could only retaliate, hitting Diana hard on the head, but the smile on Diana's face didn't stop, and she continued to head hammer with Jiang Tianming. Diana seized the opportunity, let go of Jiang Tianming abruptly, jumped up and clasped her palms together into a hammer shape, and then smashed down towards Tianming's head wolf. Immediately, he kicked Jiang Tianming away tens of meters away, and when Jiang Tianming stood up, he heard Diana say, I lost. Jiang Tianming looked at Diana strangely. What do you mean, stop beating after beating him? Diana couldn't see Jiang Tianming's expression, but she could feel Jiang Tianming's meaning. She smiled. I can see that you haven't used your full strength yet. It's useless if you still have whole cards. I've already used almost all of them. I can't beat you now, Diana said honestly. Jiang Tianming also knows that the current Diana has not fully awakened her own divine power. If she is fully awakened, Diana can hang the current him on the ground and hammer him. So this time, Jiang Tianming won the duel. It's really annoying to share my baby with other women, Diana complained like a little girl at the moment, not as fierce as the fight just now. After releasing the transformation, Jiang Tianming smiled, walked up to Diana, and hugged her. My love for you will never diminish. That depends on your performance. Diana smiled sweetly, holding Jiang Tianming's hand and walking towards her apartment. Sandman's show. I can only say that the male lead, the plot is good in the early and midterm, but the later stage is slow, and the content is super high, and the content is also high. Recommended but not recommended. Go to OU Bulletin. 2 days later. Selena, who settled the gang deal, returned to the Bella Monica Hotel, the room where she and Jiang Tianming lived together. Selena was sitting on the sofa, with kittens on her lap who wanted to act like a spoiled child to make their owners happy, but Selena was staring at the moon outside the floor-to-ceiling windows obsessively. Kivat, when will your master come back? Selena just looked at the moon like this, and asked Kivat 3 who was playing with the cat without looking back. Kivat 3 told her that it can sense Jiang Tianming's position, but since Jiang Tianming left the DC world, Kivat 3 has not 833 felt Jiang Tianming's existence. Actually, master. Kivat 3 was about to tell her that the master was just on a long trip as before, but then it sensed its master's presence. You're talking? Selena looked at Kivat 3, and said with some dissatisfaction, how could anyone stop talking halfway through, even though Kivat 3 is not a human being? The master will definitely come back to find his wife, please believe in your loyal servant. After Kivat 3 finished speaking, he rode on the kitten and continued to play. Just now it got Jiang Tianming's order, that is not to say that he has returned, he intends to give Selena a surprise. It's the same sentence every time. Selena pouted, and looked at the moon in the sky again, wishing to see him after a sleep. Just like that, Selena sat on the sofa and fell asleep slowly, not noticing that Jiang Tianming had walked in. Selena was awakened by the morning sun shining into the room. She was a little dazed because she just woke up, and then she noticed that she was in her room at the moment. She was smart enough to think that someone must have entered her room. If a stranger entered this room, Kivat 3 would remind her, but if it didn't, it meant he came back. Selena lifted her quilt and ran directly to the hall outside the room, but she didn't see the person he wanted to see and she wanted to see. Am I dreaming? A look of disappointment flashed in Selena's eyes. She thought he was back, but now it seems she was overthinking. Squeak! Suddenly the door opened slowly. Selena heard the sound and looked around, only to see a person she had been thinking about walking out. It seems that you are awake. Do you want breakfast? Jiang Tianming smiled gently, shaking the packed breakfast in his hand. You. Selena walked over slowly and hugged the person in front of her. The temperature on his body was real, telling her that these were real. If you hadn't left me a flying and talking bat, I would have thought you had abandoned me. Selena looked up at Jiang Tianming, looking at him affectionately. Kivat 3 on the side said that it was not a strange bat, but its protest was obviously ignored by the reunited two. I'm sorry for my leaving without saying goodbye. Jiang Tianming held Selena's face and tapped her lips. I think I have a lot of time to make up. He learned from the system that as long as he masters 100% of the space gem, he can pause the time in another world, which means that no matter how long he stays in the DC world, only a few seconds have passed in the Marvel world. Although it is not clear why the space gem can affect the time, it is convenient. Meow meow meow. The little cats came to Jiang Tianming's feet and stepped on his trousers, making cute noises. Okay, I miss you too. Jiang Tianming knelt down and stroked their little heads, and then he realized that something was wrong, that is, the little black cat that was close to him before was gone. He looked at Selena with a questioning look, and Selena also knew what Jiang Tianming wanted to ask, so she said, it has disappeared since you left, and I have never been able to find it. Okay, it's the smartest of these cats, don't worry. Selena was worried that Jiang Tianming would be sad, so she comforted her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Maybe its time is approaching. After all, once the cat reaches that period, it will leave the family by itself, and then find a place to leave alone. Selena just smiled. She looked at the breakfast brought back by Jiang Tianming, and joked a little. I bought breakfast for you before, but you didn't eat it. Now it's your turn. Can I not eat it? If you try it. Jiang Tianming said with a smirk. 2.30. If you feed me, I'd be happy to eat them all. Selena drew circles on Jiang Tianming's chest with her fingers, and said with a charming smile. Definitely, I'm happy to oblige. Dong dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, then Barbara's voice sounded outside the door. Selena, are you in there? Jiang Tianming and Selena looked at each other. Selena suddenly showed a smirk. Jiang Tianming felt a little bit of something bad. It seemed that there was an Azura field waiting for him. Selena let him go, and when he walked towards the door, he had roughly guessed what Selena was thinking. Barbara, why are you here? Selena opened the door, but only opened a small gap, and Barbara could only see half of Selena's head. Why are you acting like a thief? Barbara raised her eyebrows and asked a little strangely. No, in the past Selena would not let her enter her room, let alone open the door. There must be something wrong. Sorry, there are men in my room, so it's inconvenient for you to come in. Selena's cat-like eyes were full of smiles. Man, have you finally given up on Tianming? You know I'll never give him up. Selena was all smiles, confident that Barbara would soon be able to guess who the man in her room was. Then you are. Barbara was about to ask, but then she thought of something. Her eyes widened and she immediately put her hand on the doorknob. Let me in. It's really rude. Selena smiled, and immediately jumped a step back. She knew that she was not as strong as 08 Barbara in terms of strength. After Barbara came into the room, she really saw the person she was thinking about day and night, and her eyes began to moisten. My God, it's Dawn. Barbara, I'm back. Jiang Tianming smiled softly, opened his arms, and hugged Barbara into his arms. Okay, the reunion ends here. Selena separated the two and pushed Barbara out of the door. Don't come to disturb the sweet moment between me and my lover. What? Barbara turned around and looked at Selena with hostile eyes. Selena, Tianming is not your property. When did he become your lover? It was a long time ago. Selena said with a hint of provocation in her tone. Barbara, do you know what it means to get the moon first? Tianming and I are living together now. VR. Just when the two women were confronting each other, Jiang Tianming had already sneaked aside to tease the little cat, and looked at Kivat 3 who was beside him. Did you complete the task I gave you during this time? Yes, master. During your absence, I have been protecting Madam competently. Although Madam's fighting skills and proficiency in using it are far inferior to yours, master, I can barely use 50% of Kiva's strength. Kivat 3 reported on the work of this year. Jiang Tianming nodded after listening to it. Speaking of it, a year has passed this time. It seems that the flow of time is still chaotic, and it must be 100% mastery as soon as possible. I want to live together too. At this time, Barbara suddenly yelled, and Jiang Tianming looked back, only to see that Barbara's face was flushed. It seems that this girl is very angry with Selena. After all, Selena is better at speaking art. I'm going to move here now. Barbara rushed out of the door angrily. It seemed that she was going to pack her own things and prepare to move here. What did you tell Barbara? Jiang Tianming squinted at Selena and asked, did she forget that there is only one bed in this room? Huh? There seems to be something wrong. Anyway, Jiang Tianming no longer plans to stay in this hotel anymore. He has already asked Bai Meng to do something in the era of big data. It's not a gentleman's behavior to inquire about girls. Selena said with a smile and shook her finger. By the way, has there been any change in Gotham during this year? Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly and then asked curiously. Selena rubbed her chin and thought for a while, then said, it seems that nothing has changed. Gotham is still the same Gotham. If you want to talk about changes, the Robin next to Batman seems to have changed. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming can roughly guess what's going on. It seems that in this year, DK succeeded in solo flight and became Nightwing, and the new Robin is the future Red Hood Jason Todd. It's just. Selena seemed to want to say something, and Jiang Tianming was speechless to her, so he couldn't speak halfway. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Selena was amused by Jiang Tianming's expression, and then said, the new Robin was killed by Oda not long ago. Jiang Tianming frowned at this. It turns out that the plot went by so quickly. Those who believe that Jason Todd will return to Gotham 617 soon and become the Red Hood. Later, Jiang Tianming checked on the internet, and many superheroes did not appear, such as Superman, and now the famous DC god on Earth has not appeared in Metropolis. Just when Jiang Tianming was going to check other superheroes, suddenly a request for Diana's video call came from his laptop. Jiang Tianming agreed to the video call, and the next second Diana's beautiful face appeared on the screen. Oh, who is this? Selena sat over at this time, looking at Diana on the screen and said, Hi, Selena, my name is Diana, I heard about you at Tianming. Diana didn't care about the hostility hidden in Selena's eyes, and she was earlier than them in terms of time. Honey, won't you explain to me? Selena turned her head to look at Jiang Tianming, but Jiang Tianming's figure had already disappeared when she turned her head. As for Jiang Tianming, when Selena's attention was attracted by Diana, he had already sneaked out. Dinah was wearing a black windbreaker and walking on the dark Gotham street. There are many shops here that are not closed, but most of them are nightclubs and red light districts. I can definitely become a fighter against criminals. Dinah secretly decided in her heart. Not long ago, her mother objected to her becoming a vigilante, and Dinah ran away from home in a fit of anger. Obviously her mother used to be the hero Black Canary, so why can't I do it? Thinking of this, Dinah kicked the stone on the side of the road a little angrily. Suddenly, Dinah saw a van in the distance approaching a female student wearing a school uniform. In the next second, the door of the van opened, and a tall man stepped out. He quickly ran towards the female student. She was rudely carried into the van. Dinah's face changed. She became anxious. She wanted to do something. She could call the police, but she ran away from home without a mobile phone. She quickly looked around. Suddenly he saw a man riding a motorcycle towards her direction coming. Hey hey hey. Dinah didn't care about anything, and ran to the road directly to stop the locomotive, and kept waving her hands. FK, are all the girls dying these days? This familiar tone is our protagonist, Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming stopped the car, took off his helmet and sunglasses, and frowned at Dana. What do you want to do? I don't have any money, and I don't need your services. Jiang Tianming took the other party as a lady looking for customers in the red light district, so he said it like this. Dinah's face was full of question marks, and suddenly she realized what Jiang Tianming meant. Her pretty face flushed, and she said loudly, I'm not from there. With that loud voice, Jiang Tianming rubbed his ears uncomfortably. I really don't know why this girl has such a loud voice. Sometimes good hearing is a bad thing. After that, without Jiang Tianming's consent, Dinah sat directly behind Jiang Tianming's locomotive, pointed at the van in front of him and said, That's the kidnapper's car, hurry up and catch up. Seeing Dinah's tone and expression, Jiang Tianming didn't feel that the other party was lying. He looked at the van and saw the schoolgirl's dropped shoes by the side of the road. Immediately his eyes froze. He hated kidnappers the most in his life. Suddenly the accelerator was opened, and the locomotive chased the van at high speed. Wow! Dinah didn't react. She was startled by the sudden acceleration, and quickly hugged Jiang Tianming's waist. Soon, Jiang Tianming and Dinah followed the van to a dilapidated wooden house. Jiang Tianming got out of the car and walked straight towards the wooden house. Dinah thought he was going to do something stupid, so she hurried forward to stop him, and said, "Since we already know where the other party's lair is, shouldn't we call the police first? There's no need to do it yourself." Although Jiang Tianming knew that the other party regarded him as an ordinary person, he still gave her a strange look. "I am not afraid of cannonballs, but how many little hooligans are I afraid of? And do you think the Gotham police is reliable except for Gordon, who is the king of Gotham singles? You stay here, I'll be back soon." Jiang Tianming pushed her to the side of the mobile Pegasus and said, "Protect her." Although Dinah was a little curious whether Jiang Tianming was speaking to her or to whom, she didn't care about that. Dinah's face was anxious immediately. She didn't know what to do, but at the next moment, a firm look flashed across her face, and she went all out. Immediately, Dinah ran with strides, trying to catch up with Jiang Tianming, but when she entered the wooden house, there was no trace of the unknown. Suddenly she was pulled aside by someone, and she hurriedly punched that person, but was easily punched by him. After a closer look, the other party is the person I asked for help. Is me. That person was Jiang Tianming, and he asked Dinah, "What are you doing here?" I just want to come here to help you," Dinah said with a flushed face when she knew she had been discovered. How did the other party know that she was coming? She had already calculated the distance and slowed down her pace. Jiang Tianming patted his forehead speechlessly. "It's fine if you're not helping. You still want to help." Squeak! Suddenly Jiang Tianming heard the sound of the wooden board, which was caused by his feet pressing on the wooden board, indicating that someone was coming. Jiang Tianming listened carefully, and according to the frequency of footsteps, it seemed that there were only 4 people. "Stay here for me." After finishing speaking, Jiang Tianming rushed towards the 4 people who came over, and after seeing Jiang Tianming's figure in their empty eyes, the 4 people also rushed towards Jiang Tianming. Sharp-eyed Jiang Tianming noticed their strangeness. They seemed to be under control, and one of them was still wearing a uniform with a business card on his chest. Bang bang bang. Jiang Tianming put all his strength in his hands and knocked everyone down one after another, then knocked them out with a punch. Mind control, combined with the kidnapping of teenage girls, reminded Jiang Tianming of one of Gotham's villains, the Mad Hatter. "I really didn't expect to meet one of Gotham's main villains as soon as I walked casually." The Mad Hatter would specifically kidnap blonde girls to attend his perverted afternoon tea party. Wow, that's amazing. Dinah stretched out her head at the corner, and her eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Tianming using the fighting technique to bring down those unlucky ones. "If he taught me those fighting techniques, maybe I can let my mother know my efforts and agree that I will be her successor." Such an idea suddenly sprouted in Dinah's heart, and she secretly decided that after the incident, she must find Jiang Tianming and ask him to be her mentor. "Hurry up and go back to me, don't follow me later." Jiang Tianming looked back at Dinah and said to her, "If it was really the Mad Hatter, I didn't even know if I would be caught, but this blonde girl would definitely be caught. When the time comes, she will not only catch the Mad Hatter, but also protect her." 900 No, I want to follow you? Dinah shook her head and refused. She would follow him no matter what. "Today I will depend on you." Dinah walked in front of Jiang Tianming and looked at him with her waist in her arms. It was obvious that she didn't intend to leave. "Don't force me to be rough." "Humph, you must not dare." Like a proud white swan, Dinah raised her head and said confidently, _+I=#. In the next second, Jiang Tianming directly carried Dinah on his shoulders, and then walked out the door. This sudden movement startled Dinah. Wow. Dinah kept struggling on Jiang Tianming's shoulders and beating Jiang Tianming's back, but her strength was simply scratching Jiang Tianming's itch. "Let go of me." Jiang Tianming ignored her struggle, brought her to the Pegasus Mobile, put her down, and said to the Pegasus Mobile, "You watch her, don't let her run around." The mobile Pegasus turned on its headlights a few times, as if to show that it knew, then shapeshifted into human form, and stood motionless next to Dinah. Wow, it's amazing. Dinah was dumbfounded at the shapeshifting of the mobile Pegasus, and then she noticed Jiang Tianming and continued to walk towards the wooden house. "Hey, you can't leave me alone." Dinah shouted angrily from behind, but Jiang Tianming ignored this and continued on his way. This bad guy. Dinah was dissatisfied, and she glanced at the mobile Pegasus at the side, and then her eyes lit up, and she thought of a way. "Hey, big guy, as long as you let me follow, I'll find you the best gas station next time. How about filling you with the best gas?" Dinah looked at the mobile Pegasus expectantly, but the mobile Pegasus just stood there motionless as if he didn't hear her. Just when Dinah was about to be disappointed, the mobile Pegasus suddenly changed back to the locomotive mode. Is this considered agreed? Seeing that the Pegasus Mobile didn't respond, Dinah tried to walk a few steps, seeing that the Pegasus Mobile really didn't care about her. Immediately Dinah ran into the wooden house, looked back at Pegasus Mobile, and said with a smile, "I don't really listen to his AIFF words." Just a few seconds after Dinah ran into the wooden house, a black cat appeared on the seat of the mobile Pegasus. The cat smiled humanely, and then disappeared into the air in a flash. On the other side, Jiang Tianming had already walked into the depths of the wooden house, looked around curiously, and then saw the entrance to today's basement. He has already seen other floors, except for the patrolling puppet. There is no sign of the girl or the Mad Hatter. Now the only place he has not entered is the basement. Jiang Tianming didn't want to take any chances. The moment he saw the Mad Hatter, he would immediately rush towards him, intending to kill him with a direct blow, without giving him any chance to breathe. Squeak! Jiang Tianming opened the door to the basement, and after taking a closer look, he found that there was a huge space inside, a huge circular secret room. In the very center of the secret room, there was a round table where two people were sitting enjoying tea, a blonde girl with empty eyes, and an ugly little man in a green dress and a top hat. Jiang Tianming's eyes narrowed, and he rushed towards the Mad Hatter at an astonishing speed, and the Mad Hatter was caught in the air before he even had time to react. Suddenly Jiang Tianming noticed that the Mad Hatter's eyes were hollow, exactly the same as the puppet before. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly at this. It's really thoughtful, it's a fake Mad Hatter. It seems that intelligent villains really have such a set. Jiang Tianming threw away the fake Mad Hatter and looked at the real Mad Hatter who came out of the secret door. I thought it was a bat, but I didn't expect it to be a brat. The Mad Hatter's eyes clearly flashed with disappointment, because he wanted to turn Batman into Alice after all. Since there is ability to solve the external defense, then I will play with you. The Mad Hatter was about to speak, when a red light flashed, his throat was shot, and scarlet blood flowed. Immediately, he fell to the ground in a state of resignation. Jiang Tianming couldn't help shaking his head, and took Faiza's phone back into the system space. The villain really died because of talking too much. Do you really think he has the principle of not killing like Batman? Dinah just ran into the house when she saw Jiang Tianming carrying the unconscious blonde girl out of the exit of the basement. Is this the end? She also wanted to help Jiang Tianming see her abilities, so that the other party would agree to accept her as a student. It's over, I will send her to the police station, and you just go home obediently. Jiang Tianming glanced at Dinah, and then walked to the mobile Tian horse. Looking at the mobile Pegasus that turned back into a locomotive, Jiang Tianming couldn't help frowning. No matter what he thought, it was a problem with the system. It seemed that the system still wanted to watch lively as always. Wait, I want to follow you. Dinah ran to Jiang Tianming and said to him. Jiang Tianming glanced at her up and down. Besides her good looks, he could tell that she had run away from home. Go home, my parents will worry about you. He's not Brother Ji, he doesn't like to help people in Xiao's family, and he doesn't like to ask people if they are brave. I don't care. Dinah wanted to stop Jiang Tianming who was about to drive away, and quickly said, I want to ask you to be my teacher. I can do anything, serving tea, pouring water, washing clothes and cooking, as long as I can be your student. Jiang Tianming really wants to ask, really anything is fine, so if it is that, definitely, if you ask like that, you will be regarded as a pervert. If you want to learn, those fighting training classes can meet your requirements, so you don't need to waste time like me. I'm serious, my name is Dinah, and I really wish I could be your student. Jiang Tianming was slightly taken aback. What did you say is your name? Just when Dinah said her name, a systematic voice sounded in Jiang Tianming's mind. Issuing task, cultivate the second generation of Black Canary, task reward, Kamen Rider Kiga Ultimate Form, enhanced version, ... Hearing this, Jiang Tianming knew who the other party was. The future second generation Black Canary, whose full name is Dinah Laurel Lance, is born with a special super ability. The canary's cry is a sonic attack. As for the rewards for the following missions, Jiang Tianming's eyes lit up and his face became serious. What he likes most is helping others, and he likes teaching others to be a teacher. It has nothing to do with the mission reward of Ultimate Sora, and it's an enhanced version. He didn't see anything. What's the matter? Is there a problem with my name? Dinah was stunned when she saw Jiang Tianming hearing her name, thinking that there was something wrong with her name. No problem. As for your request, I agree. I am willing to be your teacher. Jiang Tianming is more than willing. He can't wait to hug Dinah and kiss him. He is really his goddess of luck. He has always liked Kiga, the Kamen Rider, in his previous life, and he is still in the ultimate form. Really? Dinah was overjoyed immediately, and jumped up and down twice in excitement, so that she could inherit her mother's mantle after she had learned something. Find me at this address. Jiang Tianming wrote an address to Dinah. It was not the address of the Bella Monica Hotel. In fact, it was the address of the house he bought these days. Artificial intelligence White Dream can be said to be unstoppable and extremely advanced in the online world of this era. It can be understood as Cyborg's ability. Black eat black, transfer the money of those gangsters to their own accounts, and it will not be discovered. It is estimated that the Penguin, the double-faced man in the black mask, etc. These gangsters saw that their money disappeared. Angry to vomit blood. 0. Seeking flowers. Definitely he will not do absolutely, he will leave some for them, but he accepts half of their money with a smile. Although it is not comparable to the super rich like Bruce and Luthor in this world, it is more than enough to buy a villa on the mountain. Understood. Dinah snatched the note with the address written on it, as if afraid of Jiang Tianming's repentance. Oh, by the way, I don't know your name yet. Dana then remembered that she didn't know Jiang Tianming well. 0. My name is Jiang Tianming. Are you from Kongguo? Then you must know a lot of Kung Fu, right? When thinking of Kongguo Kung Fu, Dinah's eyes sparkle, which shows her yearning for the mysterious oriental country. I saw Jiang Tianming shook his head. To be honest, He only knows a little bit about Kongwo Kung Fu. Kung Fu is not a rotten street thing, and it is all killing skills. The general masters are in the deep mountains and old forests. He has no chance study. I know all the fighting techniques in the world. If it's the ancient Kung Fu, unfortunately I don't know it. He also wanted to learn it, but unfortunately he didn't have the opportunity. I see, but it's okay, this is enough. Although Dinah was a little disappointed, she quickly cheered up. What Jiang Tianming cares about now is that Dinah's future CP will be Green Arrow, but what he is afraid of is that Dinah will be fascinated by himself before meeting Green Arrow. He is not a popular letter, but the truth. Immediately shrugging his shoulders, he didn't think about it anymore. He had already laid down on these problems. These things were only divided into 0 times and countless times, and he didn't think about it so much anymore. 161. Dinah rode a motorcycle to the address given by Jiang Tianming, and stared at everything in front of her with wide eyes. She glanced at the address on the paper with some disbelief, and once again confirmed that there was no problem. So Jiang is a super rich man. The entire mountain was bought by Jiang Tianming, and it is already a private property. On the top of the mountain is a huge manor that Jiang Tianming bought, covering an area of 200 acres. Sure enough, the villain's money, I have to say, is really fun to use. No matter how clean he is with the money, it's good to use it. Beep. Dinah pressed the doorbell, and then the door slowly opened, as if she knew she was coming. Dinah rode a 580 motorcycle and drove into the gate. It was a long road, and soon she saw the whole picture of the manor, a 4-story European-style castle-style villa. This damn rich man. Dinah couldn't help cursing secretly after seeing it. The whole mountain belonged to Jiang Tianming, and her eyelids twitched when she saw it. When she came to the gate of the villa, Jiang Tianming had been waiting for a long time. Because the castle-style villa was too big, he was afraid that Dinah would get lost, so he came down to lead the way. If it weren't for the reward, Jiang Tianming would not have come down. To be honest, I think you are super rich somewhere, but I obviously haven't heard of your name. Hehe, it's just a few big wins, nothing more than a trifle. After finishing speaking, Jiang Tianming took Dinah around the entire villa. Ever since Jiang Tianming had his own private happy island in the Marvel world, he has discovered these benefits. No one disturbs him, and he can build a facility similar to a bat cave here, which will be beneficial to Barbara and their combat operations in the future. When Jiang Tianming took Dinah with her, Selena watched the night from the balcony, and said to Barbara beside her, "Don't you think Tianming finds a new love too fast?" Barbara didn't think as much as Selena thought. At least now Dinah didn't have that kind of meaning to Jiang Tianming, and Jiang Tianming did the same to him. I think it's okay. Besides, didn't Tianming already say that the other party just came here to study? Unexpectedly, Selena looked at her with the eyes of a poor person, only to hear her lips slightly parted. Sometimes, women are too cute, but it is very disadvantageous. Cut. Barbara rolled her eyes, not intending to argue with her, and then left the balcony. Time flies. Time came 4 months later. During this period of time, Jiang Tianming became a busy man again, not only to build an underground secret base like a bat cave, but also to teach Dinah fighting skills. Fortunately, I have something to do, so I have a look at various accelerations. After Kabuto accelerated, Phase accelerated, and the amount of work that was originally more than a year was compressed into 4 months. Jiang Tianming and Dinah are training in the training room on the second basement floor. Drink. Dinah was wearing a ponytail and wearing a women's sports vest. She was dripping with sweat. She lifted her foot and kicked Jiang Tianming's head sideways, and Jiang Tianming slowly raised her hand to catch it. Dinah took advantage of the victory to pursue, and used all kinds of deadly attacks, all of which were requested by Jiang Tianming. After Jiang Tianming's training, Dinah has already mastered many fighting techniques proficiently. After several hours of training, Dinah collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, her chest heaving up and down. Jiang Tianming looked at Dinah with admiration. Dinah's abdominal muscles were very beautiful and possessed an inexplicable charm. Congratulations, you've almost graduated. Jiang Tianming stretched out his hand to Dinah and said to her, "What do you mean almost?" Dinah held Jiang Tianming's hand, borrowed her strength to stand up, and took the mineral water Jiang Tianming handed over. "Definitely it's the exam, how can a student miss the exam?" Jiang Tianming said with a smile. Only then did he know the joy of being a teacher. He could give Dinah various training plans, but the other party had to implement them, and in the end she could only fall to the ground out of breath, which was very serious training. "Come on, what exam?" Dinah rolled her eyes and asked. How could she not know how the other party was tortured in the past 4 months? "The exam is, beat me." As soon as the words fell, Dinah stopped drinking water. She looked at Jiang Tianming with disbelieving eyes, and then said, "Are you sure this is an exam?" She has seen Jiang Tianming's strength with her own eyes in the past 4 months. Leaving aside the strange and handsome belt and armor, even his original physical fitness is enough to beat her dozens of times. "Definitely, what's the matter? Are you scared?" Jiang Tianming said with provocation in his eyes. "Don't take me for a fool, I don't even know if I can block a fist of yours, let alone beat you." Dinah was a little speechless. How did he come up with this test plan? "Don't worry, my control strength is very skillful, enough to put myself in the range of ordinary people, so you can hit whatever you want." Jiang Tianming definitely knew that for ordinary people, he did not need to fight, so he could surrender directly. "That's good, let's get started." "Oh, your strength has recovered." Definitely, to be honest, I can fight with you all day. Dana winked at Jiang Tianming and said with a smile. Drink. Dinah raised her hand and punched Jiang Tianming's face. In Jiang Tianming's eyes, Dinah's speed was like a slowed-down image. Plop. Jiang Tianming took advantage of this to quickly grab Dinah's hand, throwing Dinah to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Ah, you are obviously cheating. Dinah said with some dissatisfaction as she touched her aching head on the ground. This is not the physical speed and reaction speed that ordinary people should have. Isn't this bullying? I'm a teacher, how can a teacher cheat and say that? Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, finally realizing the benefits of being a teacher. The next second they were still talking. Suddenly the lights in the training room went dark. Both of them were a little puzzled. Only Jiang Tianming immediately thought of something. Let's save the exam for the next time. Let's stop here today. After speaking, Jiang Tianming left the training room and went upstairs. 08 When Jiang Tianming came to the living room, as expected, he saw that the TV was being invaded by mysterious forces. Jiang Tianming knew who did it. That was General Krypton, Zid. Tianming, what's going on here? Both Barbara and Selena cast puzzled eyes, and then Dinah who came up did the same. Isn't it obvious? It's clear that aliens have invaded Earth. It turns out that there are really aliens in this world. The three women were extremely surprised by this, and it was the first time they encountered aliens invading the Earth. I am General Zid. I come from a distant planet. I came to Earth across countless star seas. During this period of time, your world has sheltered one of my people. I ask you to return it to me. For some reason, he chose to keep his secret from you. He tried to blend in with you. He looks like you, but he doesn't belong to you. 11. KALL, come out and surrender within 24 hours, or the world will suffer the consequences. After the voice fell, the electricity was restored in the living room, and Jiang Tianming was still thinking about whether to intervene in the plot this time. After all, beating the Kryptonian, his hands are inevitably a little itchy. Issuing a mission, participate in the story of Superman Man of Steel, and the mission rewards will be random. The system seemed to know Jiang Tianming's thoughts, and issued the mission in the next second. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly. It seemed that he had a reason to participate in it, and the reward for guiding Dinah not long ago also came down. Kamen Rider Ultimate Kyuga, Enhanced Version. The various values are, punching power 160t, kicking power 200t, jumping power 180m, running speed 100m/0.5s. For Jiang Tianming, this is already a wave of great strengthening. I'm going on a long trip, and I'll be back soon. Won't it be a year after going out? Selena said at this time, with a trace of dissatisfaction in her eyes. He said the same thing last time, and he came back after the last year. Hearing what Selena said, Barbara also cast the same look, only Dinah looked left and right and didn't know the details. Not this time. Jiang Tianming shook his head with a smile, stepped forward to kiss Barbara and Selena on the forehead, and said. Dinah at the side couldn't help but roll her eyes. In the past 4 months, he had seen Jiang Tianming clearly, a charming and caring man. At the moment it was dawn. Zid and his party drove the spaceship to Kent Farm. Where is the spaceship he came in? Zid said to Superman's mother Martha with the Kryptonian subordinates. Martha looked at Zid's group and knew that the other party was here to trouble his son, so she didn't show them any good looks at all. Go to hell. Zid glanced at Fiona, the adjutant at the side, and Fiona knew how to step forward and pinch Martha's neck, lifting her in midair. Martha coughed uncomfortably, and subconsciously looked at Warehouse. Zid keenly saw Martha's eyes, pointed to Warehouse and said, there. Fiona flicked Martha to the ground, then kicked hard and flew to the warehouse, where Superman's spaceship stopped quietly. Fiona inserted her fingertips into the gap in the door of the spaceship and forcibly opened it, but there was nothing inside the spaceship, so she had to go back the same way and came to Zid. The tome is no longer there. Ugh, ah. Zid was furious for a moment, and angrily threw the car beside him, sending it flying into the Superman family's room. Tell me, where did he hide the secret code in 880? I don't know. Martha's face was full of question marks on the ground. How did she know what the secret tome they were talking about was? Where is the secret code? Zid asked Martha angrily, but his action obviously angered the flying Superman. Call out. Boom. Superman Clark knocked Zid into the air like a meteor, grabbed Zid during the flight, and punched Zid on the mask of Zid's armor. How dare you threaten my mother? At the same time, Fiona and the other Kryptonians stared intently, and were about to board the spaceship and go in the direction of Zid and Superman Carl. But in the next second, a figure fell fiercely in the air, setting off a strong wind and smoke, which attracted their attention. Oh, how can such a good show be without me? Jiang Tianming looked at Fiona and the others with a slight smile in the pit. Fiona narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect such a master to exist on this earth. She turned to look at those subordinates. Go and help General Zid. I will meet him. Good morning, Ms. Martha. Jiang Tianming politely greeted Martha, who was on the ground, with a smile. He was still very polite to good people like the Kents. Martha was stunned for a moment, then she came to her senses and said slowly, Good morning, young man. Although she didn't know how the other party knew her name, she subconsciously thought that the other party was her son's friend. Who are you? Your physical strength is obviously not at the human level, Fiona said to Jiang Tianming with scrutiny in her eyes. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that my opponent is you. Do you want to bask in the sun? Hearing this tone in Fiona's ears, it obviously had another meaning, as if she was underestimating her. I'm not ashamed, I just don't know if you have the strength. Fiona is a proud Kryptonian, and in her eyes, human beings are inferior races. To be honest, Jiang Tianming quite admired Zid and his party. They were all fighting for their own group, but unfortunately, Jiang Tianming was on the opposite side of them. Then try it and you'll know. Boom. Jiang Tianming stomped heavily, and his body flew towards Fiona as fast as lightning, hitting her hard. Fiona couldn't dodge in time, and was knocked into the cornfield, setting off huge amounts of dust. Huh. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, his figure began to float in the air, and then flew towards the place where Fiona fell, leaving only Martha in place in a daze. Damn. Today was an eye-opener for her. No matter what, in the eyes of these people, it was like paper. Fiona stood up slowly, raised her head to look at Jiang Tianming who was flying in the air, her lips parted slightly. If it's only to this extent, I'm disappointed. I won't let you down. The corners of Jiang Tianming's mouth rose, and there was a fighting spirit in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an opponent worthy of all his strength. Drink. Jiang Tianming exuded a black aura, which was mixed with lightning, and the surrounding aura set off a strong wind. Fiona raised her hand to block the violent aura, the strong wind blew her body back slowly, and the cloak behind her was thrown wildly. Soon, the violent breath ended, and the surrounding cornfields had been destroyed unsightly. Fiona put down her hand and looked up, only to see a black knight appearing in her field of vision, among which it is worth mentioning that Jiang Tianming's transformed ultimate Sora has golden pupils. Drink. Fiona planned to act preemptively, kicked suddenly, shot towards Jiang Tianming, and raised her fist to hit Jiang Tianming. Boom. Jiang Tianming unhurriedly raised his hand to block, the two collided and produced a huge amounts of sonic boom, and then Jiang Tianming's eyes were fixed, he grabbed Fiona's wrist, and spun in the air. Boom. Jiang Tianming let go, and Fiona's figure flew hundreds of meters away in one direction, hitting the endless desert. Fiona walked out of the pothole, and immediately ran towards Jiang Tianming with heavy steps. The ground burst with Fiona's running. Jiang Tianming fiercely raised his fist to Fiona who was on the ground, but was swiftly dodged by Fiona Lai Weiming's fist punched a hole in the ground. Drink. Fiona raised her fist and hit Jiang Tianming's head. Jiang Tianming raised his other hand to catch it, and then pulled it suddenly. Fiona was hit by the forearm of Jiang Tianming's other arm. Hit in the face. Boom. Fiona fell into a dizziness for a while, and Jiang Tianming grabbed her head and pushed her into the ground, smashing another pothole hard. I have to say, you are very strong. Fiona looked at Jiang Tianming squarely, and said in an extremely serious tone. She admired strong fighters. Then you have to be serious, lady from Krypton. Hearing this, Fiona's eyes began to show fighting intent, and she pushed hard towards the ground with both hands, her figure, and Jiang Tianming fell backwards. Immediately, Jiang Tianming flew into the air, looking down at Fiona below. He began to have an idea. If Fiona is exposed to solar radiation for a certain period of time, then she will become stronger, and then there will be more fun. Drink. Fiona kicked suddenly. She flew towards Jiang Tianming in the sky, and Jiang Tianming was hit by it and flew to the ground. Fiona pressed on Jiang Tianming's body, raised her hands, her palms were shaped like hammers, and immediately smashed hard towards Jiang Tianming's head on the ground. Boom. Jiang Tianming turned his head slightly and avoided Fiona's blow. The ground was smashed out of holes like paper, and several pieces of earth, rocks, and smoke flew out. Jiang Tianming grabs Fiona's head, then lifts his own head up and collides with it, causing a violent sonic boom. Jiang Tianming quickly lands a right hook on Fiona's head. Boom. Fiona's figure suddenly lost control, flying sideways to tens of meters away, and soon she stood up again, staring at Jiang Tianming with cold eyes. Your threat is higher than KALL. I must stop you here to stop your plan to destroy the general. Oh, so I should feel honored. Jiang Tianming said with a slight smile under the mask. Where is Fiona? Zid asked one of his subordinates just after his mask was smashed by Superman, and the discomfort disappeared after returning to the spaceship. I just got the news that Lieutenant Fiona is fighting a strong man. She is worried that the strong man will interfere with the general's plan, so she is alone in blocking it. Hearing this, Zid fell into contemplation for a period of time, then his eyes turned hard, and he immediately decided, we can't live up to Fiona's dedication, and continue to implement the plan. Yes, General. At the same time, the screen once again came to the confrontation between Jiang Tianming and Fiona. Boom. Fiona's figure suddenly flew upside down, slamming into a mountain, smashing the top of the mountain, and countless pieces of gravel fell down. Fiona stood out from the gravel, raised her hand to grab the boulder beside her, her fingertips sank deep into the boulder, and then threw it suddenly. The boulder flew towards Jiang Tianming in the air like a cannonball. Humph. Jiang Tianming raised his mouth, raised his fists and punched the several boulders thrown by Fiona, each with one boulder. Boom. Fiona, who was on the ground with Jiang Tianming's body, exploded towards her at an astonishing speed. 773 bang. Fiona raised her hand to block Jiang Tianming's punch, but she was too late to block Jiang Tianming's other fist, and then she was hit hard on the mask before she could dodge. The mask couldn't bear the pressure any longer, and it had begun to shatter. The sunlight shone into Fiona's mask, making Fiona's head dizzy for a while. Fiona shook her dizzy head, and asked Jiang Tianming in an uncomfortable tone, what did you do to me? Jiang Tianming naturally knew what was going on. It was nothing more than the discomfort caused by Fiona not adapting to the Earth's environment, being exposed to solar radiation for the first time, and her body began to be strengthened. It's like we Earthlings don't adapt to the environment of your Kryptonian, and on the contrary, you Kryptonians also don't adapt to the environment of our Earth. Fiona looked at her hands, and saw that the bones of her hands were clearly visible, and immediately closed her eyes tightly, and began to adapt to the Earth's air pressure and sunlight. Soon, Fiona opened her eyes again, her hands no longer had skeletons, and she could control perspective freely. Regarding this, Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows in surprise. He also didn't expect the other party, Age, to adapt so quickly without any hint. As expected of a Kryptonian who was born as a soldier, he quickly adapts to various environments. Compared with the film, he is obviously stronger. Hey, it's really interesting. A seductive smile appeared on Fiona's face, then she looked at Jiang Tianming and said, "Let's start our second round." She tore off the damaged mask on the helmet, her eyes full of fighting spirit. After being irradiated by the sun's radiation, her physical strength was gradually recovering. At the same time, a system voice sounded in Jiang Tianming's mind, a piece of news that surprised him. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task reward, fighting body. Note, as the name suggests, the host's physical fitness can be enhanced through combat. This makes it interesting. Jiang Tianming also showed a satisfied smile. This physique can be said to have no upper limit, which means that he is the strongest so far. As you wish, the second round, start. Ugh. The two jumped up at the same time, and stepped towards each other. The ground suddenly burst with their steps, and they both rushed towards each other at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Soon, their bodies collided with each other, stirring up violent dust. In the grey dust, they both raised their fists at the same time, and hit each other mercilessly. Ugh. Jiang Tianming punched Fiona in the abdomen, and she couldn't help but bend over in pain through the battle armor. Immediately, Jiang Tianming grabbed the opponent's head and slammed it on his knee. Boom. The sonic boom was violently produced, and immediately a right uppercut punched Fiona's face, knocking her into the air, and her figure flew sideways dozens of meters away. Fiona quickly reacted. She got up quickly to avoid Jiang Tianming's attacking punch, then grabbed Jiang Tianming's arm, and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, causing a violent loud noise. Drink. Fiona raised her arm, pointed her elbow at Jiang Tianming's head, and slammed it down. Boom. Jiang Tianming dodged his head sideways, and immediately grabbed the armor part near Fiona's neck with lightning speed, flew in the air quickly, and then slammed it. Fiona's figure suddenly stopped in the air, and she was surprised to find that she was suspended in the air. Jiang Tianming knew that the other party had already strengthened further. Fiona suddenly felt discomfort in her eyes, and then shot out scarlet rays, uncontrollably destroying them around. Jiang Tianming raised his hand to block the opponent's inadvertent lasing into his ray mask, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He felt that the other party was evolving towards all the abilities that Kryptonians could have, and he was the same. He could feel that his own strength was getting stronger and stronger. Ugh. Fiona's eyes began to change back to their original shape, and then her body burst out, flying towards Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming also flew towards Fiona and collided with her. The two grabbed each other's wrists in the air and wrestled. Jiang Tianming saw that Fiona's eyes began to glow red, and he knew she was going to bully him. At the moment, there was no long-range attack. Immediately, Jiang Tianming attacked her with a head hammer, and with a bang and a loud bang, Jiang Tianming let her go ahead of time. Fiona's figure fell towards the wolf on the ground. Drink. Jiang Tianming's eyes fixed in the air, his legs began to condense huge amounts of energy, the surrounding atmosphere began to riot, and lightning began to wrap around Jiang Tianming's surroundings. The momentum was extremely astonishing. Boom boom boom. Ugh. Immediately, Jiang Tianming flew towards Fiona on the ground, raised his right foot full of flames and kicked her. Fiona, who was in the pit, raised her head and saw a terrifying aura rushing towards her. Her face turned hard, her eyes began to glow red, and then she shot two intense scarlet rays. Two scarlet rays collided on Jiang Tianming's right foot, but this couldn't stop his night kick. Energy poured out continuously, and everything around him began to be destroyed. Boom. The knight kicked Fiona's chest armor solidly, followed by an extremely violent explosion, and everything in the desert with a radius of several kilometers was instantly engulfed by the explosion. The pillar of fire soaring into the sky illuminated everyone's staring eyes, and they even wondered if the military had dropped a nuclear bomb nearby. In the Mildew Army command room, everyone looked at the image from the satellite, and they couldn't help being stunned and became silent. It was mainly because the battle between Jiang Tianming and Fiona shocked them, and the power of Jiang Tianming's night kick hit their hearts directly. When did the Earth have such a Superman? John Jones kept his expression unchanged, and couldn't help but fell into deep thought, but his real identity was Martian Manhunter. Superman had already fought against Sid, and the battle on Jiang Tianming's side was obviously more intense than that fought on Superman's side, and in the end it caused an explosion comparable to the power of a nuclear bomb. Fortunately, there was no nuclear radiation in this explosion, otherwise all the creatures around would be buried with them. John watched Jiang Tianming walk into Fiona, who was in the huge crater, and suddenly a sudden change occurred, and all the instruments in the command room, including the monitoring satellites in the sky, were paralyzed. Looking at the black screen, John looked at the soldiers beside him and asked, "What's going on?" All the instruments are paralyzed and cannot be used, and the satellites have no response. The soldiers kept fiddled with the instruments in their hands, but there was no effect. Has someone invaded? John asked again. No, there is no trace of being attacked at all, just like a sudden crash. The soldier's heart has already set off a storm, and he has never encountered such an unimaginable thing. John squinted his eyes and looked at the black screen. His intuition told him that everything here was caused by that black figure. And Bruce came to the scene of the crime in the metropolis. He witnessed the death of his employee Jack and saved the poor man who was already crippled. Bruce raised his eyes and saw a dusty girl standing under the ruins. She looked at the building above with tears in her eyes, and saw that the steel bars behind her were about to fall. Bruce ran over without any hesitation, quickly hugged the little girl to the side, and then comforted the little girl. It's okay, we will find your mother. Where's your mom? Seeing the little girl pointing to the dilapidated building behind Bruce, Bruce turned his head to look, and a sympathy began to resonate in his heart, and he hugged the little girl into his arms. Suffering unbearable pain at such a young age, Bruce patted the little girl's back with some distress. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise from the sky. When Bruce heard the loud noise, he stared angrily. His heart was full of anger, and he looked at Superman and Zed who fell from the sky. All of this was caused by them. At the same time, Jiang Tian sighed. Jiang Tianming lifted the transformation, and looked at Fiona who was lying in the center of the huge pothole, and couldn't help being a little surprised. At the moment Fiona is still alive, but the battle armor on her body has been completely torn, leaving only the place where the broken battle armor barely conceals the secret. Is this the physique of a Kryptonian? It's really scary. It's still when the sun is in the sky. Although the Kryptonian armor offsets some power, it's not that much. These elements were just enough to keep Fiona from dying. It's not dead. It seems that the Kryptonian's physique is really not covered. I'm a little envious, except for the weaknesses of Kryptonite and Red Sunday. Glancing at Fiona, who was dying on the ground, Jiang Tianming couldn't help feeling a bit of evil in his heart. It wasn't about that. He just wanted to take Fiona to the metropolis, so that she could see with his own eyes how Zed was killed. I don't know what choice she will make. Should she commit suicide as a completely defeated soldier, or as Zed's adjutant to avenge him? Save your life for a while. Just like that, Jiang Tianming casually found a windbreaker to wrap around Fiona and brought it into the metropolis. As soon as Fiona woke up, she wanted to attack Jiang Tianming, but was stopped by Jiang Tianming's words, that is to take her to meet her General Zed. Fiona had no choice but to compromise, and was led by Jiang Tianming to the metropolis to watch the battle, and then happened to meet Superman who broke Zed's neck. General. Fiona glared at everything, and then wanted to fly to them, but was blocked by Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming looked at her with a smile on his face, and said slowly, "Do you think you have a chance of winning? Can you avenge Zed with the present? 0, seeking flowers. Even Zed can't beat Carl, can you?" Fiona's veins bulged, and her heart was filled with anger, not towards Jiang Tianming, but towards Superman Carl. Now she really wanted to kill the traitor of their ethnic group. What the hell are you trying to say? Fiona squinted at the strong man in front of her who had defeated her, and her tone was somewhat wary. I just want to hear your answer. Will you rush to take revenge without thinking when you know you can't beat it, even though I'm not a soldier, and I don't have that so-called glory to speak of? Or do you have to endure it and wait until you become strong enough to avenge your general? Jiang Tianming's words, like a demon whispering in her ear, made Fiona calm down, and she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As Jiang Tianming said, she really can't beat Carl now, and Jiang Tianming is also on the Earth side, so it is impossible for her to beat these two people who are stronger than her. As a person on the side of the Earth, shouldn't you kill me at the moment? Why are you here to confuse me with words? This is where Fiona is puzzled. Well, good question. I am indeed on the side of the Earth, but I have a bit of a bad taste, and I happen to be short of a better thug here. Keep you here, maybe it will give Carl a surprise. Thinking of the possibility of a doomsday future in the future, he plans to keep a good thug, and Fiona is not bad. You want me to be your thug? I'm afraid you are not dreaming. She, an alien who invaded the Earth, would be invited by the enemy to be her own. That's why it's called bad taste. Bad taste is not strange, so can it be called bad taste? Jiang Tianming said with a smile. So, what's your answer? Hearing this, Fiona looked in the direction of Zed's corpse, and began to fall into deep thought, and then an answer appeared in her heart. Sorry General, I think it's time for me to give up the responsibility of adjutant for a while. Please forgive my waywardness. Hey, it looks like NTR. After the episode of Superman Man of Steel ended, Jiang Tianming took Fiona, who had officially become his subordinate, back to his home. So, aren't you going to explain what's going on now? My dear, why did you find a beautiful woman when you traveled far away and bring it home? Both Selena and Barbara's eyes were shining with a dangerous red light. Only Dinah's expression was normal, as if she had seen through Jiang Tianming's behavior. Shouldn't they lock up Jiang Tianming, in case he brings back a new sister for himself out of nowhere? You can introduce yourself. Jiang Tianming looked at the expressionless Fiona behind him and said, 527. Fiona walked in front of Jiang Tianming, first looked at the three women present, and after looking at them, she learned that none of them was her opponent. My name is Fiona Earl. I am a Kryptonian. From today onwards, I will temporarily serve as Jiang's subordinate. Hello, ladies. Fiona's expression was as if someone owed her money, and she kept sternly there, making Barbara and the three women couldn't help but look at each other. Although Dinah really wanted to raise her hand and say that she is not Jiang Tianming's wife, but now she obviously has the same problem as Barbara and the others, that is, this woman seems to be the one that invaded the Earth. But they never asked. Jiang Tianming naturally had his own reasons for doing so, after they got to know each other briefly. Okay, that's the end of the getting to know each other. It's time for me to do the experiment. Jiang Tianming gave Fiona a look, signaling for her to follow. Then Fiona took the Kryptonian armor left by Zed and followed Jiang Tianming to the underground laboratory. These armors were taken from old colonial outposts and restored by us. Fiona put the Kryptonian armor on the table and said to Jiang Tianming, but if we want to manufacture it, unfortunately we will not, after all we are soldiers not scientists. Jiang Tianming smiled and just looked at her like that. Fiona frowned, and said with some dissatisfaction, what do you mean by that look? To be honest, I thought you would put on a bad face for me, but I didn't expect you to be my subordinate so conscientiously. This is what Jiang Tianming didn't expect. Fiona, as their enemy before, is now his person. She should be treated with disgust and perfunctory, but now she is very serious as a subordinate assistant. Since I have promised you, I will naturally do my best. This is a matter of my reputation. After finishing speaking, Fiona pointed to Jiang Tianming and continued. On the contrary, it's you. When do you plan to let me avenge the star-crossing traitor? Jiang Tianming put a part of the Kryptonian armor in the detection instrument, and said to Fiona, the radiation of the yellow sun is a great supplement to you, and it will be fine when you absorb enough time. As for whether she will be worried about Fiona's comeback and plans to continue to invade the Earth, the answer is that she is not worried at all. Both planet reformers have been destroyed, and it is impossible to continue transforming the Earth into a Kryptonian environment. There are so many Asgardians on the Earth, plus one kryptonite, and Fiona can be directly withered. You have to give an estimate of how long it will be. Fiona hugged her chest to express her dissatisfaction with Jiang Tianming's behavior of drawing big cakes. In case it takes several decades, she doesn't know if she can afford to wait so long. Zed's body is almost cold, although it is already cold now. People's physique cannot be generalized. Some people shovel and kill tigers, some people strangle tigers, and some people can fly into the sky by stepping on their left foot and right foot. So, even if I know Carl's absorption time, I don't know your absorption time, so just wait, time will tell. Jiang Tianming continued to paint big cakes. To be honest, he didn't know whether Fiona would be able to beat Superman Clark in the future. Although Fiona was born with military genes, she must be very capable in battle. But Superman also has such a gene, so he will definitely absorb solar radiation faster or even more than Fiona. Fiona became silent. She seemed to feel that she had fallen into the big pit dug by Jiang Tianming, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Jiang Tianming didn't intend to ignore Fiona, but continued to do his own experiments, researching the material of the Kryptonian armor. This kind of material cannot be found on the Earth. Looking at the report from the testing equipment, he said while pinching his chin. From the very beginning, he wanted to make armor like Kryptonian armor to strengthen his girls 1.2 so that they could have more self-protection ability. The defense of this Kryptonian armor is not so high, at least it can withstand several punches from Superman, and it can also withstand heat ray. But now it seems that it is estimated that it will not be able to be manufactured in a short period of time. The material problem alone will stump him, and the production will definitely not be a problem. He has this confidence. In the future, look for opportunities to find metals that can do it. Let me take you out for a stroll, let you get familiar with life on Earth. Jiang Tianming temporarily gave up the experiment, turned his head and said to Fiona. 2 months later, the metropolis has barely returned to its previous appearance. Jiang Tianming walked Fiona on the street. Fiona was wearing a black leather jacket and denim trousers. Even though Jiang Tianming had been taking her to try to get in touch with the human world for the past 2 months, she was still not used to it. Her iceberg-like face caused many people who wanted to strike up a conversation to retreat directly. It's completely meaningless for you to bring me into contact with human society. Fiona snorted and said immediately. Hey, don't say that. How do you know if you don't try? Jiang Tianming said as he walked slowly behind Fiona. Black lines began to appear on Fiona's face. Try it. After 2 months of trying, it didn't work. She's still a little unaccustomed to human life. I'm thirsty, let's find a coffee shop and sit down. Seeing that Fiona was a little depressed, she was obviously shocked, so Jiang Tianming had no choice but to take her to try a human diet. Immediately, Jiang Tianming led Fiona to a certain coffee shop, where Jiang Tianming ordered a cup of coffee and a cup of milk for Fiona. It is worth mentioning that Fiona has inexplicably fallen in love with drinking milk in the past 2 months, and basically orders it every time she goes to a beverage store. As soon as the drink was served, Fiona's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to reach out to pick up the cup, but in the next second, crack. As soon as Fiona picked up the cup, she couldn't control her strength. The cup shattered and the milk flowed to the ground. Everyone in the store heard the sound and looked in this direction. Jiang Tianming couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. Fiona still couldn't control her strength in the past 2 months. At home, I dismantled a lot of things, such as faucets and room doors. At least there were a lot of expenses inside. Fortunately, Jiang Tianming was not short of money. Fiona clenched her fists tightly, anger began to well up in her heart, and then she glared at the guests who were looking over. They all trembled, stopped looking at Jiang Tianming and Fiona, and buried their heads in drinking their own things. Sorry boss, I lost the money for the cup. Let's have another cup. Jiang Tianming ordered another cup for Fiona. Take your time, don't rush to get angry. Jiang Tianming slowly moved the new milk in front of Fiona, and said to her. For Fiona's training, Jiang Tianming gave her a training plan, which was to peel hard-boiled eggs. At the beginning, Fiona smashed the eggs as soon as she got them. In 2 months, she has improved a lot obviously. The allure of milk made her forget to control her own strength. Human things are so fragile. Fiona snorted lightly, and after controlling her strength, she picked up the milk and added into her mouth. What I said roughly meant that she was not to blame for these things, but that human beings were too fragile and not hard enough. Yes, what you said is correct. Jiang Tianming had no choice but to agree with her, and now she was like a vexatious little girl. He could tell from getting along these days, Fiona's character is arrogant, plus she has a little dark belly. Now that I'm in a better mood, let's go. Seeing that Fiona's mood improved after drinking milk, she simply continued walking on the streets of the metropolis. Fiona, who was walking on the street, suddenly saw something novel, pointed to it, and asked Jiang Tianming, what is that? Jiang Tianming looked towards the direction Fiona was pointing at, and saw a little girl holding a balloon and smiling happily there. That's a balloon, a human child's toy. Fiona just stared at the balloon that the little girl was holding, engrossed for a long time, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, the little girl let go of her hand, and the balloon flew into the air. She became a little anxious. My balloon. Fiona's eyes suddenly lit up, and she jumped several meters high, holding the rope of the balloon, and fell to the ground. The little girl thought that the big sister was helping her get back her balloon, so she ran to Fiona happily and said, "Thank you, Sister Yin." However, Fiona didn't seem to have the intention of going back. The two girls, one big and one small, just stood there and looked at each other. Just when the little girl was about to cry, Jiang Tianming had no choice but to take the balloon back from Fiona's hand, and then gave it back to the little girl. "Thank you, big brother." After a short time, he left bouncing away. 247. Jiang Tianming turned his head away, only to see Fiona looking at him with a dark face, obviously expressing strong dissatisfaction with his actions. "That's my prize." Damn. Jiang Tianming couldn't help but rolled his eyes. As for grabbing balloons with a little girl, he would lose dead man if he said it. It's someone else's. I'm ashamed of you for snatching a balloon from your majestic Kryptonian adjutant and a little girl under the age of 10. But I clearly saw her let go. Doesn't that mean she doesn't want it? Fiona folded her chest and looked away, not intending to admit the mistake just now. Jiang Tianming patted his forehead. He didn't bother to argue with Fiona. He went directly to the balloon booth and bought a new balloon for her. "If you want it, ask me to buy it for you. Don't just take someone else's." Jiang Tianming handed the string of the balloon to Fiona and said to her helplessly. Fiona took the balloon, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise a little, and then she noticed Jiang Tianming's eyes looking over, and suddenly disappeared again, and finally choked out. Snort. The three women are wearing sports vests and leggings, following the teaching on TV, learning to do yoga. But the environment they are in now is obviously not so quiet. Boom. The ground kept shaking, and everything in the living room was affected by it and kept shaking. They naturally knew that it wasn't an earthquake, but that Jiang Tianming and Fiona were sparring on the second basement floor. The two Supermans were sparring, and the ground trembled. Fortunately, the training room is made of various metal synthesis super alloys, at least it won't let the house collapse. Since Tianming brought that girl back 2 months ago, she seems to be fighting a lot. Barbara felt the strangeness, so she said to the other two girls. Selena didn't know the secret, so she could only shake her head to express that she didn't know. Who knows, anyway, after he brought back that short-haired girl, he doesn't plan to teach me now. Obviously I was the one who said it first. Dinah, who was pulled over by Barbara and Selena to do yoga together, suddenly said aggrieved. Why, she was the one who came first, no matter whether she met him first or... It seems that there is nothing. Barbara and Selena glanced at each other, both feeling speechless. Is Dinah a self-guided strategy? How could she have such an idea? If Jiang Tianming is here, he must be yelling wronged. Dinah has already graduated from him a long time ago, and in the training room on the second basement floor. Boom. I saw Fiona's figure spinning rapidly in the air, like a kite with a broken string, flying towards the wall and hitting there hard. Fiona felt a little bit of humiliation. During the pair training, she was completely crushed, which hit her self-esteem a little bit. Jiang Tianming naturally knows what's going on. In terms of fighting skills alone, he is on par with Fiona, but Jiang Tianming has a fighting body, and he can become stronger the more he fights. As for Fiona, this is the second basement floor, and there is no sun at all. How can she recover her physical strength and become stronger? Look at you, what does that look like? Jiang Tianming laughed for a while, and stretched out his hand to Fiona who was lying on the ground. If they can practice sparring outside, but Jiang Tianming has a little naughty taste. That is, I want to know if Fiona will not be able to beat him after she lacks the sun buff. Facts have proved that Jiang Tianming's strength in the early stage is not as good as hers, but as time goes by, Jiang Tianming becomes stronger and begins to suppress Fiona. As for the heat ray, it is definitely forbidden. He doesn't want his home to be shot through. Humph, fight me outside if you have the ability. Fiona held Jiang Tianming's outstretched hand, and then used her strength to pull herself up and said, "Oh, I'm thirsty, go get something to drink." Jiang Tianming decisively changed the subject, wiped the sweat off his head with a towel, turned his head and left. Only Fiona was left on the spot, looking at him with dissatisfied cold eyes. Not long after Fiona sighed weakly, she still couldn't resist the temptation of milk, then followed Jiang Tianming and left the training room. "What flavor do you want to drink today?" Jiang Tianming came to the kitchen on the first floor, opened the refrigerator for a look, and asked Fiona behind him. "Strawberry," Fiona said in less than 2 seconds. Yes, why is it a strawberry again?" Jiang Tianming only dared to mutter and complain in a low voice, but obviously he forgot that Fiona is not an ordinary person, and her hearing is amazing. Seeing Fiona staring at him with half-closed eyes, the cheeky Jiang Tianming couldn't help turning his head away, then took the cup and poured milk into it. "Ma'am, your milk." Jiang Tianming moved the glass of strawberry milk in front of Fiona. The corners of Fiona's mouth rose in satisfaction, and she was keenly aware of Jiang Tianming's gaze again, and the corners of her mouth returned to the original place again. After Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly, he picked up a large bottle of Coke and poured it into his mouth. After drinking it, he burped comfortably for 10 seconds. Automatically ignoring Fiona's disgusting gaze, sat comfortably on the chair, and began to think about the changes in himself in the past 2 months. During these 2 months, he started sparring with Fiona, and his body gradually became stronger. Originally, his own data, the main good, was the limit of 4,000 tons. Now his data, through the system display, has been known, that is, his current punching and kicking power is 65 tons. And according to the intensity of the battle, the strength of the promotion will increase, which makes Jiang Tianming start to look forward to the day of destruction in the near future. And he can feel that since he got the physique of a fighting body, his fighting spirit has been magnified several times, and sometimes he even loses control unconsciously, forgetting to think, leaving only the purest fighting instinct. This is not a good thing, at least for now. We will find a way to control it later. One child. When Jiang Tianming and Fiona came to the living room, they saw the 3 girls sitting on the sofa watching TV, and the live news broadcast on the TV made Jiang Tianming familiar for a while. The content is the evaluation of Superman from all walks of life in human beings, whether such a person came to the earth, whether to use their moral concepts to restrain him. Many such remarks are presented on TV. What we're really talking about is, does our world really need Superman? He already exists. After watching the content on TV, Fiona on the side raised her lips and smiled, and then began to sneer. Kall has done so much for human beings, even killed his own kind for them, yet he is still jealous by them. It's ridiculous. In fact, human beings have the right idea. Whether a Superman with the power to destroy the world appears in their eyes, they feel scared or happy. The answer is definitely fear. You never know when the other party will make a move to destroy the world. If one day he goes crazy, it will be devastating to the world. From Batman Bruce's point of view, that's how he sees it. No one knows when he's going to get out of control, and he's going to take the 1% chance in his hands. Doomsday Future is such a script, but without Superman, the Justice League will lose a large part of its combat power, so neither can be lost. It is necessary to maintain vigilance against Superman, but also not to lose Superman's high-end combat power. Tianming, Diana sent you a new file. Barbara pointed to the laptop in front of her. Jiang Tianming stepped forward to watch, and only then did he know what kind of documents Diana sent him, all kinds of information that Lex Luthor deliberately leaked, such as kryptonite information. As well as all walks of life he has found Superman, Diana the Wonder Woman, the Flash Barry Allen, Cyborg Victor Stone, Aquaman Arthur. Miraculously, there is also a piece of information about him in it, that is, the photo of him fighting Fiona in the incarnation of Ultimate Sora, and there is no other information. She also said that you should return this thing to Bruce, after all, you stole it from him. Barbara took out the copy device that Diana sent over. Jiang Tianming nodded to indicate that he understood, and then he went out and rode the mobile Pegasus to Wayne Manor. Soon, Jiang Tianming came to Wayne Manor. He walked up to the door and rang the bell. Not long after, a gray-haired gentleman opened the door and appeared in front of Jiang Tianming. "Mr. Jiang, what can I do?" Ah Fu nodded politely and smiled. "Actually, I have something to talk to Bruce about. Is he at home now?" This was Jiang Tianming's first meeting with Ah Fu, and he had been looking forward to Bruce's supporter and housekeeper for a long time. Master Wayne has been waiting inside for a long time. It seemed that Bruce knew that Jiang Tianming was coming, but it was actually just polite words. Then Ah Fu brought Jiang Tianming to the living room, saying that he would call Bruce to receive the guests, and then left the living room, while Jiang Tianming sat on the sofa and waited quietly. Soon, Bruce in a suit came to the living room. "Ginger, what did you come to see me for?" Jiang Tianming handed the device that Bruce copied the data to Bruce. "This is yours." Bruce frowned, took it and said to Jiang Tianming, "Is that woman yours?" "It is indeed my person, and it is my woman. We have not changed the information in it, but just copied it." Bruce naturally believed Jiang Tianming's words, and he didn't think Jiang Tianming would lie to him, so he turned around and wanted to go back to the Batcave to check the information. "How does it feel to have blood on your hands?" Jiang Tianming said to Bruce's back at this moment. Bruce stopped in his tracks. He naturally knew what Jiang Tianming was talking about. It was nothing more than a series of things that happened after he asked Jiang Tianming to let Joker go. Bruce stopped there for a long time, and Jiang Tianming couldn't see his at the moment expression. After that, Bruce didn't say anything, and continued walking on his way without turning his head. Jiang Tianming shrugged indifferently. Since Bruce asked him to let Joker go, he knew that all these things would happen, and the death of the second-generation Robin Jason Todd was one of them. At that time, the strange man came over, and he asked Jiang Tianming, "Excuse me, did you talk about anything?" Because he saw Bruce's face was not very good looking when he came back from making tea, so he asked curiously. "It's nothing. Speaking of which, Bruce is quite old, when will he get married?" Jiang Tianming took a sip from the teacup, and then jokingly said to Afu. Afu sighed, "In my dreams, I want to see Master Wayne marry a woman, and then give birth to a child so that the Wayne family has descendants." At the moment, Afu wanted to have a headache, and he urged Bruce to find a woman to marry all the time, but he dedicated everything to Gotham's fight against crime. "Don't worry, we will come." Jiang Tianming patted Afu on the shoulder and said, "The future fourth young Master Damien is probably already on his way. The next day, a Senate hearing will be held today, where Superman will make his statement." Jiang Tianming came to see the firework, and Luthor specially organized the firework for Superman. This firework made Bruce hate Superman, and the public's suspicion of Superman deepened. I have to say that Luthor deserves to be called the two smartest human beings on DC Earth with Bruce. Because Bruce lost most of his calmness because of the death of his own employees and the second-generation Robin. Batman and Superman are in the open, Luthor is in the dark, and the intelligence is not even a little bit poor, which leads to Batman being played in the palm of his hand. "Get out, Superman." Many people held up signs and insulted Superman non-stop. Among them there may be relatives of those affected by Superman's war against Sid. There are more than a dozen poor souls today. At this moment, a nice female voice sounded beside Jiang Tianming. This tone caught Jiang Tianming's attention, and he turned his head to look at the black-haired woman. She was wearing a black top and jeans, and a silver cross necklace around her neck. Under the black umbrella, she has a paler complexion than everyone present, and her body seems to have only two colors, black and white. "Oh, which believer are you again?" Jiang Tianming didn't recognize her immediately, thinking she was a religious believer from somewhere. Suddenly, Jiang Tianming saw the ant behind her throw an egg in Superman's direction, and Jiang Tianming was trying to pull the woman over to prevent her from being hit by the egg. But in the next second, an unimaginable thing happened. Although Jiang Tianming had already pulled the woman's arm, the egg passed through her body miraculously, flew to the ground in front and shattered. Jiang Tianming let go of his hand, looked at himself holding the pale woman's hand, and looked at her suspiciously. "Are you?" It was only then that Jiang Tianming remembered that the other party's dress was very similar to a character he knew well, and he thought this was the DC world. Now he has roughly guessed it. "We met for the first time." Death smiled and looked at Jiang Tianming, leaned forward slightly, nodded to the latter, and said with his lips slightly parted. Death, the second child in the Endless family, commonly known as the second sister by fans, is the most powerful in the Endless family, the supreme existence in the DC world, second only to the existence of God. The strength ranks at least the top 5 in DC. She is neither a hero nor a villain. The end of all things is death, she is the supreme existence, and it is also a concept. The dream of one of the Endless families, which Murphy said, is the only one who can limit herself originally. Jiang Tianming couldn't be happy, because only the dead can see death, that is to say, I think death has not come to you so quickly. Death seemed to see Jiang Tianming's thoughts, so he said with a smile. "I think there is nothing in this world that can take your life, not even death." Death smiled and turned to look at the Senate. Seeing that death didn't seem to be a joke, Jiang Tianming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he is strong now, he is only limited to the earth. If there is a conceptual level existence, then he will not have to fight. Then why did you come here? Is it because many people are about to die here? Jiang looked back at the Senate. This is one of them. One of them? What do you mean? Is there any other reason for her to be here? Jiang Tianming frowned, seeing that Death didn't plan to say anything, and he didn't plan to ask any more questions. The two just looked in the direction of the Senate and remained silent. 0. Seeking flowers. Are you afraid of death? After the two were silent for a long time, Death suddenly said, and then she looked at Jiang Tianming with her deep black eyes. Death, as long as there is nostalgia for reality, people will be afraid of death, but death in this world is not terrible, on the contrary, she is warm and gentle. She is the guide of the decedent's soul, although she is death originally, she is more like an angel. The end of everything is death, even God. This is the rule of this world. If I can see you even after death, I don't think everyone will be afraid of death, but will love death instead. Jiang Tianming turned his head and smiled at Death. The surrounding protests continued to sound extremely noisy. No one could hear Jiang Tianming speak, only Death could. No one could hear Death speak, only Jiang Tianming could. Death was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth rose, as if he was very happy with Jiang Tianming's words. Boom. Suddenly the Senate exploded, and violent flames appeared in the eyes of the public. It looks like it's time for me to leave. Seeing that Death began to walk towards the direction of the Senate, Jiang Tianming knew that she was going to lead the dead souls to the void and be buried outside the world. It's just that what Jiang Tianming didn't understand was, if she died, would she be robbing someone from heaven and hell? Thank you, I am very happy today. At this moment, Death said suddenly. She walked on her way without looking back, but Jiang Tianming knew that her face at the moment must be full of smiles. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, turned and left here. About the second sister of Death, you can go and watch the short video of Death at the DC booth, it's very good to watch. Tomorrow night is Batman vs Superman, and after that Doomsday will come, but before that, he needs to be somewhere. Where are you taking me? Fiona looked at Jiang Tianming in front and asked him. Zid once drove the ancient Kryptonian spacecraft to the metropolis, we have to go there and get some things. What Jiang Tianming wanted was the knowledge of 100,000 different worlds contained in the Kryptonian spacecraft. Fiona frowned, but didn't say anything, just followed Jiang Tianming on the way to the Kryptonian spaceship. On the way, Jiang Tianming turned into a phase and upgraded to an accelerated form. 660 turned on the accelerated mode and brought FIO into the Kryptonian spacecraft quickly. This is one of your abilities. Fiona just felt that she had entered the Kryptonian spaceship as soon as she closed her eyes, which was amazing. You can understand it this way. Jiang Tianming came to the closed gate, pointed to it and said to Fiona, it's your turn to perform. Fiona walked to the gate, and stretched out her hand to press on the detection instrument. The Kryptonian spacecraft quickly recognized Fiona's Kryptonian identity, and opened the gate. Jiang Tianming walked into the pool with a lot of liquid, and there was an activation device right in the middle, on which was the key item for activation, the master key. Without any hesitation, Jiang Tianming pressed the key into the starter device, and soon the surrounding lights lit up, and then a mechanical female voice sounded in the entire space. Welcome. The voice kept changing, and many languages were exchanged. Finally, because it was positioned as a country of mold, it was finally determined to be a language. The analysis shows that the operating efficiency of the spacecraft is 37%. Would you like to take over the operation? Yes. Understood. The Kryptonian archives contain the knowledge of 100,000 different worlds. Very good, teach me. As soon as the voice fell, many data suckers began to fall from the air, and then the adsorbent landed on Jiang Tianming's head. Soon, Jiang Tianming felt that a lot of knowledge was transmitted in his mind. Jiang Tianming closed his eyes to feel and browse, and began to learn various knowledge of Krypton. On the other hand, Fiona stood there watching Jiang Tianming learn the knowledge of her hometown, and immediately walked outside the door, standing in front of the door to watch out for Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming rubbed his temples, and now his head was a little swollen, but soon this discomfort disappeared. Nearly 10 hours have passed, and it is already tomorrow morning. It seems that he has spent a lot of time absorbing knowledge. Jiang Tianming left the pool full of liquid and walked to the door, only to see Fiona standing there like a sculpture. He naturally knew that the other party was guarding him. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly. To be honest, having a loyal female thug is really a good experience. In his heart, Fiona's revenge will never succeed. On the contrary, Jiang Tianming will make her a side of the earth. Isn't this a kind of NTR? You're over? It's really been long enough. Naturally, Fiona didn't know what Jiang Tianming was thinking. When she noticed that Jiang Tianming had come out, she turned around and said to him, it's over. Jiang Tianming smiled at her and said, let's go, I'll treat you to milk, it's still strawberry flavored. How can I say that he has stood here for 10 hours, and he would feel embarrassed if he didn't repay him? Hearing this, Fiona's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but began to rise. Her mood gradually improved. It's almost zero. Jiang Tianming and Fiona returned home. At the moment Barbara and Selena were swimming in the private pool in the backyard. Dinah was not a resident here after all, so she went home. Let me see. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Tianming opened his laptop and checked the news on it. As long as there was information about Doomsday, he would go there. My identity has been found out, although you haven't, but it should be soon, right? At this time, Diana came out from the kitchen, put the fruit plate on the table in front of Teacher Zhang, and said to Jiang Tianming. What Diana said was that her identity as Wonder Woman had already been learned by Thor. Jiang Tianming didn't think it was a big deal. It didn't matter if he left, his place was like a paradise. Without his consent, no one else could come in, and he could stay here forever. And even if they know that Diana is Wonder Woman, no one can do anything to her, unless someone doesn't want to live anymore. They are not people who have the principle of not killing. Don't worry, just wear 1.2 glasses at ordinary times. Jiang Tianming plays a Superman meme. Superman is usually not seen, but it is actually his original ability. Really? Diana almost believed it, and asked with some uncertainty. Seeing Diana's cute look, Jiang Tianming couldn't help but burst out laughing, got up and kissed her on the small mouth. Don't worry, take one step at a time, no one can bully you without me. Jiang Tianming hugged Diana's slender waist without fat, and said with a smile. Tonight, go on a date with me. Issuing the task, kill the pirated Doomsday, the task reward, 3 times the effect of the Man of Steel. The voice of the system sounded in Jiang Tianming's mind. In fact, Jiang Tianming was already mentally prepared. Since the system called tonight's Doomsday as Piracy Doomsday, there was a reason, because Jiang Tianming learned about it after receiving the knowledge from the Kryptonian spaceship. A long time ago, before Krypton was destroyed, Krypton had created Doomsday, and that Doomsday was the real Doomsday, and was imprisoned by Kryptonians in Krypton's phantom space. Until Krypton is destroyed, Doomsday is liberated and floats in outer space, and it is believed that it will land on Earth in the future. And tonight's pirated Doomsday is the pirated Doomsday that Luthor also received the knowledge of Krypton, and then imitated it. It's really troublesome. Before 08, he thought it was the genuine Doomsday, but who would have thought it was a pirated version? Even the original Kryptonians couldn't find a real way to kill Doomsday. He really didn't believe that the Krypton Spear could kill Doomsday simply. As expected of the DC world he is familiar with, it is really dangerous enough. Fortunately, he has the plug-in of the system, and he can become stronger before the real Doomsday arrives. What are you thinking? Seeing Jiang Tianming's pensive look, Diana asked curiously. It's nothing, I'm just thinking about something. Jiang Tianming didn't intend to tell the truth about Doomsday. Jiang Tianming then brought Fiona and Diana to the underground laboratory, where he built Fiona the hardest armor on Earth. The material is composed of tungsten steel alloy as the main material. At least for now, it can only be made with this alloy. Let's upgrade when there are new substitutes in the future. The style still imitates the original Kryptonian armor. At least Jiang Tianming thought it was very handsome, so he continued to use the appearance of the Kryptonian armor. Fiona seemed to miss this Kryptonian armor, stepped forward to touch it, and seemed to nod with some satisfaction. What about mine? Diana pouted at this moment, pretending to be dissatisfied. Jiang Tianming rolled his eyes speechlessly. Your body still needs a battle armor, although it can't defend against the damage of sharp weapons. Who told you that you have so many artifacts? Definitely next time. Jiang Tianming kissed Diana's face, and just put it off like that, and we'll make a better one for Diana when he has a chance in the future. Okay, it's time for us to hit the road. Jiang Tianming brought Fiona and Diana, who were dressed in battle armor, to the apocalypse fighter plane he created again. Boom. Jiang Tianming's private hill is located on the side of Gotham City near the sea, and a gate is slowly opened on the mountainside facing the sea. Jiang Tianming drove the apocalypse fighter, and with the roar of the engine, he flew out of his happy hill. Target location, Metropolis. In the dim Metropolis, I saw a monster and a blue figure inside the Kryptonian spaceship. The monster punched Superman, and Superman's figure suddenly flew upside down and hit the ground hard. Boom. The earth, stone, tiles and bricks were all destroyed. Superman stood up slowly, and Song saw the destruction falling heavily in front of his eyes. Roar. Doomsday glanced at the Superman statue in front of him, then turned to look at Superman flying in the air. Superman suddenly took off towards Doomsday and crashed into him, but Doomsday stopped after taking only a few steps back, then grabbed Superman who was on top of him and threw it. Boom. Several stone tablets were smashed, and Superman stood up again with some difficulty. Obviously, he was still affected by the kryptonite smoke, and it was night now, and there was no sun to replenish his energy, so he was a little weak. Ho ho ho. Doomsday roared loudly, and immediately the whole figure flew towards Superman like a cannonball. Superman escaped being hit by the Doomsday and flew to the distant building, directly smashing a big hole there. Doomsday suddenly turned his head to look at the helicopter behind him, kicked it suddenly, smashed the helicopter instantly, and then landed on the high platform in the distance. Thuk thuk. Boom boom boom. The armed helicopter of the Mildew army poured its firepower, but it couldn't deal a fatal blow to Doomsday, and could only repel it. Suddenly, Doomsday's body began to glow red, and immediately roared into the air. Roar. 623 boom. In an instant, a scarlet electromagnetic force field began to erupt around Doomsday. The armed helicopter and surrounding high-rise buildings were destroyed. Boom. Superman gritted his teeth and flew into the sky, holding Doomsday on top, intending to bring him into space. But Mei-jun and others in the command room realized that this was a good time, and one of the leaders immediately said, "We can launch the nuclear bomb directly, Mr. President." Wait, are you crazy? Hearing this, John couldn't help but change his face. He couldn't believe that the senior officer in front of him would make such a decision. They're tall enough that we can nuke them without causing any casualties. There's going to be one casualty, Mr. President, and that's Superman, John said to the US President on the phone, trying to salvage the situation. This is the best choice, John, you have to obey the order. John was disappointed by the president's words, but he had to admit that this was indeed the best choice at the moment. As the nuclear bomb hit Superman and Doomsday, the sky was illuminated by flames all day long. Whether it was Batman in the Batfighter, or Jiang Tianming and others in the Apocalypse Fighter, they could clearly see the flames above. But very soon, a huge figure wrapped in flames fell down at an extremely fast speed, and then smashed hard on an uninhabited island in the east of the metropolis. Boom. Accompanied by the violent explosion, Doomsday's body has absorbed enough energy to continue evolving. Ho ho. Doomsday's body began to grow several sharp bone spurs, his eyes and mouth began to glow red, and then an astonishing red shockwave burst out. Bruce had clearly seen the true face of this monster, and at the moment he was a little stunned, and then an ignorant voice came from the communication device of his Batfighter. Bruce, he is a Kryptonian creature, so he needs kryptonite to solve him. This problem is left to you. No way, in this kind of encounter situation, the role of Batman Bruce would be greatly reduced. Jiang Tianming had no choice but to make him responsible for finding the kryptonite spear. Understood. Bruce also knew the origin of the opponent, so he drove the Bat Fighter back to the abandoned building without any hesitation. And Jiang Tianming was driving the Apocalypse fighter plane to stop in the air. The rear hatch began to open, and Fiona and Diana also jumped out. After Jiang Tianming set the Apocalypse fighter to autopilot, he also jumped off the Apocalypse fighter. When Fiona saw the true face of Doomsday, she couldn't help but change her face. She knew very well who the monster that was forbidden by Krypton was. Why is this damn monster here? Fiona turned her head and asked Jiang Tianming, who had just landed on the ground. As Krypton's adjutant, she is well aware of the horror of this monster. Her Krypton can't kill this monster with all of Krypton's strength, and then it is difficult to seal it, but now it appears on the Earth. Remember that Kryptonian spaceship? Someone used it to create this monster, not your original Kryptonian one. Hearing this, Fiona looked at the Doomsday in the sea of flames again, and as expected, she saw that the Doomsday in front of her was not the Doomsday she had imagined. It was obvious that he hadn't fully evolved yet, only some bone spurs had grown on his body. In her impression of Doomsday, there were terrifying bone spurs all over his body. He hasn't fully evolved yet, we must find a way to seal him, Fiona said with a serious face. Ho ho. At this moment, Doomsday found Jiang Tianming and the others, then kicked his feet and flew towards them. What we have to do now is to have fun with him. The corners of Jiang Tianming's mouth rose, showing a smile full of fighting spirit. Really? Fiona shook her head helplessly, and then the battle armor mask on her face merged, her eyes fixed, and she kicked her feet and flew towards the Doomsday in the air. Drink. With a battle cry, Diana stepped on both feet, and her whole body exploded towards Doomsday. Drink. Jiang Tianming was surrounded by a black aura, entangled with thunder and lightning, and the surrounding sand and stones were ready to move. Then, the Black Knight appeared again. Roar. Doomsday punched Fiona fiercely in the air. Fiona dodged at an extremely fast speed, then turned around, raised her fist and hit Doomsday heavily on the head. Boom. Doomsday's body lost control and fell to the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. Ugh. Diana fell in the air towards the Doomsday Sun on the ground, and the Vulcan sword in her hand stabbed at Doomsday's chest. Ho ho. Unexpectedly, Doomsday's eyes and mouth began to glow red, and then a violent heat ray burst out, shooting towards Diana. Diana's complexion changed, so she had no choice but to raise her hands, using the Guardian Silver bracelet to block Doomsday's heat ray, and her figure flew backwards uncontrollably. Ugh. At this moment, Jiang Tianming came. He fell from the air and unleashed an astonishing punch towards Doom's abdomen, knocking him back dozens of meters away. Roar. Doomsday roared in pain, and immediately he stepped up his feet and ran towards Jiang Tianming at a very fast speed. Boom. The fists of Doomsday and Jiang Tianming collided, and huge amounts of shockwave knocked away the surrounding earth and rocks. Jiang Tianming then narrowed his eyes, flashed behind Doomsday at an extremely flexible speed, then raised the thorn on his elbow, and swiped fiercely at Doomsday's back. Lin Lin's wound appeared, but it healed very quickly, which is worthy of the recovery ability. Roar. Boom. Doomsday punched Jiang Tianming behind him, sending him flying tens of meters away. Then, accompanied by a loud sonic boom, Superman flew towards Doomsday at top speed after replenishing the energy of the sun, knocking it into the air. Superman looked at Fiona, Zhaomahao, with extremely unexpected eyes. At the moment, he was a little confused. He didn't expect that there were survivors in Zid's group. She is not our enemy now, but mine. Superman Carl. Jiang Tianming slowly landed in front of Superman's eyes and said to him. Although Superman is still a little worried now, but she is also his own family after all, and now he is also defending against foreign enemies, and he also acquiesced in Fiona's joining. Carl. Fiona began to show hatred in her eyes, and she was about to walk towards Superman to attack him, but Jiang Tianming raised her hand to stop her. Although Fiona really wanted to put Superman on the ground as a hammer, but she had no choice but to let it go. Even she herself didn't know when she would listen to Jiang Tianming like that. There are more important things to do now. Good. Just as Jiang Tianming and others were fighting against Doomsday, Bruce had come to the abandoned building in Gotham's abandoned port. But when he came to the place where he had discarded the kryptonite spear before, he saw nothing on the ground, which made a big question mark pop up in Bruce's mind. What's the situation? Where's the spear? Where's my kryptonite spear? Bruce kept searching around there, but still couldn't find the kryptonite spear, which made Bruce's face start to look ugly. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise outside. Bruce heard the sound and looked, only to see a violent fire coming from outside. Bruce came to the door with steps, and in front of the huge amounts of explosion flames, there was a blue-cloaked figure hanging in the air. That was Superman. But Jiang Tianming, Fiona, and Diana arrived late. At this time Jiang Tianming couldn't help but look ugly. He didn't expect Superman to suddenly hit high. Facing Doomsday with his big move, Superman punched 3 times, stupefied to bring Doomsday back to Gotham Port in the original plot. Damn it, UBD. Jiang Tianming couldn't help cursing inwardly, and sent Doomsday flying to that familiar place, triggering a violent explosion. Next, if Doomsday absorbs enough energy, it will further evolve, and it will be even more strenuous to fight at that time. Boom. Sure enough, the red energy shockwave erupted from Doomsday's body again, and everyone raised their hands to block it so as not to be blown away. He is an energy absorbing, and he has begun to evolve by himself. Diana's eyes reflected the appearance of Doomsday's evolution, and she gradually became vigilant. I can see it. Then Jiang Tianming saw Bruce standing at the door of the building, and immediately broke out at an astonishing speed, and came to Bruce in an instant. Did you find it? Hearing this, Bruce recognized the Black Knight as Jiang Tianming because he had a strange belt on his body. Bruce shook his head and said, I can't find it in a short time now, I need time. No, you can go directly to Louise. Bruce was a little confused why the kryptonite spear was related to Louise. Then he turned his mind, and thought of the problem, and saw that the relationship between Superman and Louise was not simple. Louise was afraid that the kryptonite spear would threaten Superman again, so she just found a place to throw it away. Also worthy of being Batman, it doesn't take long to think of anything. Bruce nodded towards Jiang Tianming, and immediately turned to look for Louise, who was still in the port. Jiang Tianming turned to look at Superman, who was still fighting against Doomsday, and the corners of his mouth began to rise. For some reason, after Doomsday evolved, his fighting spirit began to surge in his heart. Let me see how many caddies you have. Jiang Tianming began to hover in the air, and then flew towards Doomsday. Drink. Jiang Tianming's hands began to entwine with a black aura, which was mixed with golden thunder and lightning, and the aura was extremely astonishing. Ugh. Jiang Tianming flew in front of Doomsday, and punched him with an astonishingly powerful punch on the head. In an instant, the black energy field erupted, engulfing all the surrounding buildings and destroying them. Boom. Superman and Fiona raised their arms in front of them, standing on their feet to stabilize their figures, while Diana raised her power shield to block the powerful black energy shockwave. Roar. As expected, Doomsday was not dead, and he didn't even have any wounds on his body. He roared at Jiang Tianming, and then flew towards Jiang Tianming. Relying on his speed and his originally possessed spider telepathy, Jiang Tianming nimbly dodged Doomsday's attack, finding the right opportunity to fight back. Boom. Jiang Tianming lay on the ground without any hesitation, avoiding Doomsday's slap, immediately lifted his feet together, and kicked hard at Doomsday. With a loud bang, Doomsday was knocked into the air, and the two girls who cooperated with Jiang Tianming immediately felt that the opportunity had come. Immediately, Diana slammed her legs forward and chopped off Doomsday's head in the air with her hands, but Doomsday's reaction was not slow. Immediately, Doomsday turned his head and shot a strong heat ray at Diana. Diana had no choice but to give up the slash, and raised the divine power shield on the other hand to block. Boom. After the destruction fell, heat ray kept pouring relentlessly on Diana's divine shield. Ugh. Fiona's eyes erupted with a strong heat ray that collided with the Doomsday's heat ray, and the aura of the collision between the two completely destroyed the surroundings. Superman also joins the wave, and he also shoots heat ray towards Doomsday. He and Fiona's heat ray can be combined to tie Doomsday's heat ray. Diana's eyes were fixed, and she suddenly rushed out from the side, raising the Vulcan sword to chop off Doomsday's rear ankle. This made Doomsday howl, and then Superman and Fiona's heat ray slammed into him, and Doomsday became unstoppable, but soon he began to gradually adapt. Boom boom. Doomsday was strong against the heat ray of the two of them, and then exploded at an astonishing speed, rushed towards the two of them, punched them with 2 punches, and knocked them flying 100 meters away. Accompanied by a strong wind, Jiang Tianming flew towards Doomsday, and raised his fists to greet the opponent's head. With the sonic boom of punches, Doomsday angrily swung towards Jiang Tianming in the air. I saw Jiang Tianming bent back, dodging Doomsday's waving hand, and then Jiang Tianming turned around and raised his leg to kick Doomsday hard on the back of the head. Boom. Doomsday's head slammed down on the ground, and Doomsday soon glanced at Jiang Tianming in the sky behind. You are not the only one who can fight stronger and stronger. Excitement began to appear in Jiang Tianming's eyes, and the fighting spirit surged into his heart along with the battle. The golden compound eyes on Jiang Tianming's eyes began to gradually become dull, and gradually appeared dark golden. Jiang Tianming roared towards the sky, and an astonishing black shockwave burst out from his body. The shockwave mixed with lightning instantly engulfed everything around him. Doomsday was blown away in an instant, fell hard to the ground, and made a big hole. He stood up and glared at the imposing Jiang Tianming. Boom. Doomsday and Jiang Tianming stomped heavily at the same time, and they collided fiercely in an instant, raising their fists to hit each other. But Doomsday's current speed is not as fast as Jiang Tianming's. Jiang Tianming dodged all his attacks. Jiang Tianming's figure is as nimble as a ghost, making it impossible for him to capture Jiang Tianming's body. Boom boom boom. Jiang Tianming first hit Doomsday in the abdomen, causing his body to bend slightly in pain, and then quickly greeted Doomsday's head with a quick left hook and uppercut. Fist and punch produce an astonishing sonic boom. Seeing Diana and Fiona excitedly, they stepped forward to join the battle group, and Superman also wanted to join the battle group, but he heard his girlfriend's shout. So Clark flew towards Louise without hesitation, and soon saw Bruce was trying to move the boulder blocked on the pool. It fell immediately, lifted the remaining boulders and threw them away, and then threw Louise's body into the field. And Bruce jumped into the pool without any hesitation, and took out the kryptonite spear inside. Bruce looked at Jiang Tianming and others who were fighting with Doomsday not far away, and then glanced at the kryptonite spear in his hand. Now he just had to stab the monster hard. I'll go, Clark said at this time. A firm look flashed in his eyes. Clark's words made Louise's face change. She knew very well what kind of damage and impact this kryptonite spear would have on Clark. She immediately shook her head and refused. No, Clark, you can't go. Bruce also didn't agree with this meaningless sacrifice. He also said, just give the spear to Jiang and the woman with the sword, you don't have to do that. Clark shook his head. He rejected the dissuasion of the two, and looked affectionately at Louise beside him. This is my world, and you are my world. There is no time left. He is about to evolve again. Someone must make a sacrifice. As soon as the words fell, Clark grabbed the kryptonite spear in Bruce's hand at an extremely fast speed and flew towards Doomsday. Bruce gritted his teeth and had no choice but to run over, ready to launch the last compound stone smoke bomb. And Jiang Tianming over there. Ugh. Diana fell from a height, and then raised the Vulcan sword in her hand and slashed it down. Doomsday accidentally cut off Diana's arm. And Doomsday's severed arm began to heal crazily, and even grew thick and long bone spurs, and his body began to glow with red lightning. Obviously, he began to want to evolve again. Boom. Fiona shot a fierce heat ray from her eyes and greeted Doomsday, but the damage to the opponent was minimal, and the opponent had evolved resistance to heat ray. Jiang Tianming waved the lasso of mantra that he took from Diana, then swung it towards Doomsday, put it on Doomsday, and restrained him there temporarily with his powerful power. 0. Seeking flowers. Boom. With a loud bang, Fiona flew towards Doomsday, and raised her fists to hit Doomsday on the head. Ho ho. Although Destroyer's body was restrained, heat rays shot out from his eyes and mouth towards Fiona, sending her flying 100 meters away. Immediately, Diana took the Vulcan sword in her hand and slashed fiercely at the two ankles of Doomsday. 0. Doomsday failed to stand still, fell to his knees, and was unable to stand up for a short time. He glared at Diana behind him, but in the next second, a kryptonite smoke bomb exploded on his body, and the kryptonite smoke instantly filled his surroundings. Doomsday inhaled the kryptonite smoke and began to fall into short-term weakness. Hoo-hoo. With a violent breaking wind, I saw Superman Clark flying towards Doomsday with all his strength with a kryptonite spear in his hand, and then the kryptonite spear pierced Doomsday's heart fiercely. Boom. An astonishing aura erupted from Doomsday's surroundings in an instant. Doomsday roared in pain, and immediately raised the bone spur in his hand and stabbed it at Superman's chest. Enduring the pain, Clark stabbed the kryptonite spear into Doomsday's heart thoroughly. As Doomsday's heart was pierced, green light burst out from Doomsday's mouth. Immediately, both Superman and Doomsday lay powerlessly on the ground without any breath of life. The battle against Doomsday is over. 1. The metropolis fell into depression, and the people mourned the Superman who guarded them in the past. Jiang Tianming, Diana, and Bruce all attended this funeral. Jiang Tianming also knew that Clark would be resurrected in the future, so he didn't react much. This is what I owe him. Bruce watched the coffin being lowered to the ground, and a look of guilt flashed in his eyes. He thought that Superman was an existence that disregarded the safety of others, but he didn't expect him to make sacrifices for the world, which made Bruce feel full of guilt. I have an idea. Bruce turned around, facing Jiang Tianming and Diana and said, I want 803 to form a team to face unknown dangers in the future. Diana set her sights on Jiang Tianming. She has always used Jiang Tianming as the backbone, and as long as Jiang Tianming is willing, she will follow suit. To be honest, Jiang Tianming doesn't really want to join the team of heroes. He likes to form his own, but the Justice League as the main team of the DC universe. The general crisis is that they are at the front and are always active on the front line, because they are too strong. Green Lantern is a bug, Martian Manhunter is barely one, and Superman is also a bug besides Kryptonite, and Diana is also a demigod and full of divine attire. The giants are all big bosses, and there will be more gods in the future, such as Shazam and Dr. Fate and so on. And with Batman's resourcefulness, they can deal with basic crises, except that they will be absent from the team for no reason or be caught. If you want more rewards, being active on the front line is indeed the best choice, but Jiang Tianming doesn't want to agree to Bruce so quickly. Let me think about it, and Diana and I will reserve a seat for us first. Bruce knew that there were too many involved, so he nodded in agreement. After all, there is still enough time and more preparations are needed. The funeral is over. I believe Steppenwolf will arrive in a short time, and the first place to be attacked is Paradise Island, so Jiang Tianming decided to go to Paradise Island to have a look. As for Diana, she won't bring it. The Steppenwolf in the original plot is not as powerful as Doomsday. If he fights with him, Jiang Tianming has 100% confidence. But what Jiang Tianming is curious about is that Steppenwolf, as a new Protoss, has his duplication projections in many universes, so is the Steppenwolf who will invade the Earth in the future a duplication. After all, the fourth world of the new Protoss is outside the multi-universe. Even if the duplication dies, there is a possibility of returning if the duplication is still there. They are very special in the DC world. According to Diana's information, Jiang Tianming learned the exact location of Paradise Island. Bayman, activate the autopilot mode. Okay, Master. Jiang Tianming drove the Apocalypse fighter plane to Paradise Island. On the way to Paradise Island, Jiang Tianming carefully recalled the recent changes. His body hardness can be said to be the effect of multiplying the double steel body by 5 times. According to the system, the current body strength can even be blown into ashes in a nuclear bomb, and at most it will be burned. Moreover, his punching and kicking strength have also successfully advanced to the 100-ton mark in the battle against the Doomsday. Jiang Tianming nodded in satisfaction at the thought of this. At least he would be invincible in hand-to-hand combat on Earth. Soon, Jiang Tianming was sitting in the driver's seat, and saw that he had entered the magical barrier, and the originally dark sky turned into a golden dusk. Paradise Island, it can be said that after 100 years, he once again arrived at this country where there are only women. Baimeng, stop here. In order to avoid those women who have never seen the Apocalypse Fighter, he asked Baimeng to stop the Apocalypse Fighter in the air above 100 meters, so as not to be misunderstood as an intruder, and then shot himself with bows and spears. Jiang Tianming flew down from the rear hatch, and as expected, he saw Antiope leading the Amazon fighters to the ground 100 meters below the Apocalypse Fighter plane. Antiope squinted her eyes, and it took her a long time to realize that Jiang Tianming's identity was a friend from Paradise Island whom she hadn't seen for 100 years. Put down your weapons. Antiope waved to the Amazon fighters behind him, signaling them to put down the weapons aimed at Jiang Tianming and the Apocalypse fighters. Although they were a little confused at first, but then they knew why they put down their weapons. They were all Amazons who had maintained their youth for 100 years, and they had basically met Jiang Tianming. Long time no see, General Antiope. Jiang Tianming landed lightly on the ground, and greeted Antiope politely. Long time no see, Your Excellency Jiang. Antiope has always admired a strong man like Jiang Tianming, especially after knowing that Jiang Tianming helped Diana defeat Ares. Many Amazon female warriors behind them showed admiration. According to their Princess Diana, Jiang Tianming is a super existence that will fight against Ares. Without him, there will be no victory. I have visited Paradise Island for a long time in the past 100 years. Do you know what's going on with Your Excellency Jiang? Antiope took the initiative to get off his horse and had a peer-to-peer conversation with Jiang Tianming. There is indeed one thing. I wonder if you can take me to the mother box that you Amazons have guarded for generations. Hearing this, Antiope frowned. She didn't have this right. She was a member of that war to defend the Earth, and knew the cruelty of that war well. And the mother box is a super weapon capable of destroying the world. She really dare not take Jiang Tianming to the place where the mother box is guarded. Terribly sorry. My Lord General. Just when Antiope was about to reject Jiang Tianming's words, the Amazon warriors who were galloping from a distance came anxiously in front of them. My Lord Queen has an urgent order to ask you, my Lord General, and Your Excellency to go to the Mother chapter. Antiope frowned again. It wasn't that she disagreed with Jiang Tianming following them to the Mother box, but the urgent matter about the Mother box made her feel uneasy. Then trouble Your Excellency Jiang to come with us. After Antiope said to Jiang Tianming, he rode on the horse that came earlier. Riding a horse is too slow, just find someone to lead me the way. What age is it that you still ride a horse now, and I just use flying? What 08? Antiope didn't understand what Jiang Tianming meant at the first time, and now she had question marks all over her face. You, come here. Jiang Tianming casually pointed to an Amazonian girl and said to her, Me. The Amazon girl who was pointed to herself in disbelief, obviously a little surprised that Jiang Tianming would choose herself. On the head of the Amazon girl was wearing a flying crown of starlight that only the royal family had, but because some Amazon female warriors also wore flying crowns, Jiang Tianming didn't notice this detail this time. Dawn. Antiope was about to call the Amazon girl's name, but was interrupted before he could say it. Okay. The Amazon girl's face showed joy visible to the naked eye. After bouncing around in place, she ran to Jiang Tianming's side, and stood obediently beside him. Seeing this, Antiope couldn't help but have black lines all over his face, and felt a little shameful holding his forehead. The majesty of the royal family was really thrown away by you, girl. Then please show me the way. I offended the lady. After Jiang Tianming said in advance, he hugged the Amazon girl in the way of a princess. Immediately flew into the air, and followed the direction of the Amazon girl to the place where the mother box was guarded. Antiope also had no choice but to sigh helplessly. It can be said that Jiang Tianming's deeds have spread throughout Paradise Island, and almost no Amazon hates him. They were originally curious about men, and the other party assisted their princess in defeating their enemy Ares. How could they not worship such a powerful man? Your Excellency Jiang, is this the second member of the royal family who intends to abduct? Antiope thought so. Immediately, Antiope took the Amazon female warriors with a sad face to the place where the mother box was guarded. On the other side, Jiang Tianming, relying on the guidance of the Amazon girl, immediately found the place where the mother box was guarded in the original plot. I saw Hippolyta standing at the door waiting for the arrival of Jiang Tianming and others. She saw Jiang Tianming falling in the air, holding someone she was very familiar with in her arms. She froze for a moment, then glared at the Amazon girl Jiang Tianming was holding. The Amazon girl seemed to be a little afraid of Hippolyta, and shrank her head subconsciously. Tianming, put her down. In Paradise Island, only Hippolyta called Jiang Tianming. After all, the other party had already admitted that he was Diana's partner. We'll go in after Antiope arrives. As soon as the words fell, Hippolyta glared at the Amazon girl beside Jiang Tianming again. The Amazon girl, who knew what Hippolyta meant, had no choice but to walk back sadly with her head down, and rode on the horse that the Amazon female warrior had found, and rode away on the horse. During this process, Jiang Tianming was full of question marks, and he didn't know what it meant that they only made eye contact and didn't speak. Although he is his own mother-in-law, it is not easy for him to take the initiative to ask about other people's family affairs, so he and Hippolyta wait for Antiope's arrival. Soon, they waited for Antiope, and then they walked into the guard base of the mother box, and saw the mother food ready to move in the middle. Both Hippolyta and Antiope were well aware of the power of this weapon, and looked at the mother box with vigilance in their eyes. Only Jiang Tianming stood there like a normal person. He just waited for Steppenwolf to come, but what made him curious was, although Superman is gone, there is still Fiona, the Kryptonian, on the Earth, but the mother box is still awake, and it seems that she is not afraid of Fiona's existence. It has been like this since this morning. 5:50, said the adjutant Mina Lip who was reporting the situation. The mother box has awakened. It has been sleeping for thousands of years. I don't know why it will wake up today. Antiope's intuition told her that something bad would happen. His hand slowly reached for the sword at his waist. Tianming, what do you think? Hippolyta frowned, then asked Jiang Tianming. Since it has awakened, it means that it will send a message to its owner that war is coming. Jiang Tianming said without changing his face while hugging his chest. Antiope and Hippolyta looked at each other. Perhaps as Jiang Tianming said, there will be invaders coming soon. And in the next second, just as Jiang Tianming said, the invaders came, and the sonic boom channel was sent down from the sky, and the formed air wave lifted the surrounding Amazon female warriors into the air. A number of demon-like soldiers resembling human flies began to appear in the sonic boom channel, and then a figure fell heavily from the sonic boom channel. Boom. The nearly 3-meter-tall Steppenwolf wearing silver blade armor and holding a huge axe officially debuted. When Steppenwolf appeared in Jiang Tianming's field of vision, a systematic voice sounded in his mind, issuing the task, stop the 3-in-1 mother box, face the Dark Lord Darkseid, the task reward, 100% mastery of the space gem. Jiang Tianming heard the system's voice, but frowned in confusion. It was okay to say earlier that it would be fine to just intercept and kill the Steppenwolf here, but the one at the back. To face Darkseid directly, you have to wait until Steppenwolf collects 3 mother boxes like the original direction of the plot. This system is really good at finding trouble. It seems that he has to paddle again, mainly because the rewards are good. Asgardian. Steppenwolf looked around, raised his proud head and gazed at everyone present. I have come to enlighten you with great darkness. I will be immersed in your fear. Fear is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Hippolyta and the Amazon female warriors. Hippolyta smiled disdainfully. Daughters of Paradise Island, let him see your fear. We have nothing to fear. As soon as the voice fell, all the Amazon warriors present drew their long swords from their waists, and the archers shot arrows at the demon-like demons in the air. Immediately, Jiang Tianming came to Steppenwolf at an astonishing speed, grabbed his neck and threw him out of the building. Steppenwolf's figure flew nearly several hundred meters in the air and landed on the ground. Steppenwolf got up and looked at Jiang Tianming who was flying in the air. Well, you are very powerful. A solemn look appeared in Steppenwolf's eyes, and he had to admit that he felt the same strength in Jiang Tianming as he did. Ho ho. Steppenwolf was not a coward who would shrink back. He roared at Jiang Tianming in the air, and immediately raised the giant axe in his hand and jumped towards Jiang Tianming. For Darkseid, Jiang Tianming flew aside and easily dodged the Steppenwolf's pounce and slash. When he landed, Steppenwolf stared at Jiang Tianming in the sky. Hoo-hoo. With a tearing air sounds, Jiang Tianming's figure flew towards the Steppenwolf on the ground, raised his right fist, and hit the Steppenwolf hard on the chest. Boom. Steppenwolf only felt a strong force coming from his chest, and his figure couldn't help but fell to the ground, sinking deep into the ground. Roar. Steppenwolf stood up from the ground, growled vigilantly, and the lifelike blade armor on his body clanked along with his master's mood. Boom. Steppenwolf's eyes froze, and he ran towards Jiang Tianming at an astonishing speed, then jumped in the air and raised the electric axe with lightning in his hand to stab Jiang Tianming. I saw that Jiang Tianming's face remained unchanged. He raised his arms crossed to block, and easily blocked the Steppenwolf's giant axe. Seeing that Jiang Tianming was fine, Steppenwolf froze for a moment. He didn't expect his strength to be so unbearable in the eyes of the other party, and glared at Jiang Tianming with some unwillingness. Boom. Immediately, a sonic boom channel appeared again in the sky, and countless demon-like soldiers flew out of it. They all raised their guns towards Jiang Tianming. Now it's time for Jiang Tianming's performance, all kinds of difficult moves to avoid the demon-like laser shooting, which also gave Steppenwolf a chance. In the distance behind the Steppenwolf, many demon-like soldiers began to fly. One of them was holding a snatched mother box, which could be snatched by a well-trained Amazon female warrior. Slightly different. And behind those demons, Hippolyta and Antiope led the Amazon female warriors to chase those demons on horseback. Boom. Steppenwolf took the mother box snatched by the demon, then opened the sonic boom channel and left Paradise Island. Obviously, he knew the purpose of his trip very well. The rest of the demon-like soldiers can kill as many people as he can stay here, and they are naturally no match for Jiang Tianming and the Amazon warriors. Soon, they were cleaned up, and then Jiang Tianming followed Hippolyta to the palace to discuss matters with her and Antiope. The mother box has been taken away. We must find a way to get it back. Antiope said anxiously. It is not good for Amazon to directly intervene in this matter. Now we cannot participate in Atlantis or the human world, said Hippolyta. Their paradise island has been disconnected from the outside world for a long time. Except for Diana, who comes and goes freely, the rest basically live an isolated life. Leave this matter to me and Diana, don't worry about the rest, I will tell Diana about these things. Jiang Tianming said. Both Antiope and Hippolyta nodded. Jiang Tianming, as their friend and comrade in arms in Paradise Island, was even more helpful in their victory over Ares, so they could fully trust Mei Tianming. Princess Donna, you can't go in. Her Lady Queen and Her Majesty General are discussing matters with your guests. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the palace. Immediately, the Amazon girl whom Jiang Tianming had hugged before came in, followed by the helpless Amazon woman at the gate. I'm sorry, your Lady Queen, but I can't stop Princess Donna. I also want to go to the human world together. Donna walked in and said to the three of Jiang Tianming, Donna, do you want to go into confinement again? Hippolyta immediately scolded. Obviously she had ordered other people not to come in, but Donna ignored it. And Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows in surprise, the name seemed familiar to him, and he remembered it soon. The girl, named Donna Troy, is a character with many origin stories. Inner One Donna Troy, the future Wonder Woman, is also Diana's little follower Wonder Girl, and finally changed to Troya and other titles. There are at least a dozen origin stories, so even Jiang Tianming doesn't know which version of Donna in front of him will be. Donna, when are you going to stop being so self-willed? This was the first time Jiang Tianming saw Hippolyta so angry, and she was calm in the past. I've grown up, mother, it's time for me to have my own experience. Following your excellency Jiang and my sister, I will definitely become a better Amazon warrior. While Donna was arguing with Hippolyta, Antiope introduced to Jiang Tianming, this is Donna Troy, the second princess of our Amazon. Jiang Tianming nodded after hearing this. Although he is not completely sure, it should be roughly the reborn version. It was actually a weapon used to deal with Diana, and was later adopted by Amazon. In the end, the argument between the mother and daughter finally came to a conclusion. Hippolyta sighed helplessly, turned her back to Donna and said, I allow you to enter the human 863 world to practice, but you must promise me. Absolutely don't be impulsive, don't cause trouble for Tianming and Diana, you know, you have to listen to them in everything. Really? That's great. Donna heard what she wanted to hear the most, with a smile on her face, and she jumped excitedly. She has heard about Jiang Tianming's deeds, so it's not an exaggeration to say that she is Jiang Tianming's little fangirl, definitely Diana bragging about her own man in it. For example, the deeds of fighting against Ares with 1 against 1,000, etc., have been promoted by Diana and almost become fairy tales of Paradise Island. After Hippolyta sighed, doting eyes appeared in his eyes, and then he looked at Jiang Tianming and said, please take care of Donna, Tianming. No trouble, no trouble. Immediately, Jiang Tianming thought of something, and asked Hippolyta curiously, do you still have a girl named Cassie? When everyone heard this, Donna and Antiope couldn't help shaking their bodies, and they all slowly looked at Hippolyta whose complexion gradually became ugly. Jiang Tianming saw it immediately, and immediately blocked his mouth. He knew that he had stepped on a thunder just now, according to Hippolyta's current appearance. It is estimated that Cassie's origin is an old version, that is to say, Cassie is the illegitimate daughter of the god King Zeus, who was created by a hippolyte man outside. Definitely everyone knows Zeus. Cassie is the child that Diana brought back from a human female friend. The other party gave the child to Diana, hoping that Diana would guide her. Later, Hippolyta learned that the little girl was the child of Zeus. I'm sorry. Jiang Tianming's face gradually became embarrassing. In short, he should apologize to his mother-in-law first. He thought that Cassie would be the origin of the new version. Apologize? Why apologize? It has nothing to do with you. Hippolyta shook her head helplessly, and then said, there is indeed a girl named Cassie on Paradise Island, but she is currently in the learning stage, and she cannot go back for the time being. Jiang Tianming nodded hastily. It seems that Hippolyta thought he wanted to take a girl out, but he didn't expect to find out that he had 2 sister-in-laws all of a sudden. If Donna is now an 18-year-old girl, then Ade is now a 14-year-old girl. It's getting late, we should go back. Jiang Tianming said goodbye immediately, and then took Donna's arm and walked out of the palace. After saying goodbye briefly, Jiang Tianming led Donna into the interior of the Apocalypse Fighter. When Donna walked into the Apocalypse Fighter, she was attracted by everything in front of her eyes. She put down the equipment and luggage she was carrying, and looked at everything inside the Apocalypse Fighter like a curious baby. Wow, brother-in-law, are these all yours? Donna naturally called her brother-in-law, and immediately asked her brother-in-law, yes, I made these things. Wow, that's amazing. Donna's eyes shone brightly, and she naturally sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly. He really didn't know what expression Diana would have when she knew that she had taken her sister away from Paradise Island. Hey, brother-in-law. Donna looked at Jiang Tianming with sparkling eyes, and asked curiously, can you really split the ground with a sword and use the power of the thunder and lightning like Zeus? And it sent Ares flying thousands of meters away with one punch, and his eyes can breathe fire, isn't it true? Jiang Tianming, who was flying the Apocalypse Fighter, looked at Donna with wide eyes after hearing what she said, and asked, these, all Diana said. Just before, he had heard that Diana praised his deeds in Paradise Island, but he did not expect to be so exaggerated, not to mention cutting the ground with a sword, using the power of the thunder and lightning. How is it that the eyes can breathe fire? What's going on? Did Diana pass him on to be some kind of monster? In fact, the real situation is not the case. The story of Jiang Tianming spread in Paradise Island is not told by Diana, but by her sister Donna. After Diana returned to Paradise Island, she told her sister Donna a bedtime story, which was the story of Jiang Tianming, but it was slightly exaggerated. The purpose is for my younger sister to accept Jiang Tianming as her brother-in-law, but in the end she accepted it and became a fangirl. Not only did Donna believe Diana's stories, but she also told them, and it became more and more outrageous. Paradise Island became Jiang Tianming's fangirl island. Wow, is this the human world? Donna lay on the window, her eyes shining brightly, looking at the tall buildings outside. Jiang Tianming could only shake his head helplessly, and drove the Apocalypse Fighter back to his happy hill. After getting off the Apocalypse Fighter, Donna turned into a curious baby again and ran around. At home, Selena may have gone somewhere to steal things, and Diana is still working on cultural relics in China, so only Barbara is at home. As for Fiona, she usually follows Jiang Tianming. If Jiang Tianming doesn't let her follow, that's staying in outer space, basking in the sun. So, you kidnapped another strange girl outside again. Barbara leaned against the wall, squinting at Jiang Kaiming and Wang Tangna, who had just disembarked and turned on the fighter jet. What do you think? She is Diana's sister. Jiang Tianming said a little speechlessly. Why did he think of him as that kind of person? Oh, you want sisters to cover the meal. Barbara stretched her hands and raised her own prescription glasses, pretending to suddenly realize. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming's face was blackened, and he stepped forward and rubbed Barbara's orange hair, turning her hair into chicken coop. The small toot mouth that made Barbara dissatisfied beat Jiang Tianming's chest feebly as if coquettishly. The scene where the two were flirting was seen by Donna, and a big question mark appeared on Donna's head. Could it be that this woman is also her brother-in-law? The Amazons are a race favored by the gods, so they still have a certain understanding of the king of God Zeus, and his relationship history is one of them. Is this even true for human men? Donna. Suddenly, Jiang Tianming called her. Yes, I am. Donna responded quickly when her thinking was interrupted. I'll show you around my home, and I'll call Diana to pick you up later. Jiang Tianming naturally handed Donna to her older sister Diana. Does staying at his house disturb his happiness? I see. Although Donna really wanted to live with Diana and Jiang Tianming, after all, they were the objects of her admiration, and she was full of curiosity about Jiang Tianming, her brother-in-law. As soon as the three of them went upstairs, they saw Selena holding the exquisite blue and white porcelain in the living room, and then pouring water into it to arrange flowers. Immediately, Selena noticed the three of Jiang Tianming. Keenly she noticed again Jiang Tianming and Donna, who was behind Barbara curiously looking around. So now who will introduce this sister to me? Selena said with a sneer while hugging her chest. Apparently, like Barbara before, she regarded Donna as the new sister Jiang Tianming abducted from outside. Jiang Tianming had no choice but to explain Donna's identity to Selena, and Selena raised her eyebrows after hearing this, and said in a startling way, so you want sisters to cover dinner. This time it was Jiang Tianming's turn to be stunned. Why didn't he expect that Selena's thoughts at the moment were surprisingly consistent with Barbara's thoughts before? What kind of image did he define in their hearts? But at the moment Jiang Tianming's expression made Selena laugh. Although she had such an idea, it was obviously unlikely. Selena stepped forward and kissed Jiang Tianming's face, then took the initiative to hold Donna's hand and acted as a tour guide. Let's go Donna, I'll show you around here. In this regard, Barbara behind Jiang Tianming smiled slightly. There are rules among their sisters, when Jiang Tianming has the rules, and at the moment is hers. Tianming, I haven't gone out for a long time, please accompany me. As a senior housekeeper, Barbara usually spends her private life at home. Jiang Tianming naturally didn't have any objections. He immediately smiled and nodded in agreement, and went out for a walk with Barbara. Barbara is wearing a coat with a hood and bat ears, and blue jeans underneath, looking like a typical home girl from the outside. On the first date with Barbara before, Barbara was still wearing a long skirt, but now she is wearing simple casual clothes. Jiang Tianming has no problem with this. Song thinks that Barbara is so cute. 0. Seeking flowers. They came to a comics store in Gotham. Barbara explored among the products, and soon she found what she wanted, and she took it out and said excitedly, it's great. The limited gold version of Space Dog vs. Menzeo Cat. Jiang Tianming on the side, after hearing this weird name, put on an expression of a subway old man with a mobile phone, and he has everything. He also randomly took out a copy from the magazine, straightened it up and looked at the name, Billy King not at Grandpa Gigi, and immediately put it back without any hesitation. I put a red cross mark on this store in my heart. If I go shopping in the future, except girls must come here, otherwise he will not come to this store. 0. Buying is over, let's go. After buying the publications she wanted, Barbara took Jiang Tianming's hand and left the comic shop. They came to the place where they usually hang out, the movie theater. Barbara bought 2 tickets for a romance movie, dragged Jiang Tianming into the cinema, and sat down after finding their seats. During this process, Jiang Tianming almost fell asleep, mainly because the routines of these romance films were a bit too outdated for him, but they seemed just right for beautiful girls like Barbara in their love period. The sound of sobbing began to be faintly heard from all around. Obviously many people were moved by the film, including Barbara beside Jiang Tianming. Well, holding Jiang Tianming's hand, it became tighter and tighter, so Jiang Tianming had no choice but to stretch out his other hand and pat the back of Barbara's hand as comfort. Soon, the film entered the climax. The male lead and the female lead got together at the end and kissed under the snowflakes, which had a chain reaction for the couples present. They all offered their own kisses full of love to their significant other. Barbara also looked over. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly at this, held Barbara's face, and kissed on her red lips. One scoop. Boom! The roar of the mechanical Kiva resounded on the road in Gotham, and the strong wind blowing on the faces of Jiang Tianming and Barbara. After shopping and dating, they returned to their happy hill. When they got home, they saw Dinah just standing at the door. Barbara behind Jiang Tianming raised her eyebrows. To be honest, both she and Selena felt that this girl seemed to be fascinated by Jiang Tianming. As long as there is nothing to do at home, I will run to Jiang Tianming's house, because Jiang Tianming and Dinah were teachers and students before, so Dinah has the right of way to Jiang Tianming's house. The defense system on the mountain will let Dinah pass, allowing 8-7 her to enter and exit Jiang Tianming's happy hill without hindrance. After hearing the sound of the mechanical Kiva, Dinah looked back and saw Barbara and her teacher who abandoned her. Hi, Barbara. Dinah greeted Barbara with a full smile, but when she arrived at Jiang Tianming, she said in a low and expressionless voice, Hi, Jiang. Jiang Tianming tilted his head in confusion. He didn't understand what at the moment Dinah meant, as if he was a poor person who was abandoned. Suddenly Jiang Tianming thumped the palm of his hand and figured out what the problem was. Dinah must have lost her love and came to Barbara and other good friends for comfort. Dinah, everyone will go through this, you have to look forward bravely. At the moments Jiang Tianming instantly turned into an emotional mentor, and carefully said chicken soup to Dinah. Hearing this, both Barbara and Dinah looked at Jiang Tianming in surprise. Dinah never thought that she would become a lovelorn girl in Jiang Tianming's mouth. She has never been in love. To Barbara's surprise, how did Jiang Tianming see that Dinah was broken in love? Where did your eyesight go before? Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from inside the house, and the three of them no longer stood at the door, but ran directly into the house. The first floor of the house was filled with black smoke, and the source of the black smoke came from the kitchen. They ran to the kitchen, only to see Donna standing there with a dark face in a daze, her face full of anxiety. What's going on? Jiang Tianming and the three had such questions in their minds at the same time, and soon Barbara, who was a member of the Bat family, saw the damaged microwave oven behind Donna. Donna, you probably put something weird into the microwave, right? Jiang Tianming also noticed this problem, so he started to ask Donna. I just want to cook something delicious. Donna poked each other with aggrieved fingers, and tears were about to come out of her eyes. I saw that Selena made a lot of delicious things with this thing, so I tried to see if I could make it. After finishing speaking, Donna lowered her head, like a child who did something wrong, not daring to look at her elders. Obviously, Selena had told her not to touch anything before she went out to buy the ingredients for tonight, but she couldn't help but curiously tried it. What happened? Everyone heard the sound and saw Selena holding 2 bags of ingredients and staring at the messy kitchen with wide eyes. She immediately realized who the culprit was. Donna. Selena looked at Donna with eyes squinted while crossing her chest. She didn't say anything to blame, but the eyes of blame had already appeared. I'm really sorry. Donna apologized sincerely this time. If the explosion caused by the microwave oven was replaced by an ordinary family, it would have burned down, thanks to the fact that this is the house where Yang Weiming strengthened 10 times. Okay, Selena, don't blame Donna. I believe she will learn her lesson this time, and there is no loss. At this time, Jiang Tianming stood up and became a peacemaker, but he couldn't help it. After all, he brought Donna out of Paradise Island, so she had to bear certain responsibilities no matter what. It's not that I don't know Donna's background. Selena rolled her eyes. She is not the kind of woman who will deliberately make things difficult. She stepped forward, walked up to Donna, put her hands on Donna's shoulders and said, Okay, Donna, I know that you just left Paradise Island and came to the human world. You are full of curiosity about this place, so I will forgive you this time. But there will be no next time. You must obediently listen to us. We will teach you all these things. Seeing that Selena and Jiang Tianming behind her didn't intend to blame her, Donna was a little moved and her nose ached. Thank you, Selena. Seeing that Donna no longer blamed herself, Selena also laughed 5.8 from the bottom of her heart, and then said to everyone in the messy kitchen, Okay, it's time for us to prepare dinner for tonight. Woohoo! The girls cheered happily. With cooking masters like Jiang Tianming and Selena around, their dinner would only be extremely rich and varied. It just so happened that Diana rushed over from France to have dinner, and Fiona also returned home after basking in the sun. The 7 of them sat at the dinner table, having dinner happily. Seeing this situation, Jiang Tianming nodded in satisfaction. His harem was unexpectedly harmonious. He thought he might be the happiest man in the world. On the Apocalypse fighter plane, Jiang Tianming is going to the ocean to the east, which is the Atlantic Ocean. Bayman, have you found the location of Cyborg? Not long ago, Jiang Tianming asked Bayman to send information about the Mother Box and Steppenwolf invasion to Cyborg. It is believed that his father will be caught soon, and Cyborg will know the danger, so he will join the team against Steppenwolf. The owner has been found, Victor Stone, who is in an apartment in Gotham, and has not yet discovered my existence. Jiang Tianming nodded. This could be regarded as a small favor for Bruce, and Diana didn't have to go all the way to persuade him to join them. Soon, Jiang Tianming came over the Atlantic Ocean. Start to enter the diving mode. As Bayman's voice sounded, the fuselage of the Apocalypse fighter began to change, gradually becoming more suitable for sleep and action. Baimang, immediately start a large-scale scan for signs of life. Jiang Tianming then gave an order. Okay, Master. The scanning instrument of the Apocalypse fighter started to work in 08, and the signs of life in most of the Atlantic Ocean could not escape the scanning detection of the turned-on fighter. After about 3 minutes, the scanning detection of the Apocalypse fighter has produced the results, and Bayman's voice also sounded. Nearly 10 humanoid signs of life have been detected in the direction of 1 o'clock. I think they are the Atlanteans you mentioned, Master. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming nodded in satisfaction, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Since he learned the knowledge of nearly 100,000 worlds on the Kryptonian spacecraft, he has made many improvements to his own things, and the Apocalypse fighter is one of them. Go, remember not to let them find our tracks. Okay, Master, I am starting to enter the stealth mode without objects. The so-called stealth mode without objects means ignoring physics, such as this time. In normal times, the movement of Apocalypse fighters in the sea will cause the flow of sea water, which is easily perceived by the Atlanteans, a race that lives in the ocean. The stealth mode without objects will allow the Apocalypse fighter to become invisible to the naked eye, and it will also allow the surrounding sea water to flow normally, and the Atlanteans will not notice anything. I have to say that the power of technology is really fragrant. On the other side, the Atlantis fortress guarding the mother box. Mera swam up to the guards guarding the gate, pointed to one of the Atlantean guards and said, "You go and patrol there." During this process, there was no need to create blisters to speak, but to speak directly. Later, an Atlantis guard swam up behind her, and he said to Mera, "Commander Mera, I have informed the king that all the guards outside have been kidnapped, but the king refuses to send troops to support. He said that all reserves must go to support the rebel areas." For this, Mera gritted her teeth angrily. The Atlantis guard in front of him was also a veteran, and he was equally angry at the current king of Atlantis, ORM. He is not only violent but also short-sighted. Mera can only complain so much, who makes OM the current king of Atlantis, and she is just a small commander. In the next second, Mera looked up suddenly as if she had a perception, but she saw nothing, and the sea water was normal. Boom. Suddenly, there was a vibration in the Atlantis fortress behind her, and waves of sea water ripples came from it. Mera frowned and signaled for the Atlantis guards to follow, and then they came to the center of the fortress guarding the mother box. But nothing was found. Mera looked at one of the guards, who nodded knowingly, and then he came to the central staircase. But in the next second, a sudden change occurred. The Steppenwolf crawled out of it, swung the battle axe and slashed at the guard. Immediately, the guard's blood filled the sea water, and the dead couldn't die anymore. Mera's eyes fixed, and she waved her hands. The sea water around Steppenwolf swirled instantly, like a flush toilet, trapping Steppenwolf in it. Boom. Then he opened his hands, forming hollow water bubbles, and Steppenwolf lost control of his figure in an instant, and fell into the ground under the influence of gravity, smashing a big hole hard. The remaining 4 Atlantis guards raised their laser guns and fired laser bullets at the Steppenwolf. But their laser bullets hit the silver-white blade armor on Steppenwolf's body without causing any real damage. Roar. Steppenwolf roared, and then jumped out of the water bubble with both feet, and swung the battle axe mixed with yellow lightning to cut at the guards who fired laser bullets at him. Pfft. The armor on the guard's body was cut open like tofu, and his body was divided into 2 halves by the Steppenwolf. Scarlet blood filled the sea water again. The rest of the guards could no longer withstand the Steppenwolf's attack, and they were all killed, leaving Mera alone. Damn it. Anger flashed in Mera's eyes, she gritted her teeth and wanted to manipulate the sea water again. But the Steppenwolf broke out at an astonishing speed again, swam up to Mera in an instant, grabbed Mera by the neck, and pinned her to the wall to death. 137 Mera's eyes were full of unyielding. She then opened her hands, the blisters unfolded from it, and Steppenwolf could speak in it. "You have nowhere to escape," Steppenwolf said proudly, seeing Mera struggling in his hands. But a qualified soldier did not escape the word, and Mera said with a grim face, "I have no intention of escaping." Immediately, Mera pointed her palm at the Steppenwolf's head. A large amount of water was drawn out from the Steppenwolf's body, and soon the blood was also drawn out by Mera. Steppenwolf felt uncomfortable for a while, and then he threw Mera out of the blister, hitting the ground not far away, and the blister dissipated. Mera became dizzy for a while, and couldn't stand up to continue fighting for a short time. She watched Steppenwolf charge towards her with his tomahawk. Mera's face turned pale, and she raised her arms to block it, but she knew it was impossible, and what awaited her next might be death. Boom. Steppenwolf was suddenly sent flying by the mysterious shockwave, and smashed hard against the wall. Gilyala. Suddenly, the sound of sea water being impacted came from Steppenwolf's ear, and he looked quickly, only to see Jiang Tianming's incarnation, rushing towards Steppenwolf. Who is he? Such doubts appeared in the minds of Steppenwolf and Mera, armor that had never been seen before, not like the technology of Atlantis. Roar Gilula. In the sea water, Steppenwolf glared at the figure of the visitor. Although he didn't know who the other person was, his intuition told him that the other person was very powerful. Immediately, he raised his battle axe and rushed towards Jiang Tianming, raised his battle axe and slashed fiercely at Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming's figure twisted, and he spun sideways like a fish to avoid the Steppenwolf's slash. Jiang Tianming immediately thought, and the laser sword appeared in his hand. The figure dashed through the water, and when he was about to miss Steppenwolf's body, Jiang Tianming raised the laser sword in his hand, and slashed fiercely at the Steppenwolf's waist. Agilyalu. The scorching heat made Steppenwolf roar in pain, and the laser sword collided with his body, causing violent sparks and evaporating the surrounding sea water. The Steppenwolf reacted very quickly, and immediately turned around, holding the lightning battle axe and slashing at Jiang Tianming behind him again. Jiang Tianming under the mask smiled disdainfully, turned his body slightly to one side, and avoided the slash, and he didn't even bother to block it with his body. Immediately Jiang Tianming raised his right fist, and immediately punched Steppenwolf fiercely in the face. The fist broke through the sea water, and as the fist hit the face, Steppenwolf's painful face sped up ferociously. Boom. Agilyalu. When the Steppenwolf was in pain, Jiang Tianming quickly came to the back of the Steppenwolf, then bent his legs and kicked hard. The Steppenwolf lost control instantly and hit the pillar placed in the mother box, and the pillar followed broken. Steppenwolf shook his aching head, caught the slowly falling mother box, and smiled slightly. At least the purpose of his trip has been achieved, and it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Afterwards, Steppenwolf opened the sonic boom channel and left the place. Jiang Tianming also said that he could hardly continue acting, mainly because of his strength. Who are you? Mera came to Jiang Tianming's back at this moment, and frowned and asked vigilantly. Jiang Tianming felt that this reaction was normal. After all, the drama of a hero saving a beauty doesn't always work. Soon Mera also reacted, immediately put her hands together and opened them together. The blisters wrapped her and Jiang Tianming inside, allowing them to have a normal conversation. Jiang Tianming released his transformation, revealing his extremely handsome face, which made Mera startled for a moment, and immediately shook his head to regain his senses. Jiang Tianming also saw Mera's actions, but he didn't say anything. He could only blame him for being too charming. Jiang Tianming raised the jazz hat on his head, and immediately said, "I'm just a passing human being. I'm fine, just leave it alone." Wait. Suddenly Mera shouted towards Jiang Tianming's figure. Jiang Tianming turned his head to look at Mera. His eyes were undoubtedly asking if you have anything else to do. Thank you. After all, the other party saved his life, so Mera should thank Mera well. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows in surprise, and honestly said that he didn't even know that Mera would say thank you to him. The main reason is that humans have committed too many sins in the past few years, including polluting the ocean. It is undoubtedly unimaginable that an Atlantean would say thank you to humans. What's that expression on your face? Mera asked strangely. Jiang Tianming's expression at the moment seemed to tell her that she would actually thank you. It's nothing, it's just a little accident. Don't you Atlanteans hate us humans very much? We do hate you human beings, but we will not repay your kindness, so we should say thank you. And Mera struggled for a while, then turned her head away and said, "You saved my life. I don't think you are a bad person." Jiang Tianming smiled slightly. He felt that Mera at the moment was quite innocent, just because he saved her life. He thought that Jiang Tianming was not a bad person. This will undoubtedly suffer in the future. Jiang Tianming searched his pocket, immediately took out a candy, threw it to Mera and said, "This is a meeting gift for you." After Mera took it, she looked at the round object wrapped in plastic paper, and she turned her questioning gaze to Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming scratched his head. He only remembered now that Mera hadn't seen much of a human being, so he walked up to Mera. Mera's body trembled, and she took a step back, which was entirely caused by her instinctive vigilance towards human beings, but she stopped backing when she thought that the other party had saved her life. First this, and then this. Jiang Tianming patiently taught Mera how to unwrap the candy paper, and then the red crystal clear candy appeared in Mera's eyes. Try it. Mera glanced at Jiang Tianming first, and after seeing that the other party had no bad intentions, she picked up the candy in Jiang Tianming's hand, and put it into her mouth under Jiang Tianming's signal. The sweet taste diffused in Mera's mouth, making Mera's eyes light up, and soon Mera opened her teeth lightly, crushed the candy in her mouth, and swallowed it. Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly, and swallowed it before he tasted it. How impatient was he? "Li Eli, can you make a bigger blister?" "Yes." Although Mera wondered why Jiang Tianming asked this, but then she waved her small hand, and the blisters increased several times. Soon, the apocalypse fighter crashed into the wall of the fortress and came out of the water bubble, and aimed the rear hatch at the water bubble to slowly enter. After all, Jiang Tianming didn't want to go back wet, so he asked Mera to create bigger blisters. Then, "Goodbye, Ms. Mera." Jiang Tianming raised his jazz hat again, entered the apocalypse fighter plane and left. How does he know my name? Could it be? Mera suddenly thought of something. Her little face couldn't help turning rosy, and her head suddenly fell into a brainstorm. The candy that Jiang Tianming gave unintentionally suddenly had an extremely unexpected effect. "Girls, I'll take you to fight bad guys." Jiang Tianming, who returned to Happy Hill, came to the living room and said to the girls doing yoga exercises. Among them, Donna and Fiona were not there, and Donna had gone to bed early. The girls exuding femininity all the time stopped their actions at the moment, and raised their eyes to look at Jiang Tianming. Among them, Diana, who is a female representative, was the first to ask, "Do you already know the lairs of those invaders?" "I definitely know that there are 2 of their lairs, and the one I'm taking you to is their lair nearby." At the moment, Dinah was already eager to try. She raised her hand and asked Jiang Tianming excitedly, "Can I go with you?" "Definitely can." Although Dinah is currently the weakest among the girls, as a student of Jiang Tianming, she also has the attack method of supersonic ability. Besides, Jiang Tianming was still watching from the sidelines. This time the operation would only be safe and sound. "It's great." Dinah shouted happily. She was waiting for this moment all the time, and she was tired of the little fights her brother suffered. Previously, the villains in Gotham couldn't get out of 910, so she didn't have much chance to show off, but now it's an alien invasion. She looks very powerful just by listening to it, and she can definitely benefit a lot this time. "Oh, since we are attacking in a group, shouldn't we have a famous team name?" Barbara, being a nerd, had a lot of fun with this. "Let's call it Birds of Prey." Jiang Tianming didn't even think about it, and directly took out the team name from the original work, which was created by Barbara anyway. And the most distinctive feature of the Birds of Prey team is that all her members are women. Huh? Who is Zahn, Aid, Eagle? I don't know him, so he will be rejected directly in the future. The White Pigeon can think about it, and it is the 2nd generation of White Pigeon. The eyes of all the girls showed approval, and they couldn't help but nodded. "This name is good, it sounds very nice." Afterwards, Jiang Tianming looked around, but did not find Fiona. Where's Fiona? Since Fiona has no interest in yoga, there is a high probability that she is basking in the sun, or in the underground training room. "I heard your conversation." At this time, Fiona came from behind Jiang Tianming. Fiona was wearing a black women's sports vest, wiping the sweat off her head with a towel, exuding a heroic and feminine charm. This made Jiang Tianming look a little appreciative, mainly because Fiona's abdominal muscles are quite attractive. Fiona also noticed Jiang Tianming's gaze, which made her feel a little joy in her heart, but she didn't show it. Instead, he pretended to be calm, and said indifferently to Jiang Tianming's gaze, "I've been a little bored recently, and I want to rob Shinbone. Since you are all going, then I will go too. I also want to see what the so-called aliens look like." Selena followed the crowd and followed the crowd. Jiang Tianming nodded in satisfaction, and began to look around at the girls. Now his harem hero team in the DC world has taken shape. Batgirl Barbara, in addition to her original superb fighting skills and hacking skills, also has an enhanced version of Spider-Man ability, so she currently ranks 3rd in the team. Catwoman Selena has cat-like agility and reaction speed, and at the same time has the Kiva transformation ability gifted by Jiang Tianming. Her strength is much stronger than the weakest Dinah. Needless to say, Diana and Fiona are the 2 most powerful, a demigod body full of gods and blessings, and a Kryptonian with super strength. They are enough to walk sideways on the earth. The weakest is Dinah, except for sonic attack and fighting skills. There are no special highlights, maybe there will be some in the future. Stryker's underground tunnel. The girls jumped off the Apocalypse fighter plane and went to the place where Steppenwolves and demons tortured captured humans. Dinah and Fiona wore black armor made by Jiang Tianming, and the rest wore their own battle uniforms. As for Jiang Tianming, he sat in the driver's seat with his legs crossed, watching the situation inside, shooting small nanorobots, and shooting from multiple directions. For him, it was like watching a movie, so he brought popcorn and coke and watched how his girls beat the villain. The perspective turns to the girls. Barbara manipulated the projection supercomputer on the front arm, looked at the information on it and said, "According to the thermal imaging, there are nearly 100 signs of life inside. Nearly 10 of them have human characteristics. They are the targets we want to rescue. The others are enemies. The biggest one should be their leader." After all the girls heard Barbara's intelligence report, they all nodded, and Diana took the lead. "Fiona and I will deal with the boss, and the rest of the enemies will be handed over to you." Regarding Diana's arrangement, all the women had no objection. Except for Jiang Tianming, they were headed by Diana, the most experienced woman. This is not a question of whether to take credit or not. Nearly 90 demon-like monsters are enough for them to have a headache for a while. This is a clear division of labor. Seeing that all the girls had no objections, Diana, as one of the team leaders, immediately said, "Then, the battle begins." The 2 demons caught Cyborg's father, Silas Stone, in front of the Steppenwolf. The tall Steppenwolf looked down on the terrified humans with an absolute attitude. Steppenwolf stepped forward from left to right, casually grabbed the human man's collar and lifted him up, and moved his nose. "You have approached the mother box. Where is he?" "I don't know what you're talking about." The human man stuttered in fright. For them, the aliens in front of them are the scariest. "Humph, that's not the answer I want." Steppenwolf narrowed his eyes, killing intent began to emerge in his eyes. Puff. The Steppenwolf flung the human man to the ground, and gave 2 of the demons a look. The demons understood instantly, stepped forward, and raised their sharp claws, aiming at the human man. "Don't come here. Don't come here." The human man kept crawling backwards, and a foul smell had already begun to linger between his legs. Obviously, the human man's begging for mercy has no effect on the two demons. They can't understand human words and can only obey the new gods of the apocalypse star, such as the wild wolf. Pfft. As the two demon-like hands raised and lowered their knives, the human man's chest was pierced by the demon-like monster, and scarlet blood spewed out. Accompanied by a human man's scream, he lay silently in a pool of blood and declared his death. The other captured people were terrified, sobbing softly. Only Cyborg's father was relatively calm, although at the moment his body couldn't help shaking. The scientist seemed extremely powerless at this moment. Next, the Steppenwolf glanced at the corpse on the ground expressionlessly, and then looked at the other humans who were trembling with fear. And in the next second, two of the demons behind him were pierced into their bodies by bat-like flying darts, and then a strong electric current erupted, causing the bodies of the two demons to emit black smoke. Gah! With the extremely ugly screams of the demons, their bodies fell to the ground in response, and there was no life on the ground. Humph, ho ho. Steppenwolf immediately became vigilant, and the silver blade armor on his body also entered vigilance mode, and the silver blades collided with each other and clanked. And on the ceiling in their sky, Kiva, the incarnation of Selena, stood on the ceiling, looking at them with compound eyes emitting red light. Immediately, Selena stepped on her feet lightly, and her figure flew towards the demon-like on the ground. Boom! Selena landed heavily on the ground, and immediately raised her fists and punched the demons on both sides, knocking them flying and smashing them against the wall. Ho ho! Seeing the Kiva armor on Selena, Steppenwolf thought of the strange armor that crushed him last time, thinking that Jiang Tianming and Selena were the same person. Boom! Behind the monster leaning against the wall, suddenly a figure broke through the wall. It was the heroic Diana. Pissed. Diana stabbed the Vulcan's sword into the demon's chest, and mixed black and red blood spurted forward. Immediately, Diana turned her eyes to Steppenwolf, and she learned from Jiang Tianming that he had made a fuss in her hometown of Paradise Island and killed several Amazon sisters. Can't help burning flames representing anger in his eyes, glaring at the Steppenwolf in front of him. Amazons. Steppenwolf now knew that he was surrounded, so he needed to break out. First, he looked at the battle axe standing on the ground. But he didn't go to get it immediately, because as a veteran who has fought for thousands of years, at the moment when he goes to get the weapon, he will show his flaws and be seized by the opponent. Diana also knew what the other party was thinking, and she tilted her head slightly to be provocative, as if to say, you can take the weapon as you like, and the old lady will fight anyway. Humph. Steppenwolf didn't care about that much anymore, and reached out to pick up the tomahawk at the side as quickly as possible. Although he had already got it, Diana was faster. Diana raised the divine power shield in her hand, and slammed into the Steppenwolf like a cannonball. The Steppenwolf was knocked into the air, smashed a big hole, and fell on the bottom tunnel. Zero, seeking flowers. Boom. A big pothole was smashed hard. Roar. Steppenwolf stood up in the pothole, looked up and saw Fiona in black armor standing there idly, as if she didn't pay attention to Steppenwolf at all. I didn't expect him to let me deal with this kind of thing, and I must make him compensate me well later. The corners of Fiona's mouth rose slightly, completely confident in her own strength. In fact, Fiona alone is enough to deal with Steppenwolves, but after all, Diana is one of the wives of her family, and as a subordinate, she has to share the head with Diana. That's why Fiona planned to ask Jiang Tianming to make it up to her. Point 0. Steppenwolf looked at Fiona in front of him and Diana who had just landed, and the alarm bells rang in his heart. He had conquered so many worlds, and he had never been so embarrassed. And the others above. Dinah turned sideways to avoid the demon-like claw attack, and immediately reached her waist to grab the Tang Hang Dao formed by nanometers and appeared in Dinah's hand. Immediately, Dinah quickly raised the Tang Hang Dao to chop off the neck of the monster, and the neck of the monster was easily chopped off by Dinah like tofu. Afterwards, Dinah noticed 3 or 4 monsters flying towards her, and immediately opened her mouth towards them. The strong sound wave attack knocked away those monsters, and the strong sound waves blown away the surrounding monsters, and they all smashed to the wall to die in pain. The mask on the battle armor made by Jiang Tianming has the effect of strengthening sound waves, so this time Dinah's sonic attack has been greatly strengthened. Hey, it's so cool. Dinah has never been so happy. This is a real alien, or an alien who intends to invade the Earth. It's really cool to play. Sure enough, following him was the most correct choice. Dinah nodded in satisfaction at how she relied on Jiang Tianming at that time. It was simply the most correct and wise choice she made. One by one. Gah! Several demons flew in the air, pointing their laser guns at Barbara on the ground. Barbara, who has spider telepathy, naturally avoids these laser bullets with extremely fast speed and reaction speed, which is completely trivial. Drink. Barbara rolled to avoid a laser bullet, and then quickly threw bat-flying darts at several demons in the sky. The bat-flying darts pierced the demon-like chest precisely, making a diddy sound. The demon-like instinctively wanted to take down those bat-flying darts, but those bat-flying darts stuck to them as if they had taken root. Not come down. Boom. The flying darts of the Bat 340 exploded violently, devouring those demons like demonic flames. The explosion was so powerful that the flames from the explosion even engulfed Barbara on the ground, but Barbara was not in a hurry. I saw that she blocked the bat cloak behind her in front of her body, and the explosion flames were blocked by the cloak like a thick wall, which did not hurt Barbara in the slightest. Hey, after resisting the flames, Barbara stood up and looked at the battlesuit on herself that had been improved by Jiang Tianming with satisfaction. It was made of the toughest and softest material, being able to make Barbara do all kinds of difficult movements without losing elegance, and the toughness can even offset most of the damage of bullets, shows how satisfied Barbara is. Just reward him well later on. And Selena on the other side. Selena transformed into a Kiva has huge amounts of power, enough to tear the demons alive, and there are piles of demon corpses on the ground. The humans watching the battle were all nestled in the corner and shivering. Now Selena is always doing separate actions for the demons, and they are terrified to see them. Co-author, you are more monster than those monsters. Selena doesn't have such a psychological burden. For her, these creatures that are not human at all, she will not be soft, and she can use as many deadly moves as she can. Drink. Selena punched the demon-like chest, blood mixed with black and red flowed to the ground, and immediately pulled out her hand. The last demon also fell to the ground, and spent the eternal sleep with its dozens of demon companions on the ground. Madam is really good at it, the master will definitely like you even more when he sees it. Kivat 3 on the belt said, waving his little wings. Shut up Kivat, I told you not to talk except at other times. Selena glanced around at the demon-like corpse on the ground, and then at a group of human beings huddled in a corner. Immediately she turned around and punched the gate. The gate made a heavy bang and was blasted open by the punch. Then she looked at the group of human beings and pointed to the gate. They understood, quickly got up and walked their legs, and left here quickly, wishing they could grow 2 more legs and leave this ghost place. Boom. Turning the angle of view, the Steppenwolf was blown into the air and hit the wall hard, creating a big pothole. The Steppenwolf looked extremely embarrassed. Why are there still Kryptonians on the Earth? Steppenwolf at the moment was full of this idea. Obviously the mother box had sent him a message on the Earth. The Kryptonians were almost extinct not long ago, so what happened to the Kryptonian flying in the air and wearing black armor in front of at the moment? Too weak. Can you conquer 100,000 worlds just by yourself? I began to seriously doubt the water in it. Fiona smiled and mocked. For Fiona, it can be said that there is currently no one on Earth who can fight, except for the man who seems to have no defeat. Humph. Ho ho. It was obvious that Fiona's taunt had a good effect. The Steppenwolf let out a roar and ran towards Fiona with a battle axe in his hand. But now he obviously forgot that there is another person here, that is Diana. In a flash, Diana came to Fiona's body and raised her divine shield to block Steppenwolf's tomahawk attack. Although this slash caused little damage to Fiona, what's more, she was still wearing the black battle armor made by Jiang Tianming. But Diana is a warrior, not a dead soldier, and there is absolutely no need to bear these slightest injuries. At the moment Steppenwolf is extremely aggrieved. It can be said that these days he only has an advantage over those who are not very strong, and he has no advantage over these outrageously strong existences. Huh. Fiona's figure flashed. Following a burst of tearing air sounds, she flashed behind the Steppenwolf, grabbing the Steppenwolf's horn and twirling wildly in the air. D. 5.9. Immediately with a flick, it was thrown fiercely on the ground tens of meters away, smashing a pothole in the ground fiercely. Roar. Steppenwolf hit the ground with his fist as if venting his anger, then stood up and looked up at the sky. As a soldier, he really wanted to die here, but now he has a more important task, which is to find the third mother box. When the mother box is reintegrated, no matter how hard you try to stop me, all previous efforts will be in vain. For Darkseid. Boom. Then the sonic boom channel opened, teleporting the Steppenwolf away. Humph, it's just a matter of quick talk. Fiona said disdainfully as she floated in the air. In her eyes, there has never been an enemy that she can take seriously, whether it is the current Steppenwolf, or the Doomsday that did not grow up before. If Jiang Tianming knew what Fiona was thinking, he might say that there will be many enemies who can make you deflated in the future. Where's the big guy? Barbara asked as she landed on the ground with the shackle. It seems that Diana and Fiona have been beaten away. Selena and Dinah also came over. It's too weak, I haven't used my full strength yet. Fiona said proudly, raising her head like a proud white swan. Okay, don't be so complacent now, we should go back, don't make Tianming wait. Diana took back the divine shield and Vulcan's sword in her hands and said to Fiona and the other girls in the sky, and their team leader, Jiang Tianming, is sitting in the pilot seat of the Apocalypse fighter plane in the sky outside, drinking Coke and eating popcorn. He nodded with satisfaction. The teamwork can be said to be qualified, the assignment work is also done well, and the overall strength can even be taken care of alone. This kind of cultivation game is not bad, and it would be even better if they are all his harem. Then if there is a secret base like a watchtower or a Titan building in the future, wouldn't it be a happy life? Run away now, I thought I could see Fiona welding Steppenwolf. After drinking the last sip of Coke, she clapped her hands, got up and walked out of the Apocalypse fighter plane. After coming out, Jiang Tianming saw Batman's bat fighter flying down from the sky, and soon the Flash Barry Allen, Cyborg Victor Stone and Batman Bruce came out of the bat fighter. At the moment Bruce was a little surprised that Jiang Tianming would appear here, and he had invited Jiang Wenming and Diana to investigate the disappearance of laboratory personnel before. But they were rejected by Jiang Tianming. Why are you here? Since Jiang Tianming at the moment didn't make any disguise, Bruce neither said Jiang Tianming's red title nor his real name. The matter has been settled, look. Jiang Tianming pointed to Cyborg's father and others who came out of the exit. Seeing that his father walked out safely, Cyborg walked over with his legs and opened the scanner to check his condition. There was no problem, but he was slightly shocked before heaved a sigh of relief. What about the news about the mother box? Bruce nodded and asked the question he was most concerned about now. Now Steppenwolf has not found the third mother box. The second mother box Steppenwolf has already snatched it from Atlantis. Boom. Suddenly, a figure with disheveled hair flew out of the sea and landed on the ground. He was the future Aquaman Arthur who came long overdue. Arthur looked around and found that the enemy had disappeared. Is it over here? The timeline changes again. This time Arthur listens to his mentor Vico and comes to help fight Steppenwolf with his mother's silver trident. I haven't even met Mara. It's just that he, like Bruce and others, came a step late, and he didn't even see the silhouette of Steppenwolf. Who are they? The Flash Barry Allen was stunned aside. He didn't know everyone present except Bruce. He is, my friend, Jiang Tianming. He is also one of us. The one in Bruce's mouth refers to the category of Superman vigilantes. After receiving the title of Batman's friend, Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows in surprise. In fact, he didn't have much communication with Bruce. As for him, Bruce looked at Arthur with disheveled hair. Arthur Curry is barely one of us. Barry nodded upon hearing this, and he hastily stretched out his hand towards Jiang Tianming. My name is Barry Allen, and my super ability is fast, very fast. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, and shook hands with Barry Allen politely. He had heard a little about this DC sacrifice, and he and Batman were called the two most important men. The Flash and Batman, as long as one of them is gone, the world will probably be half cold. Nice to meet you. It's so lively here. At this moment, Diana led the Birds of Prey team to the crowd. Bruce frowned when he saw it. He didn't know anyone except Barbara and Diana. And Selena was still in the Kiva transformation state, so Bruce didn't recognize it. Now it seems that they should all be related to Jiang Tianming. What's the situation? At the moment Barry Allen was confused again. He didn't expect so many superheroes like him to appear tonight. Let's go back. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly at this, turned around and stepped onto the Apocalypse fighter plane with his girls, and then left here. To be honest, he's really enviable. Barry Allen couldn't help sighing as he looked at the Apocalypse fighter plane flying away. He could see that Jiang Tianming's hero team members were all extremely beautiful, and Jiang Tianming seemed to be the only male in it. That's why he envied Jiang Tianming. Superficial, good wine is enough for men, and women don't need anything. Aquaman said with a curl of his lips in disdain. Bruce couldn't help sighing. The current members are still a little immature, but at least his team has taken shape. On the Apocalypse Star Fortress that Steppenwolf made on Earth, Steppenwolf walked to the two mother boxes. The mother box kept flashing light, as if trying to remind Steppenwolf of something all the time. Steppenwolf stretched out his fingertips towards the mother box, and in the next second, the mother box erupted with violent energy and swept the whole body of Steppenwolf. In the blink of an eye, Steppenwolf came to a desolate land, surrounded by land and desert without any life. Here is. Steppenwolf felt the familiar aura, and saw him half kneeling on the ground, reaching out to grab the dust on the ground. It's right here, on this planet. Steppenwolf's eyes narrowed, and the next second he raised the giant axe in his hand, and slammed it towards the ground. Boom. With a deafening bang, the ground suddenly shattered and collapsed, and hot magma spewed out, drawing strange lines on the ground. Steppenwolf stared wide-eyed at the lines on the ground. It was clearly the anti-life equation that Darkseid was looking for, and suddenly a flame surged in his heart. Ho ho! Steppenwolf raised his head to the sky and roared. After the information provided by the mother box is over, Steppenwolf returns to reality, and he leaves Desaad, the chief scientist of Apocalypse Star. Desaad's ugly face emerged on the iron sheet, and he asked Steppenwolf, Steppenwolf, did you find the third mother box when you called me? Not at all. Then why did you call me? My patience is limited, and so is the great Darkseid. Desaad was a little displeased. He was summoned by Steppenwolf while he was doing experiments. He thought that the other party had conquered this planet, but Steppenwolf's answer disappointed him greatly. I have news that there is the ultimate weapon that the great Darkseid wants on this planet, that is, the anti-life equation, and it is on this planet. It was engraved on the surface of this planet that dared to defy him. Hearing this, Desaad realized the weight and importance of the news, and he fell silent, actually reporting it to his Dark Lord Darkseid. Soon, the appearance on the iron plate changed for a while, and finally transformed into Darkseid, one of the most powerful villains in the DC world, the Dark Lord. The surrounding demons fell to the ground one after another following Darkseid's arrival, and then knelt down. The Steppenwolf hastily followed suit and knelt down, lowered his head, and said respectfully, My king. Steppenwolf, have you really found the location of the anti-life equation? I would like to guarantee with my life that the anti-life equation is on this planet. It is absolutely true. Very good. Darkseid couldn't hear the emotions. After a while of silence, he said again, You let the demons place a device for the sonic boom channel on this planet, and I will personally come and get what's mine. Put this planet in endless flames and darkness. Darkseid's words made Steppenwolf startled. He looked up at Darkseid in disbelief. His pupils couldn't help trembling. The tone was also the same. Are you going to visit this planet in person? You don't need to ask so much, just do it. Obviously Darkseid didn't want Steppenwolf to know too much. Darkseid didn't dare to underestimate the planet that caused him a defeat, although those old gods had retired and no longer appeared in the vision of humans and alien civilizations. The three races on the Earth are no longer united, but there are many contradictions, but there is still the power of Darkseid that cannot be underestimated. I obey, my king. Steppenwolf bowed his head again and said respectfully. And on Happy Hill in Gotham City, just as Jiang Tianming and his harem team returned home, a systematic voice came from Jiang Tianming's mind. Mission change, kill Darkseid's duplication, reward, 100% mastery of Space Gem, plus bonus wind element power. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming frowned. The plot actually changed slightly. The system will issue such a mission, which means that Darkseid will visit the Earth in person in the near future. At the moment, he will not underestimate Darkseid. Although it is a duplication of his body in this universe, Darkseid is originally a very powerful existence, holding one of the most powerful biological weapons along with Doomsday, such as demons, and his original Omega effect is very powerful, capable of releasing Omega rays. Has the physical fitness to crush a normal Superman. Adding up these abilities, it can be said that Darkseid, Niu Zhao's, is really a terrible opponent, but Jiang Tianming is not afraid of him, except for the Omega rays. Because this thing is not an ordinary ray, it can directly obliterate the person who is hit, except for some abnormal existences. Omega rays have been shown in movies. It seems that there is something to play. Jiang Tianming didn't have any pressure, because there are many cheats on the Earth, the Flash, Batman, Superman and so on are all cheats. If you can't beat it, just restart it. It's just a restart. At that time, Jiang Tianming can go back to the Marvel world to avoid it. It's definitely a very small probability of happening. And with the existence of Jiang Tianming, it is basically impossible to lose this character. The next day, a fool was sitting in front of the Bat supercomputer. At the moment, he found something different. He turned his head and said to Bruce, who came over, Master Wayne, you should come and take a look. There are some strange things happening in Gotham City right now. Hearing this, Bruce frowned and walked to the supercomputer, and Afu also started typing on the keyboard, showing Bruce what he found. Soon, some winged humanoid creatures appeared on the screen, and they were undoubtedly Darkseid's biological weapons like monsters. Bruce from at the moment has never seen a demon with his own eyes, but he has seen demon corpses all over the ground in the last incident. From this, it can be deduced that the demon is related to the recent invaders. The demons in the video keep going in and out of various dark alleys and sewer entrances, as well as several abandoned factories. No one knows what they are doing inside. Bruce was silent about this. The top priority now is to bring Superman back to life, and you send the information to DK and Barbara. As for Tim, he just forgets. Now he can't intervene in the investigation of these things. He can only leave it to the Bat family under his command, and the new Robin Tim Drake just received. Bruce didn't intend to let him interfere in these matters, and the shadow of Jason Todd was still in his heart. Understood, Master Wayne. Do you need to send a message to Mr. Zhang? No need. Now Barbara is basically living with Zhang, and it's the same to everyone. Afu nodded to indicate that he understood, then tapped the keyboard, and began to send all these materials to the current members of the Bat family. Bruce didn't stay where he was, and left Wayne Manor with strides, boarded a luxury car, and headed for the metropolis. Just last night, they dug up the body of Superman Clark and prepared to bring it to the Kryptonian spaceship, using the ability of the Mother Box to resurrect him. It's almost dawn now. Soon, Bruce had changed into his bat suit, and with the help of Cyborg, they easily hacked into the system and entered the interior of the Kryptonian spacecraft without any obstacles. At the moment the Flash, Barry Allen had already left the training chamber, and was about to fully activate the Mother Box with the lightning energy brought by the speed run, allowing it to repair and revive Superman. But this Kryptonian spaceship is warning Cyborg all the time. Cyborg frowned and understood the meaning of the Kryptonian spaceship. The spaceship is begging me not to activate the Mother Box. It is worried that activating the Mother Box will attract Steppenwolves and even more terrifying existences. But things have come to this point now. For the death of Superman, Bruce feels guilty towards the former, so he said without any hesitation, "We already knew that. Go ahead. This procedure cannot be reversed, and it is strongly recommended to give up activation." The warning sound of the Kryptonian spacecraft continued to echo, but this could not stop everyone's actions. "Well," added Barry, is ready to count down. 5, 4, 1. But when Cyborg was counting down, suddenly there was a stabbing pain in his head, and mysterious images began to appear in his mind. All he saw was a burst of intense blue light sweeping across the globe. The whole Earth was transformed into a doomsday planet, the azure ocean was evaporated into a bottomless scorched Earth, and the Earth spewed out flames soaring into the sky. Dozens of mysterious spaceships are flying above the Earth. In the spaceships, a black giant with a height of nearly 3 meters looks down on the Earth. The light in his eyes exudes a dangerous atmosphere. The digital superhero who died tragically, Aquaman Arthur in the golden armor, the mysterious superhero in the green battlesuit, and the mysterious alien with green skin, and Superman. This time, the Superman they were going to resurrect could not escape the fate of death, and the one who stepped on his body was actually a person he had seen before. That is Jiang Tianming, who saved his father's life last night. Behind Jiang Tianming are several female superheroes wearing black battle armor. They and Jiang Tianming have dangerous red lights in their eyes, as if they have fallen into a state of brutality. They are all members of the female hero team that Cyborg saw last night, and there are some who have not seen them, and they followed Jiang Tianming as if they were controlled. Jiang Tianming exuded evil black aura all over his body, but he didn't appear to be under control, and appeared very sober. The scorching flames and dim sky became their background board. No. Fear began to emerge in Cyborg's eyes, and those scenes undoubtedly hit his heart directly, like a doomsday future scene. What? The Flash asked with some uncertainty, but time was running out, and he didn't hear Cyborg's response, so he started to use the Speed Force and started running at top speed. Zzz. The energy transformed by lightning began to pour into the mother box, and the mother box was instantly activated, and the intense energy repaired the Superman soaked in the culture fluid. Boom. The soaring water column broke through the ceiling of the Kryptonian spacecraft, and the figure of Superman Clark appeared in the sky above the metropolis. Today, Superman is officially resurrected. Are you okay? Aquaman beside Cyborg saw that the former had been looking ugly since just now. Obviously, most of his body was mechanical, but cold sweat broke out unexpectedly on his forehead. Don't look at Aquaman's fierce appearance. He is actually a cold-faced and warm-hearted uncle. I'm fine. Cyborg hasn't gasped from the shock of the doomsday scene just now, and even an existence like Superman has been stepped on by the opponent. Aquaman raised his eyebrows, and turned his gaze to Batman behind him. Batman, do you think he... But when Aquaman turned his head, Batman's figure had already disappeared, and no one in the room knew when he left. This is also Batman's traditional ability. Has he always been like this? Maybe his super ability is this. Cyborg regained his composure and joked. And just outside Metropolitan Superman Park, Superman landed in front of his own statue. Broken statues were all over the floor. His huge statue head was right in front of him. He tilted his head to think but couldn't think of anything to hide. Bang! Suddenly behind him came the sound of landing and the sound of lightning. Superman turned around to look at the sound, and Cyborg, Aquaman, and the Flash all appeared in his field of vision. My gosh, it really did. The Flash never imagined that the mother box could actually bring Superman back from death. But Superman didn't know them. His eyes began to enter the perspective mode, and he could clearly see the internal organs of the three of them, especially when he saw Cyborg's full mechanical structure body. He couldn't help but stop his sight. And this action made Cyborg's high-tech body from the mother box start to fear. It came from the mother box, and the mother box was afraid of the existence of Superman, so it automatically activated the defense system. Wait, what's wrong with you, Victor? Cyborg's strange behavior made the Flash beside him startled. My own defense system is activated. He sees Superman as an enemy. Damn it. Cyborg couldn't regain control of his body no matter how he tried to stop it. His left arm began to change, and finally formed an energy cannon barrel. Immediately burst out blue laser cannonballs at Superman. Boom. The laser shell hit Superman's body, but it didn't cause any real damage, and he couldn't even make the opponent take a step back. And this attack made the delirious Superman. His anger began to well up in his heart, and he immediately shot a red heat ray at Cyborg. Boom. Boom. The Cyborg was instantly blown away and hit the ground far away, creating a deep pit. Snort. Aquaman's eyes were fixed, and then he kicked his mother's trident in his hand and flew towards Superman. Boom. But I saw Superman raised his fist and punched Aquaman's chest. With the sonic boom, Aquaman's figure was blown away. Aquaman is on. Aquaman is second. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Flash directly activated the Speed Force and entered the state of extreme speed running. But during the running process, he saw a scene that made him feel unbelievable. I saw that Superman's eyeballs moved slowly along with his figure, and then his figure began to move, walking slowly towards the Flash's body. Definitely, this just shows that Superman can catch up with the Flash's speed, not faster than the Flash, otherwise the Flash now eats Superman's punch. Are you kidding me? The speed that the Flash is proud of will be seen through by Superman. He saw Superman jumping in the air and punching the Flash at a relatively slow speed. Boom. The Flash dodged quickly, and Superman's fist hit the ground with a loud bang. Guys, the situation is not good. The Flash said to everyone in the public channel in the headset while dodging Superman's pursuit. With his strength, he can't push away Superman. He can only rely on his speed to dodge, otherwise he won't ask Cyborg Aquaman for help. I'll take care of it, Barry. At this time, Jiang Tianming's voice came from the Flash's ears, and there was no Jiang Tianming in their communication channel, which meant that Jiang Tianming had invaded their communication channel. Who are you? The Flash didn't realize for a moment who was speaking in the headset. Hoo. Accompanied by a violent tearing air sound, Jiang Yuming's incarnation, Ultimate Kung Wo, descended from the sky. Boom. Jiang Tianming's figure fell hard on the ground, making deep holes and thick smoke and dust. This also attracted the sight of the demented Superman. His red eyes looked at Jiang Tianming, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. But Jiang Tianming didn't care at all, just smiled slightly, and stretched his muscles eagerly. He wanted to fight Superman a long time ago, but he still couldn't find the reason, but now is a good opportunity. 0. Seeking flowers. You have lost your mind. For the sake of the safety of the Earth, I had no choice but to beat you up. Is it reasonable? Don't blame me. The corners of Jiang Tianming's mouth under the mask were raised, revealing a smile full of fighting spirit. Hearing this, Superman tilted his head in a strange way, and then he didn't care what happened, and a strong heat ray erupted from his eyes, and shot towards Jiang Tianming. Boom. I saw that Jiang Tianming remained calm in the face of danger, and slowly raised his arms to block the astonishingly powerful heat ray, and his figure also stood motionless on the spot. The Flash not far away, as well as Cyborg and Aquaman, all watched this scene with wide eyes. Aquaman may not know it, but the Flash and Cyborg are city people. 0. They know what kind of existence Superman is. It can be said that they have never seen an existence stronger than Superman, but now suddenly there is an existence that can compete with Superman. This. Cyborg couldn't help recalling the scene he saw in the Kryptonian spaceship before. Jiang Tianming stepped on Superman's corpse, standing on the ruins of the city like a king, arrogating everything with an absolute attitude. Boom. Jiang Tianming was no longer passive, but took the initiative to attack. He kicked his feet suddenly, the ground cracked, and his figure flew towards Superman. With an angry face, Superman cancelled the heat ray attack, and then swung his fist towards Jiang Tianming. This fist broke through the air, and he hit Jiang Tianming with amazing momentum. Hee, well done. Jiang Tianming smiled excitedly, raised his fist on the way to Superman, and punched Superman hard. Hoo. Two simultaneous tearing air sounds sounded. Boom. Soon the two fists collided together, and there was a violent bang, and the strong breath formed an invisible shockwave, which shattered the glass of the surrounding police cars. Cyborg, the Flash, and Aquaman, who were relatively close, were all thrown away by the sudden shockwave, and flew upside down like a kite with a broken string more than 10 meters away. Guys, I think they're fighting to the point where we can't do anything. The Flash from at the moment was terrified. If he had received these two punches inside, he might have turned into a dead body. 1001. What's the situation? Batman arrived late, and the scene was extremely chaotic. There were many deep hits on the ground, obviously punched out by fists. About this, I think you should ask those two people in the sky. The Flash looked at the sky, pointed to the faintly sounding sky and said, "What do you mean?" Batman didn't understand what the Flash meant, just when he wanted to continue asking. Hoo. There was a violent movement in the sky. Batman hurriedly heard the sound and looked over, only to see Superman's naked upper body figure descending from the building at a very fast speed. Boom. Soon 2:30, Superman's body smashed into his memorial park, smashing a deep hole hard, stirring up violent dust. Everyone present was terrified. They never thought that one day someone would suppress Superman, whom they called the god of the world. Definitely, in their eyes now Jiang Tianming is indeed suppressing Superman, but only Jiang Tianming knows that his fist will not cause any substantial damage to Superman. Leaving aside the physical quality of Superman, just the ability of Superman to absorb solar radiation to restore physical strength can make Jiang Tianming feel uncomfortable. Sure enough, Superman stood up from the pothole, raised his head and used supervision to look at Jiang Tianming, who was still above the clouds, and was about to fly into the air to fight Jiang Tianming. But in the next second, he heard a voice that made people stop and stupefied him. Clark. Louise's voice reached Superman's ears, and Superman then turned his head to look at Louise, who was watching from a distance. The appearance of Louise gradually awakened Superman's memory. He slowly flew towards Louise. "Oh, did you just run like this?" Jiang Tianming flew to the ground, scratching his head helplessly. Superman is such a good opponent, he can completely increase his strength, but it doesn't matter. In the battle just now, Jiang Tianming has already earned 10 tons of calendar area from Superman. After Jiang Tianming returned to the ground, Batman came to Jiang Tianming, and Batman said, "Have you watched those videos?" With Superman resurrected, the only thing left to solve now is the mother box and the intruder. Jiang Tianming naturally knew what Batman was talking about. Just last night, Barbara received a message from Batman. Among those videos, it was a video of demons flying around. He is also very clear about what is going to happen. Nothing more than the duplication of Darkseid will come to the Earth. I've seen it. I want to remind you in advance that there will be a big enemy coming soon. You'd better find a few more people, otherwise I don't know how many people will die by then. Hearing this, Batman couldn't help frowning. He didn't doubt Jiang Tianming's words. Maybe in the near future, there will really be enemies coming. Do you know who the enemy is? A guy named Darkseid. He's much stronger than any enemy you've ever seen. After speaking, Jiang Tianming jumped into the Apocalypse fighter plane and left the spot without lingering. Because of Darkseid, Steppenwolf did not come to the metropolis to snatch the last mother box from the human side, but put all his energy into the sonic boom device and put it in Gotham City and the metropolis. Steppenwolf, has the sonic boom device been installed yet? Desert's figure appeared on the iron plate, and asked the Steppenwolf, who was still commanding the demons. After commanding the last batch of monsters, Steppenwolf turned around and said to Desad, "It's already the last batch. Just tonight, the sonic boom device will be installed." Very well, in this way, this damned mean planet will welcome her real master tonight. Desad raised his hands high and said as if praising his monarch. Steppenwolf looked hesitation, and immediately decided to ask Desad, why did the great Darkseid choose to visit this planet in person? Wasn't it me who conquered this planet in the first place? Hearing this, Desad put down his raised hands, looked at the Steppenwolf with sinister and dark eyes, and said after a long time, "Just when you found this planet, the great Darkseid somehow knew that there are powerful factors on this planet that you cannot conquer. and that factor directly affected the pace of Darkseid's conquest, coupled with the anti-life equation, so the great Dark Monarch decided to conquer this planet himself. The Steppenwolf nodded, and then asked another question, then why don't you let me compete for the last mother box of that human being in 5.5? As long as Darkseid gives an order, Steppenwolf will definitely go to the human world without hesitation to snatch the last mother box, but Darkseid did not do so. Soon, Desad revealed the reason. The combat power to defend this planet today is not weaker than that of thousands of years ago. The Dark Lord does not intend to make you make unnecessary sacrifices. Steppenwolf, you will be one of the important forces in this battle of conquest. When the time comes, both the anti-life equation and the mother box will return to our apocalypse star. All this is for the great Darkseid. Night. Dark Gotham City. In the dark sewer, there was a faint and strange cry. It was not the cry of an underground mouse, nor did it belong to any animal on the earth. The cry sounded unbearably creepy. It turned out that a demon was doing something in it, and I saw him put the metal box-like strange object in his hand on the wall with adsorbent on it. Hiss. The monster made an unknown cry, and after finishing tinkering with the strange metal box, it spread its wings and was about to leave the place. But in the next moment, bat-like flying darts flew from the darkness, quickly piercing into the demon-like body, followed by a violent electric current, impacting the demon-like body and knocking him to the ground. There were footsteps stepping on the water in the darkness, and soon the owner of the footsteps appeared. That was Bar 08 Bara wearing the Batgirl battlesuit. She first glanced at the silent demon on the ground, and then looked from the light to the kiting metal box on the wall. I've never seen a box like this. Barbara kept looking at the strange metal box, but she didn't dare to touch it, for fear that there might be some mechanism on it that she didn't know. Maybe you can ask Tianming. Barbara took out the microcomputer on her belt, and then contacted Jiang Tianming, who was still sleeping soundly at home. Tianming, I'm sorry to disturb your sleep, I have something here that I need you to look at. Barbara turned the video angle to that strange metal box. Jiang Tianming yawned first, and then took a closer look at the metal box in the video, although there was no such thing in the movie. But he can probably guess what it is, and it may be an important item for Darkseid to come to Earth. It should be a teleportation tool. Then what should we do? This is the sewer in the center of Gotham. If those demons come to the city, it will definitely be a mess. Do you still need me to teach you this? If you are in doubt, blow it up. Jiang Tianming in the video spread his hands and said, don't people in the Bat family like to set off a bomb when they pass by? This is the sewer, the power of the explosion will collapse here. Please, can you come up with something useful? Barbara said with a speechless expression. Jiang Tianming scratched his head. How can he say that he also has a bit of getting up? Can't he whine and get addicted to his mouth? Just leave it there. But is this really good? There is currently no way to transfer it safely. Although it can be transferred, I can't guarantee what happens in the middle. I can only say this for your safety. In his heart, he will always put his woman's safety first. Hearing this, the corners of Barbara's mouth couldn't help but rise. She only felt warm in her heart. Jiang Tianming's concern was indeed very warm. I have asked Bayman to spread his vision over the entire Gotham. If there is anything, I will notify you immediately, and the time for your birds of prey to perform will come. Upon hearing this, Barbara nodded her head in agreement with Jiang Tianming's solution, then turned off the video, turned and left the sewer. At the same time, Batman Bruce also found the monsters who were secretly installing Jin Yang-sun at the pier. Batman's eyes were fixed, and he aimed at the high steel bar above the monster, shot the hook with the hook lock, and then quickly pulled himself into the top of the monster. Immediately, Batman released the hook lock, and his whole body swooped towards the monster on the ground at an extremely fast speed. In the future, the monster who couldn't react in time pressed the ground and made a bang. Tell me, who sent you? Batman yelled instantly. Hiss, quack, 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 but there were only some strange cries from the mouth of the demon, and Batman didn't know what he was talking about. But in the next second, suddenly, a dazzling red light emanated from the demon-like body, and Batman's intuition told him that danger was coming. Without any hesitation, Batman immediately let go of the demon on the ground, ran away quickly, and then raised the cloak behind him to block his body. Boom. The demon's body expanded rapidly, and finally caused a violent explosion, destroying everything around it, leaving a deep pit, and only the intact metal box remained in the deep pit. Damn it. Batman withdrew his cloak, revealing his somewhat gloomy face. He didn't ask for any useful information, and he just disappeared. Batman walked to the center of the deep pit, picked up the metal box, and immediately pressed the earphones next to his ear and said, Alfred, scan this box to find out what kind of metal it is made of. 650. Okay, Master Wayne. Soon, Afu's voice rang in Batman's ear again. This metal is not made of any metal on the earth, it is a new type of metal that we don't know metal. Hearing this, Batman frowned a little uneasy. The current information gap made him a little uncomfortable, and he had very little control over the enemy's intelligence. Maybe I should ask Jiang. Just as Batman was thinking, the box in his hand suddenly glowed red. Batman threw it into the distance without any hesitation, then found a container as a cover and watched the metal box change carefully. Boom boom boom. The metal box was like an exquisite mechanism. In an instant, red energy erupted from the inside, forming a swirling red energy gate. Hiss, quack, quack, quack. Countless demon-like creatures flew out of it, and their strange cries broke through the night sky of Gotham City, and their eyes locked on Batman hiding behind the container. Tisk, FK. Batman narrowed his eyes and secretly thought something was wrong. Countless armies of demons are flying in the sky. Wow, what kind of show is this? People in both Gotham City and the metropolis looked at the sky in amazement, stopped their vehicles and footsteps, and picked up their mobile phones to take pictures of this scene. But the consequences of doing so are extremely dangerous, and the danger will soon come to the door. One of the monsters flying in the air pointed its laser gun at the man who was shooting, and then a scarlet laser shot out. Pissed. The scarlet laser bullet slammed into the man's body, and a bloody hole was shot in his chest. Plop. The man fell into a pool of his own blood, his eyes widened until he died, and he didn't know how he died. And the death of the man was like a signal. Whether it was a large army of demons or the people whose faces began to spread fear, they all started to take action. Hey! The army of demons raised their laser guns one after another, and began to aim at the people of the Poison Country who were fleeing for their lives on the ground. The atmosphere of chaos and fear permeates the sky of Metropolis and Gotham City, accompanied by killing, and in the middle of the road in the Metropolis, a red vortex appeared on the road, and a tall black figure slowly walked out of the red energy vortex. He has a rock-like skin surface, scarlet eyes staring at the fleeing people of the Poison Country, and the black armor on his body clanks with his master's movements. He is the master of Apocalypse Star, the king of darkness Darkseid. Darkseid looked around, and here was the planet that made him fail, and the planet that made him fail Apocalypse. Although he was not as powerful as he is now at that time, this shame has been deeply branded in his heart. The breath of the mother box. Darkseid's eyes locked on a certain direction, which was the direction of the Kryptonian spacecraft, and it was also the place where humans studied the mother box. Darkseid began to walk there with heavy steps, and the Asgardian Superman of Metropolis was also late. Superman flew in the air and looked at the tragic situation on the ground, and the anger in his heart began to burn. The residents of the metropolis were dying and maimed, and those who should escape were also desperately fleeing. Boom! Superman exploded with a strong speed. The sonic boom was deafening enough, his eyes shot out scorching heat rays, and he began to deal with the post-demon in the air. To Superman, demonoids are like flimsy pieces of paper, most of which are cleaned up quickly. This also made Darkseid notice the existence of Superman. He immediately pointed in a direction and ordered to a few demons beside him, "Go find the last mother box and bring it to me." After finishing speaking, Darkseid turned around and walked in the direction of Superman. At the same time, his eyes began to glow red, and the red light became more and more intense, and then an astonishingly powerful Omega Ray burst out. The Omega Ray shot towards Superman above the sky at an extremely fast speed. Superman definitely noticed the Omega Ray, but he didn't dodge it. Because in Superman's eyes, Omega Rays are just ordinary rays, obviously not worth mentioning in his steel body. But he was wrong, Omega Rays are not ordinary rays, his body cannot completely ignore Omega Rays. Sure enough, the scarlet Omega Rays shot at Superman who didn't dodge, and Superman only felt an unprecedented pain in his body. AHH. Superman yelled in pain. Fortunately, the Omega Ray couldn't completely defeat Superman. Maybe it's because of Superman's tough body, or maybe it's because Darkseid kept his hand, or maybe it's because of other reasons. Boom. Superman's figure fell like a shooting star at an extreme speed, smashing hard on the ground and creating a crater about a meter deep. Superman lay in the pit in pain. He lowered his head to look at the Superman battlesuit destroyed by the Omega Rays. The S-shaped logo representing hope was no longer visible. Hoo. Superman flew out of the pothole and looked directly at Darkseid, but Darkseid didn't change his face, just looking at Superman with his hands behind his back. Perhaps in his eyes, Superman has never been an opponent worthy of his all-out effort. At the same time, Hal Jordan came to Gotham all the way from his hometown of Seaside City, and he saw the tragedy of Gotham City, and the Gotham cops who run for their lives with ordinary folks. It seems that I'm on the stage. Hal Jordan's eyes were fixed, and the green light ring on his finger emitted a green light, covering Hal Jordan in it. Subsequently, wearing a green tight battlesuit, Green Lantern Hal Jordan officially debut. Eat the bullet, flying freak. Hal Jordan roared, driving the green light ring on his finger with the power of willpower. Immediately, the green light condensed into a supergiant machine gun, and the bullets as big as heads followed Hal Jordan's activation wrench, blazing towards those demon-like creatures in the air. Chug chug. Many monsters were easily solved, but it was not over yet. Several monsters flew behind Hal Jordan. They raised the laser guns in their hands and aimed at Hal Jordan, and the scarlet laser bullets shot at Hal Jordan's back. When Hal Jordan turned around, several green explosion-proof infantry gathered. They raised the shields in their hands to protect Hal Jordan, and the laser bullets failed to hurt Hal Jordan in the slightest. Hal Jordan looked around under the protection of the explosion-proof infantry, and he found that there seemed to be countless demons around him. Well done, and they kept appearing somewhere. There must be a mastermind behind the scenes, I have to find him out quickly. Suddenly, a heat ray shot out from the sky and shot through several demons. Hal Jordan followed the source of the heat ray and thought that the owner of the heat ray would be Superman. But what he didn't expect was that the opponent was a green-skinned alien wearing a black armor and black cloak. Soon, Hal Jordan learned the identity of the opponent from the green light ring, and he was a Martian who was almost extinct. Martian Manhunter has been observing Hal Jordan from a distance for a long time, and has the ability to read minds, so he easily knows the identity of the other party. Hi, I'm Martian Manhunter Pa. Hal Jordan, or Green Lantern, a powerful invader has come to the Earth, and we must join forces to survive. On the chaotic road in Gotham, the police cars of the Gotham Police were parked in a row as a cover, but there were not many Gotham Police behind the police cars. Bang bang bang. Gordon got up and fired 3 shots at the demon in the sky, then squatted down and hid behind the police car. At the moment Gordon's face was extremely ugly, because the Gotham Police saw such a horrible scene, and most of them ran away on the spot, leaving only him and his loyal subordinates. Damn, where did these flying humanoid flies come from? Gordon yelled, and now he didn't have time to go to the top of the building and turn on the bat light to notify Batman. We have to get out of here, Dan. No matter how hard you fight these monsters, you can't finish them. If you just stay here, you will die here sooner or later. The loyal subordinate next to Gordon said that although he was willing to follow Gordon, he was not willing to die in vain for such an endless monster. Hearing this, Gordon glanced at the subordinates beside him. They all have their own families, but they are also Gotham policemen and must stay here until the people leave. Sorry guys, hold on to 463 for another 10 minutes, and we'll get out of here after the crowd has finished fleeing. The subordinate who spoke before could only smile wryly, then held the pistol in his hand, and looked at the demon-like flying in the air. Boom. Suddenly, a strong roar came, and Gordon and some Gotham policemen heard it and looked, only to see the black Apocalypse fighter plane flying in the sky. Barbara, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the Apocalypse fighter, stared intently, and then activated the weapon system of the Apocalypse fighter. I saw a huge machine gun extending from the bottom of the Apocalypse fighter plane, and the pitch-black muzzle was aimed at the demon-like army in the sky. It's time for us to counterattack, ugly monsters. Thug chug. The machine gun bullets hit the demon-like army with incomparable precision, and the dead demon-like troops fell to the ground one by one. The dark blood flowed on the road. Seeing the death of their own compatriots, the other monsters let out strange screams, as if they were angry. Bara, Ike. Bara smiled at this, pressed one of the buttons, and said, "Sisters, let them see how good we are." Afterwards, Barbara opened the rear hatch of the Apocalypse fighter jet, followed by Dinah, Selena, and Donna who came out to see the world. In addition to Selena and Barbara, Dinah and Donna are all wearing black uniforms that look like Kryptonian armor, and now they seem to have become the iconic uniforms of the Birds of Prey. Birds of Prey, attack! As for the General Steppenwolf of the Apocalypse Star, he was ordered by Darkseid to take on the important responsibility of finding out the anti-life equation. But before he started looking, he was blocked by 2 beautiful figures. Wonder Woman Diana and Kryptonian Adjutant Fiona, the 2 have beaten him before. Ho ho! Steppenwolf roared, this time he might not be able to escape, unless he can defeat Diana and Fiona, otherwise, he won't be able to get out of here alive. But no matter how you think about it, it is impossible. Obviously, this is another battle of disparity in strength. The picture once again came to the metropolis. Hoo-hoo. Superman's body was like a kite with broken strings, falling from the air at a high speed, and immediately hit the ground, which shattered. Boom. Directly above Superman is Darkseid floating in the air. With his hands behind his back, his scarlet eyes look at Superman on the ground like ants. It's a pity that it's nighttime, and Superman hasn't been able to receive solar radiation to replenish his energy in time, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a mess. Ugh. Superman suddenly jumped up, raised his fist and flew towards Darkseid. Boom. Superman's fist hit Darkseid's face heavily, followed by a violent sonic boom, and Darkseid's figure only retreated a few meters. Then I saw Darkseid throwing a punch towards Superman, hitting Superman's chest with a strong wind. Boom. Superman was sent flying again and fell to the ground. At the moment, Superman was already unable to stand up. After eating an Omega Ray, he suffered an unprecedented beating, and at the moment did not have the sun as an energy supplement, so he was crushed in every aspect. Darkseid slowly landed on the ground, his eyes still on the powerless and unconscious Superman on the ground. My lord, the body of a Kryptonian is powerful. If he is transformed into our demon-like soldier, then he will be the top 10 powerhouses to conquer the world. Darkseid came out from behind Darkseid, and said there respectfully. Hearing this, Darkseid was silent for a few seconds, then nodded and agreed to Darkseid's suggestion. Darkseid looked overjoyed, and quickly called a few demon-like generals Superman to mention it. Start to fly into the red energy sonic boom channel. Suddenly, a mutation popped up. The 2 demons carrying Superman flying suddenly burst into scorching flames, and they both let go of Superman in pain, and kept whipping the flames on their bodies. Hiss. But not long after, he was burned to death by the flames on his body, and fell powerlessly to the ground without a sound. Da-da-da footsteps began to sound. Darkseid heard the sound and looked, and saw the Black Knight walking towards him step by step. Darkseid narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could tell that the masterpiece just now was made by the black figure in front of him. Interested in changing opponents, Jiang Tianming stood in front of Darkseid unscrupulously, as if he didn't take him seriously. The reason why Jiang Tianming is not afraid is because not long ago, the system told him that he does not need to worry about the effect of Omega Rays. With the protection of the system, the Omega Rays are like ordinary heat rays, and they don't have much effect on him. After Jiang Tianming knew about it, he couldn't help giving the system a thumbs up, because the only thing about Darkseid that makes him not to be underestimated is his terrifying Omega effect. Darkseid narrowed his eyes slightly, and he suddenly found something different about the other party, some complicated and powerful aura. This powerful aura can only be possessed by the supreme beings in the universe, such as the rule gods of the Endless Family, or God. Who are you? Why do you exist on Earth? Hearing this, Jiang Tianming couldn't help raising his eyebrows. He didn't understand why Darkseid asked such a question. Maybe he was vaguely aware of the system on his body. If you obediently get out of this planet, maybe I'll tell you effingly, mercifully. Jiang Tianming's simple bad mouth, the ultimate enjoyment. You are just a stepping stone for my conquest. Darkseid had never received such contempt before, which made him frown tightly. Anger began to well up in his heart, and his eyes began to glow more and more red. Zizi boom. A scarlet Omega ray burst out from Darkseid's eyes and shot towards Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming raised his arms crossed to block, secretly praying in his heart, hoping that the system would not deceive him at this time. Boom. Omega rays shot at Jiang Tianming's arms. As expected, the Omega effect didn't affect Jiang Tianming, but was like an ordinary heat ray. It seems that the system is still very honest. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly. From now on, he will no longer be in favor of clad. Impossible. Darkseid's eyes widened at this moment. He had never seen any existence that was immune to the Omega effect, and the person in front of him actually received his Omega rays in a nonchalant manner. Nothing is impossible. As he said that, Jiang Tianming's right hand began to condense powerful black energy, mixed with violent lightning, and the surrounding broken stone slowly floated up as the energy field became stronger and stronger. The golden compound eyes looked at Darkseid, whose face was getting serious, and said slowly, "Perhaps you are not the only one who is behind." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Tianming's legs exploded with amazing leg strength, and he stomped heavily on the ground cracked, and Jiang Tianming's figure flew towards Darkseid. Drink. Jiang Tianming's right fist struck Darkseid viciously with astonishing momentum and aura. Ugh! Darkseid roared, raising his fist to meet Jiang Tianming's fist head-on. What Darkseid didn't know was that Jiang Tianming's punch was not a simple punch. Boom! As the fists of the two collided, huge amounts of black energy erupted, and a strong explosion soared into the sky. The flames illuminated the metropolis and the adjacent Gotham City. Both the demons and the superheroes fighting the army of demons were all attracted by the soaring flames. All buildings and facilities within a radius of 100 meters were destroyed by this powerful explosion and turned into ruins. As the chief culprit, Jiang Tianming stood on top of the ruins and looked ahead, only to see Darkseid's body lying in the rubble of the ruins. Jiang Tianming's eyes were fixed, and he waved his hand to summon the perfect insect device from the air that has not been used for a long time. After the super improvement of the system, he can use the perfect insect device even if he is in the state of the ultimate emptiness. The 4 insect instruments are also adsorbent on the perfect insect instrument. It's time to end. Darkseid. Darkseid pushed away the boulder on his body, stood up slowly, and looked at Jiang Tianming, who was slowly walking towards him. Zero, ask for flowers. You are very powerful. I can see that your body has infinite possibilities. If you are not killed here, you will be a stumbling block on my road to conquest in the future. It sounds like you have a chance. Afterwards, the figures of the two began to float up at the same time, flying in the air, and Jiang Tianming launched the attack first. Jiang Tianming pressed the purple button on the perfect insect instrument, and immediately exploded at an astonishing speed, flying towards Darkseid. Sass word? Power? A mechanical sound sounded from the perfect insect instrument, and then the sword body of the perfect insect instrument began to entwine with violent purple lightning energy. Hyper? Slash? Jiang Tianming came in front of Darkseid like lightning, then waved his hand holding the perfect insect instrument, and slashed at Darkseid fiercely with a slash mixed with purple lightning and purple venom. Go! Seeing this, Darkseid quickly raised his arm to block, but saw that the perfect insect instrument directly penetrated the armor on Darkseid's arm, slashed into Darkseid's rock-like skin, and the venom began to penetrate into it. Inside Darkseid's body. Ugh! Darkseid yelled in pain, kicked Jiang Tianming away quickly, and pulled away. Jiang Tianming dodged Darkseid's kick, and then flew back a few meters on his own initiative, pulling away from Darkseid's body. Darkseid felt dizzy in his head, and couldn't even see Jiang Tianming's figure clearly. What kind of venom is this? It can actually hurt his body as a new Protoss, and it is still weakening his strength. It seems that this is definitely not an ordinary venom. What the hell is this? Darkseid couldn't hold it anymore, and quickly fell to the ground, kneeling on the ground, with a grim face in pain. One mouthful. Are you on this level? The current Darkseid is just a duplication, strong enough to crush the normal Superman's physical fitness, plus the Omega rays that can be said to be in the air every second of every day. It is indeed true that it is head-to-head with the Justice League, and there are many generals, such as Steppenwolf, Wenyu Desad, plus an army of unlimited production of monsters. It's a pity that he obviously underestimated this planet. There is actually Jiang Tianming who is immune to Omega rays in it, and the army has not been brought together, so he is doomed to defeat. Fire. Suddenly a roar came into Jiang Tianming's ears, and at the same time his body's spider telepathy began to warn 27 him. Jiang Tianming raised his hand and grabbed a tank shell as expected. The next second, the shell exploded and enveloped Jiang Tianming in flames. Tisk, it's really annoying. Jiang Tianming looked through the thick smoke after the explosion and stared directly at the group of mold army tanks that started to drive. It seems that the original commander John at the moment has turned into Martian Manhunter and is dealing with the demon-like army everywhere, and the commander of the Mildew army at the moment obviously regards Jiang Tianming as an enemy. It really has the style of the Mildew army, firing at the slightest disagreement, but obviously they messed with the wrong person. Hehe, it's so sad that you who fought for them will be. Seeing this, Darkseid raised the corners of his mouth, ready to sneer. I think you made a mistake, Darkseid. Jiang Tianming directly interrupted Darkseid's taunt in the next second, and at the same time pressed the golden button of the perfect insect instrument. The B, power, the mechanical sound sounded, and Jiang Tianming's voice sounded at the same time, reaching Darkseid's ears. I have never fought for human beings, but for the people around me and my own life. Why did I come to beat you, Darkseid? Because you disturbed my life. He will not take the initiative to save people or kill people, but the things that should be destroyed on the earth still have to be destroyed, such as D products, etc., and annoying maggots, hyper, sting. Jiang Tianming's eyes were fixed, and he immediately waved the perfect insect instrument in his hand and aimed at the group of Mildew army tanks, shooting out golden gun-shaped tachyons. Hurrah! With a tearing air sound. Bouncing. The golden tachyon pierced through several tanks, causing a violent explosion. With such a powerful explosion, one can imagine the fate of the people inside. Darkseid was taken aback. The venom will immobilize you for a few minutes, but that's enough for me to clean up the flies. After systematic improvement and strengthening, Asgard's venom is enough to poison a new god like Darkseid, kneeling on the ground, unable to stand, and falling into temporary paralysis. Jiang Tianming first took a look at Darkseid, who was kneeling on the ground and was immobilized by the Asgard venom, and then looked back at the tank groups and the flying fighter groups. Fire, fire. A group of well-equipped moldy soldiers raised their guns and began to pour firepower in the direction of Jiang Tianming. Thuk thuk. But to Jiang Tianming, the bullet is like hitting cotton on his body. On the contrary, the bullet is like hitting an unshakable giant mountain and flattening itself into a coin. Boring. Jiang Tianming's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed a wreckage of a car and threw it towards the soldiers of the bad army. Bang! The wreckage of the car hit the soldiers of the Mildew army at lightning speed, and before they could react, they died under the strong impact. Such a weak blow is simply vulnerable to a Superman like Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming has long had a lot of dislike for the military of the bad country. It's a good time to set them back, because he's not a nice guy like Superman. As for the fighter group in the sky, I saw a laser cannonball exuding blue light rushing towards those aircraft groups at an extremely fast speed, and quickly hit one of the fighter jets. Boom! In the thick black smoke after the explosion, a black fighter flew out in amazement, which is a technology that humans have not mastered today, and that is the Apocalypse fighter manufactured by Jiang Tianming. Different from the Apocalypse fighter that Barbara is driving now, this one is Jiang Tianming's own. It has been specially improved and manufactured, and it is now under Bayman's control. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the Apocalypse fighter began to emit blue light, and the light enveloped the entire fuselage of the Apocalypse fighter, with blue lightning interspersed in it, creating an incomparably astonishing momentum. Boom. Only a loud noise was heard at 4.9, and the Apocalypse fighter plane in the sky disappeared from the sight of the fighter pilot of the Mold army in an instant, and everyone was at a loss. Boom. Before the pilot of the bad army could finish his sentence, the fighter jet he was in exploded in an instant, and his fate was clearly visible. His fate is also the fate of other fighters. In just 3 seconds, dozens of fighters exploded violently at the same time. In such a short period of time, the fighter group of the Mildew army was completely wiped out, and the same is true for the army on the ground. Kabuto, power, the B, power, Drake, power, SAS word, power, all, Zector, combine. A mechanical sound came from the perfect insect instrument, and as soon as the voice fell, huge amounts of energy began to emerge from the sword of the perfect insect instrument. The red particle light blade with a length of nearly 30 meters exudes a strong momentum and appears in front of the Mildew army troops. Maximum, hyper, typhoon. Jiang Tianming's golden compound eyes flashed a cold light. He waved his hand holding the perfect insect instrument, and slashed towards the troops of the Mildew army. Armored vehicles, military tanks, and other army units were undoubtedly cut in half by the red particle light blade, and a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Boom! The loud explosion was like announcing that the elite troops of the bad army were wiped out here. A messy land. Jiang Tianming has nothing to do with it, not to mention that all the people who should have run away, and the rebuilding of these 08 is also a problem that the government of the United States should consider, and it is none of his business. Then, next, Jiang Tianming turned around and looked at Darkseid, who was kneeling on the ground. According to the time, Darkseid is now able to move freely. Sure enough, Darkseid began to stand up straight, stretched the muscles and bones of his neck, and stared at Jiang Tianming in front of him with a red light in his eyes. You should seize the opportunity to cut off my head. Jiang Tianming's expression under the mask was extremely rich, and he thought to himself, doesn't this fool know that I'm giving him a chance? Boom. Suddenly, a sonic boom channel appeared beside Darkseid, followed by a huge silver figure leaping out. That figure is Steppenwolf, the General of Apocalypse. The wasteland of at the moment was in a terrible state. The silver blade armor on his body was in tatters, with scars cut by the blade, and broken potholes. It looks like he was tortured by the combination of Diana and Fiona. Relying on the convenience of having a sonic boom channel, he directly teleported away. When Steppenwolf saw Darkseid standing in front of him, he knelt down behind him and said respectfully, "My lord, I haven't found the anti-life equation, please punish me." Darkseid didn't look back, but stood there with his hands behind his back and said, "Steppenwolf, you have a more important mission now. That is to take down this human being with me, transform it into our demon-like soldiers, and use it for us." Steppenwolf saw Jiang Tianming, who was waiting for them to talk in the direction Darkseid was pointing at. The appearance of the other party reminded him of the strange armor he met a few days ago, but after thinking about it, he and Darkseid must join forces and no one can stop them. "I obey, my king." As soon as the words fell, Steppenwolf stood side by side with Darkseid with a huge axe in his hand, his eyes fixed on Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming put his hand in front of his mouth, yawned, and then said, "Have you finished speaking? Let's start fighting after you finish speaking. You too, in order to express my respect to you, I will do my best to see if you can handle it." I saw the cold light of Jiang Tianming's golden compound eyes flashing past, and his whole body began to erupt with astonishing aura, and the golden airwaves hit the surroundings one after another. Both Darkseid and Steppenwolf had difficulty resisting this powerful wave, and raised their hands to block it. Ying ying ying. Zizi, boom. There was lightning and thunder in the air. It was like cheering for the birth of the king of this world. In the eyes of Darkseid and Steppenwolf, the black armor on Jiang Tianming's body began to glow with bright golden light, and the golden armor began to cover his body. With a wave of Jiang Tianming's hand, the surrounding momentum and airwave impact ended, and the thunder and lightning in the sky also stopped abruptly. I saw the golden knight appearing in front of Darkseid and Steppenwolf. That is Jiang Tianming's self-evolved new form super sublimated ultimate sky. After all, since I got ultimate Kyuga, I also have the same self-evolving ability as the original, and I can evolve as long as I rely on my own efforts. And Jiang Tianming directly skipped the ultimate form of sublimation and directly entered the ultimate form of super sublimation. Congratulations to the host for autonomous evolution and entering the ultimate form of super sublimation. The various values of the current form are punching force, 300t, kicking force, 400t, jumping force, 500m, running speed, 100m/0.1s. There are still various ability enhancements. The host, please explore by yourself. The sound of the system sounded in Jiang Tianming's mind. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly at this, and he clenched his fist tightly, feeling the power in it. Then, he looked at Darkseid and Steppenwolf and said, "Why don't you go up together, and come and give me the ultimate pleasure?" Hearing this, Steppenwolf was furious, arrogant and conceited earthlings. You still don't know what kind of existence you are facing. 073. Roar. Steppenwolf ran towards Jiang Tianming with a huge axe, and swung the giant axe in his hand to chop at Jiang Tianming. I saw a golden afterimage passing by. Steppenwolf's figure was like a kite with a broken string, flying backwards for tens of meters, smashing several stones before stopping. Darkseid narrowed his eyes. He watched the battle for a while just now and asked Steppenwolf to test the opponent's true strength. But what he didn't expect was that the opponent's speed was astonishingly fast. Jiang Tianming became stronger not only because of his speed. He saw Jiang Tianming slowly raised his hand, pointing his palm at the Steppenwolf, who started to stand up tens of meters away. Boom. Suddenly, an unknown flame ignited from Steppenwolf's body, a flame that could not be extinguished no matter how much he slapped it. Ho ho ho. Steppenwolf howled in pain non-stop. The flame was like an inextinguishable divine fire, burning his body and even his soul, causing him terrific pain. Roar. In the end, Steppenwolf's voice gradually became weaker, and finally fell powerlessly on the ground. The flames were still burning his dead body, and the final outcome was nothing more than turning into ashes and floating in the air. It is in the experimental base for studying Kryptonian spacecraft. Aquaman, the Flash, and Cyborg are all here to resist the demonoid army that comes to snatch the third mother box. After Cyborg shot a demon in the head, he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the pillar of fire in the distance. It was a strong explosion caused by Jiang Tianming. Ugh. Aquaman pulled out the trident from the demon-like corpse, and looked in the same direction as Cyborg. Victor, do you know what that is? The Flash also cast a puzzled look. Under the questioning eyes of the two, Victor shook his head and said, "I don't know, the power is comparable to nuclear weapons, but there is no nuclear radiation, and all the electronic equipment there is destroyed, and the satellite can't clearly see the situation inside." Cyborg is also very puzzled. With his ability, there are very few things on Earth that cannot escape his eyes, as long as there are electronic devices. But it just failed at this time, and even the satellites couldn't detect the situation inside. It was completely dark. Although I don't know what's going on there. But these flying aliens should be dead. Just when the Flash was rejoicing, he saw a lot of demons flying towards them. Facing the speechless eyes of Aquaman and Cyborg, the Flash could only say embarrassingly, "I'm really sorry for my crow's mouth." Gotham Harbor. Batman at the moment was sweating profusely as he faced the demon-like army here. Even Batman with a full dodge value was still a human being, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. He waved a cold light, bat-flying darts pierced into the body of the last demon, and then produced an electric current with a sound of zi, and immediately the demon fell to the ground. At the moment, there are demon-like corpses all over the ground, and the damaged Batmobile not far away. One can imagine what kind of battle scene it was before. Ho. Panting, Batman looked up at the red swirl-shaped portal in the distant harbor, where more demons continued to fly out. There must be a culprit, I have to find him. Batman held the bat-flying darts in his hand, stood up slowly, and was ready to fight it again. Just when Batman was about to call Afu and send bat fighters to support him, the sky suddenly flashed green. I saw a green figure falling from the sky, and that figure was Green Lantern Hal Jordan. Without further ado, Green Lantern made various weapons and killed several demon-like creatures. Batman cooperated with him silently, and it didn't take long for the two of them to kill the renewed army of demon-like creatures. After Green Lantern saw Batman, he looked like he had seen a ghost and said, "My God, I can't believe you actually exist." He is a native of Seaside City, and he has only heard rumors about Batman, who exists like an urban legend in Gotham City, but he did not expect to see the real Batman now. You have to believe it even if you don't believe it. Welcome to Gotham City, Green Lantern. Batman knew the address of the other party, because the other party had done a lot of good things on Earth, so he found him easily. Boom. The flames of the explosion lit up the sky, even the gloomy Gotham City. Batman and Green Lantern, who were talking, both looked at the reputation. Batman frowned and thought, is this a nuclear weapon dropped by the military? But if the military has such an action, then he will know it right away, that is to say, it is not from the military, but from the invaders or other Supermans. Green Lantern used the green light ring to make a detection instrument to detect the explosion, and the result was that there was no nuclear radiation. It wasn't a nuclear explosion, it was just an ordinary explosion. Batman frowned when he heard this, and cast a disapproving look at Green Lantern. It's not an ordinary explosion no matter how you look at it. With such power, it is estimated that within a few hundred meters, it will be destroyed at once. We have to go and see. Green Lantern spread his hands helplessly. Okay, listen to your how do you look like my old lady. After finishing speaking, Green Lantern didn't look at Batman's face, and directly drove the green light ring to form a green sphere to wrap the two of them, and started to fly to the metropolis. When the two of them came to the center of the explosion, they saw Martian Manhunter walking towards them step by step, supporting the seriously injured and unconscious Superman. Superman. Batman's face changed. He couldn't believe that the powerful Superman would pay such attention to him. Even the previous Doomsday couldn't make Superman like this. What's going on here? Green Lantern also put away his previous unrestrained expression, and asked Martian Manhunter with a solemn expression. Because he knows how powerful the Kryptonian is, he is able to hurt the Kryptonian like this, and it is estimated, by Jiang, that the opponent will be a difficult character to deal with. The two saw Martian Manhunter shaking his head. I don't know, I saw Superman unconscious on the ground when I came here, but someone was fighting 100 meters ahead. Why? A man with a golden waist and a strange belt, and a giant with a height of about 3 meters. They fought fiercely. I plan to keep Superman away from the scene and observe. Martian Manhunter's words made Green Lantern and Batman frown, and Batman inexplicably felt that the golden man in Martian Manhunter's mouth seemed to be someone he knew. Let's go and have a look, Green and Martian Manhunter donkey. Understood, I think the culprit is in there. The three came to the center of the ruins, and they saw a rock giant about 3 meters high fighting a golden figure. The battle between Darkseid and Jiang Tianming can be said to be extremely destructive, and the surrounding houses that were originally in ruins were completely destroyed by the battle between the two. And the whole battle was dominated by Jiang Tianming's overwhelming strength. Let me guess, that big guy is the leader of the enemy. Green Lantern didn't forget to play tricks at this time. I'm here. We have to help him. Batman glanced at Green Lantern with indifferent eyes and said, help? Help who? Obviously that giant is at a disadvantage. If we rush in and intervene, we may become the bosom of that golden man. Very strange. What? Both Batman and Green Lantern cast puzzled looks at Martian Manhunter, not understanding what he meant. Martian Manhunter stared closely at Darkseid and Jiang Tianming who were fighting. To be precise, 840 was staring at Jiang Tianming who was at ease. He said, I can't read the other party's mind unexpectedly. That giant may be due to physical reasons. I can't read the other party's mind, but that Mr. Golden can't see through the other party's mind. If we talk about mind-reading Darkseid, then Martian Manhunter's mind-reading is hindered and he can't read minds. When it comes to Jiang Tianming's side, he can read the other party's mind, but what he reads is really black, which means nothing. Wait, you can read minds? This is too disgusting. Green Lantern said with his eyes wide open, hugging his chest, making a gesture of vomiting. Even Batman frowned in disapproval. After all, no one likes to be mind-read, and this is a complete violation of privacy. Don't worry, both of you, I never take the initiative to read other people's minds. It's just that the two of them were participants in the explosion just now, so I will use this ability to see if I can get any useful information. Martian Manhunter explained slowly. Hearing this, Green Lantern breathed a sigh of relief, and Batman reluctantly accepted the statement, no longer frowning. The three of them stopped talking, but looked back at Darkseid and Jiang Tianming who were fighting in the distance. Roar. Darkseid raised his fists high, and immediately smashed hard at Jiang Tianming below. I saw that Jiang Tianming remained calm in the face of danger, slowly raised his hand, and directly caught Darkseid's fists. No matter how hard Darkseid tried, Jiang Tianming's figure could not be shaken. The cold light of Jiang Tianming's golden compound eyes flashed past, and suddenly his figure suddenly disappeared in Darkseid's eyes. Where did he go? Such doubts appeared in Darkseid's mind, but in the next second, he suffered a heavy blow to his abdomen suddenly, and huge amounts of pain came from him violently. I saw Jiang Tianming appearing in front of Darkseid at some point, but he just disappeared. Darkseid let out a roar, and swung his arm to hit Jiang Tianming, but Jiang Tianming flashed again, and dodged at a very fast speed, achieving the effect of disappearing. It's too slow. Jiang Tianming's indifferent voice reached Darkseid's ears, and Darkseid looked back subconsciously. Jiang Tianming raised his right fist, and then punched Darkseid fiercely. Darkseid's face seemed to have been hit by huge amounts of impact, and he lost control and smashed towards the ground. Boom! The ground sank, and Darkseid felt dizzy like never before. The strength of the opponent was already as strong as Superman, or even stronger. Even his strongest weapon, the Omega Ray, was unable to cause substantial damage to it, which was doomed to his defeat. Jiang Tianming glanced at Darkseid, who couldn't get up on the ground, then walked to the perfect insect instrument inserted on the ground and pulled it out. Next time you come, it's best to bring all your men. The one named Desart ran away a long time ago, and it's best to let your body come your Omega Rays and even ordinary heat shots. Work. While talking, Jiang Tianming walked towards Darkseid step by step with the perfect insect instrument in his hand. Darkseid propped his palms on the ground, raised his head from the sunken ground, raised his head to look at Jiang Tianming, who was walking step by step. His scarlet eyes were as calm as water. He felt no fear of his impending death, because he knew he would come back. I didn't lose, and next time I will win back. Jiang Tianming frowned, and after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Desart, who had escaped before, did not really escape, but ran to find the anti-life equation. Interesting, I thought you were a big, simple-minded guy. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, and had no mood swings when the anti-life equation was found and taken away. No matter how conceited Darkseid was, he left himself behind. It should be said that he is the ruler of the Apocalypse Star, the Dark Lord. Kabuto, pow! A mechanical sound came from the perfect insect instrument, and the red lightning began to wrap around the sword body, and violent energy poured around it non-stop. Jiang Tianming held up the perfect insect instrument, immediately slashed at Darkseid's neck. Crisp and neat, with two basketball-sized heads rolling on the ground, Jiang Tianming watched all this indifferently. Hehe, let me give you a better way to die. Jiang Tianming raised his hand, and Darkseid's body and head ignited a raging fire, burning the body of the new god. Darkseid's invasion war is over. With the death of Darkseid duplication, the first invasion of Apocalypse officially came to an end. If you look at it at a glance, the roads and grounds of the metropolis and Gotham City are full of corpses of demon-like soldiers. In Gotham City, Barbara glanced around. The previous red energy swirl channel had disappeared, and the demon-like army had stopped invading. Phew, it's finally over. Barbara breathed a sigh of relief, and patted the dust off the battlesuit elaborately made by Jiang Tianming on her body. This battlesuit allows her to get huge amounts of protection in battle. Neither the demon claws nor the laser gun can break through the defense of the battlesuit. Those Dana and Fiona, as well as the mass-produced black armor on Donna, also have the same defensive power. These are the products of the combination of Nir's world and Kryptonian knowledge. Donna's face was flushed, and she couldn't help but jumped up and down happily and said, "That's great. My decision to run out with my brother-in-law was indeed right." She knew that following Jiang Tianming out, she would definitely encounter all kinds of new things, but she didn't expect to encounter the big event of enemy invasion in a few days. How does this not excite her? Okay, don't get excited for now, okay. Dinah put her hand on Donna's shoulder helplessly, and tried a little harder to make her stop jumping like that. Now that there is no one around, and the electronic equipment such as the camera has been damaged, Selena has already cancelled the transformation. She walked to Donna's side with a smile, and touched her head like a sister and said, "There are many things you can meet in the future, so please look forward to it." In the middle of the ruins of the metropolis, the three of Batman obviously didn't intend to talk to Jiang Tianming, and they left directly to deal with the follow-up matters. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The mastery of Space Gem has reached 100%, and the power of the wind element has also integrated with the host's body. And Jiang Tianming, as the instigator of all these surroundings, stood there indifferently listening to the sound of the system. First of all, congratulations on your victory. At this time, a familiar voice came from beside Jiang Tianming, and Jiang Tianming looked over after hearing the reputation. I saw the Gothic Death holding a cane in one hand and pinching his chin in the other hand, looking at the burning corpse of Darkseid with a little interest. What are you doing here? Are you going to take Darkseid's soul away? Regarding Jiang Tianming's words, Death gave him a strange look, and said with his lips slightly parted, "Are you thinking too much? He doesn't really die. When you cut off his head, his soul has already returned to its proper place." Jiang Tianming thought about it for a while. After all, it is just a duplication of Darkseid. When the duplication dies, the soul inside will return to the Apocalypse Star and synchronize with the main body. Maybe it will be Darkseid's body next time. Jiang Tianming stared at Death's side face in a daze. In fact, he had some doubts from the beginning, why Death would take the initiative to find him. He doesn't think there is anything special about him that attracts Death, unless the other party knows something special about him, that is the system. But it's impossible to think about it. The system can be said to have surpassed the laws of the world, and no one can know the existence of the system. Is it because of his personality charm? Jiang Tianming couldn't help but believe it. Tianming, who are you talking to? At this time, Diana's questioning voice came from the sky, which interrupted Jiang Tianming's thinking. Jiang Tianming heard the reputation and looked over, only to see Diana and Fiona flying down from the sky and landing on the ground. The first thing Jiang Tianming thought of was that Diana was already able to fly, and it seemed that her strength had improved a lot. It's nothing. Jiang Tianming glanced at the place where Death was standing before, and now Death has disappeared. I'm just talking to myself. Diana also saw that Jiang Tianming didn't want to say anything more. She was also very understanding. She nodded as she knew it, and she also noticed the burning corpse of Darkseid on the ground. It seems that this battle is over. Yeah, it's over. Fiona gritted her teeth viciously and said, it's a pity that the horned monster escaped. Fortunately, he is still a warrior. It is a cowardly move to escape. Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly. Let's go back too, and take a good shower. At the same time, the Apocalypse fighter also landed from the sky, stopped in front of the owner and opened the rear hatch. 0, seeking flowers. Diana and Jiang Tianming walked hand in hand and walked into the Apocalypse fighter plane together, while Fiona behind them couldn't help but glance at their holding hands. Glancing at Jiang Tianming's back again, after staying for 3 seconds, he retracted his gaze and walked into the Apocalypse fighter. It never occurred to Fiona that she seemed to have fallen in love with life on Earth, and gradually forgot her purpose of following Jiang Tianming back then. What she was thinking at the moment, only she knew. When the birds of prey and Jiang Tianming returned to their sweet little home, they threw a party, and everyone played in the oversized swimming pool in the backyard. 0. Barbara, Diana and the others all wore seductive and beautiful swimsuits, and they didn't mind presenting their perfect figures in front of Jiang Tianming's eyes. Only Dinah was a little conservative, wearing a one-piece swimsuit. After all, she and Jiang Tianming didn't have that kind of relationship, at least not yet. Along with Dinah are Donna and Fiona. No matter what Donna said, she was still an innocent girl who had just entered the human world, and she still felt a little shy about bikinis, especially in front of her brother-in-law, Jiang Tianming. As for Fiona, she is an alien, and this kind of swimsuit is still too revealing for her. It's such a wonderful life. Looking at the beautiful figures of the girls playing in the swimming pool in front of him, Jiang Tianming smiled and drank the red wine in his hand. It's time to go back and see Gwen and the others. Ever since Jiang Tianming gained 100% mastery of the Space Gem, the Marvel world has fallen into a time stagnation, which means he can travel freely between the two worlds. Speaking of why the Space Gem can affect time, it's not that what the system gives is not called the Space Gem, but the Space Gem. Jiang Tianming shook his head and simply didn't want to think about it, but with a thought, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the same place as if the world evaporated. At the same time, Barbara, Diana, and other girls stopped playing, as did everything around them, and the DC world also fell into a time stagnation. Zhang Yi. Note, it has nothing to do with the main storyline, just written for fun. Earth. 2022. At this time, the Earth ushered in the most powerful enemy in history, the Dark Monarch from Apocalypse, Darkseid. He led many armies of Apocalypse to Earth. The superhero on Earth struggled to resist, but the opponent was too powerful. The opponent has a strong physique, an infinite army like demons, technology unmatched by the Earth, and generals like Dasad, Granny, and Steppenwolf. At the same time, the opponent also has the most troublesome weapon for heroes on Earth, that is, the anti-life equation. Darkseid used the anti-life equation to control some of the heroes, so he failed to confront Darkseid head-on, and fought with his own people. In the end, all parts of the Earth fell, and the heroes died and were disabled. Only 08 left less than 20 superheroes. And among them, what plays an important variable is Jiang Tianming's parallel world peer, Moldy Country Human Base. In this metropolis, which was originally a big city, and is now a desolate desert, there is an extremely hidden human base. Bruce sat solemnly on a chair in the conference room, thinking about something, and seemed to be waiting for something. Zi. Suddenly, a dazzling lightning flashed in front of Bruce's eyes. Bruce stood up immediately when he saw it, looking forward to the figure gradually appearing in the lightning light. The figure of the Flash Barry Allen in red armor appeared from it, and now he was a little out of breath and looked extremely tired. How are you, Barry? Bruce asked quickly. Barry Allen found a chair and sat down, and said to Bruce, I found you in the past, but I went early, and the first invasion hadn't even arrived at that time. I didn't convey too much information and was pulled back. Terribly sorry. Bruce didn't blame too much for Barry Allen's apology and self-blame. The other party's age can be said to be very young, and he never put the big responsibility on him. Don't beat yourself up, Barry. It will be fine. Bruce can only comfort Barry Allen in this way. Although he doesn't want to give up, he is really too strong, and it can be said that he has no weaknesses. Bruce, you said, we were still fighting side by side a year ago, but after he was influenced by the anti-life equation, he became a different person. Even Diana, Barbara, and Kayla beside him are like this. Why on earth? Bruce's face sank. Actually, I don't know about this information. We know very little about him. A year ago, Darkseid invaded, and the heroes fought hard to resist, but Darkseid was powerful and numerous, and the 3-in-1 mother box led to the current appearance of the Earth. Then, there is the terrifying effect of the anti-life equation on the heroes. At this time, in addition to the lights, the meeting room was lit up with a faint fire, and a voice full of British accent sounded. With this dreary atmosphere, plans to change the past and the future appear to have failed. Bruce and Barry Allen heard the sound and saw that the owner of the sound was a blond Chinese man wearing a worn-out brown trench coat and smoking a cigarette. Constantine spits out long, thick smoke. Compared with Bruce and Barry Allen's eagerness to save the world, he pays more attention to the individual, only looking at the present and not the future. It's not his fault, it's mainly because the despair that man gave him was too heavy, which made him feel endless powerlessness throughout history. We still have a chance, just wait. Bruce was still thinking about defending something, and was about to wait for Barry Allen's next time travel. But he saw the sense of vicissitudes and despair that young Barry Allen shouldn't have crawling all over his face, so he couldn't help but stop what he said next. It seems that you feel the same way. After taking the last puff of the cigarette, Constantine threw it on the ground and stumped it out, then looked up at the two silent people. If one of them is at the forefront among the human rebels, it is Batman Bruce and the former god of the world Superman Kal-El. But unfortunately, the leaders of these two human rebels were unable to create miracles, and the enemy was crushing them with overwhelming strength, and they were almost out of breath. Hey, what's going on with you? The three of them heard the prestige and looked over, only to see Green Arrow Oliver Queen in green standing at the door watching them. Along came Cyborg Victor, Superman Kal, Deathstroke Slade Wilson, and Joker with green hair and pale skin. Today, the top leaders of the Human Resistance Army are all gathered here, and the rest died on the battlefield. Bruce couldn't help sighing in his heart. Among them, Superman Karl is the one who can fight, but the opponent is not the enemy's opponent at all. Ha, it seems that the plan to save the world has failed. Bat 583. 11. It's terrible, he even strangled my neck before, what a powerful lunatic. Joker was talking madly there. If it wasn't for the lack of manpower, everyone present would have killed him without hesitation. Oliver glared at Joker, then turned to look at Bruce. Is there no other way? Bruce wanted to say no, but as one of the leaders of this team, he couldn't be the first to fall, even mentally. Suddenly, the entire conference room was plunged into darkness, the lights were turned off strangely, and the entire space could not be seen, but everyone did not panic because they knew what was going on. In fact, not only the conference room they were in, but also other places were plunged into darkness, and all items that could emit light would be extinguished, whether it was electric light or the light produced by candles. It can be said that the whole world is like this. He is fighting, but all of us are here, Deathstroke said at this time. Then there is only one target for him to fight. Bruce narrowed his eyes, and said the culprit of all this, Darkseid. Above the sky, there is a splendid palace suspended. In the palace, a black-haired man sits on the throne. He is Jiang Tianming, the king of darkness and death in the Earth world today. Sitting on the throne, Jiang Tianming closed his eyes and meditated, holding a golden broken helmet in his hand. If anyone who knew it was present, he would definitely recognize that helmet as the iconic helmet of Dr. Fate. There was a sound of armored footsteps walking. Jiang Tianming raised his eyes and saw Fiona in black armor coming under the steps of Mei Tianming's throne. My king. Fiona respectfully knelt on the ground with one knee, her face facing the ground, just like a subject meeting her own king. My general, have you found where those ants gather? Jiang Tianming looked down at Fiona who was kneeling in front of him and asked, although he could find them directly, but why kill a chicken with a bull's knife? Just leave it to Fiona under his command. Not yet, my king, please punish. It doesn't matter, I have plenty of time. A cold light flashed in Jiang Tianming's indifferent eyes, and his lips slightly parted and said, the longer time passes, the more desperate they will be. When you know that there is such an enemy, he has no weakness, and has absolute strength, then as time goes by, his psychology will become more and more broken. Then what news did you bring me? Back to my king, Darkseid came to negotiate a deal with us. He was so bold that he dared to let you be his general, and he would rule the earth. The princesses have already confronted Darkseid. Interesting. Jiang Tianming's eyes flashed coldly, and there was a black aura all over his body, and the black aura swept down from the throne. Facing the black aura sweeping around, Fiona acted as if she didn't exist. Let's go meet him. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Tianming's figure slowly floated up, slowly flying to the outside of the palace. Yes, my king. Fiona obediently followed behind Jiang Tianming, silent like a stern guard. In the old Gotham City, today is above the desert. Dozens of spaceships belonging to Apocalypse Star technology are flying in the air, and Darkseid is flying in the air. There are three obviously high-ranking figures standing on the hatch of the spaceship behind him. They are respectively, Apocalypse Chief Scientist Assad, Apocalypse General Steppenwolf and Granny. Facing them are many beautiful figures in black armor. Due to the special nature of the armor, even people without flight ability can fly in the air. The leader among them is Diana, who is senior and oldest. Diana stared at Darkseid with her beautiful eyes, and said with a very bad expression, it seems that you don't seem to know our strength, and dare to speak wildly, and let my master be your subordinate. Why bother talking to him so much? There was a soft shout, and a pair of golden hair appeared in everyone's eyes. The Supergirl Kayla Al's eyes were full of murderous intent, and her red eyes were staring at Darkseid, who was uttering wild words. Just get rid of them all. No. Diana glared at Kayla and said, we can't make our own decisions, the king will come soon. Seeing that Diana moved out of Jiang Tianming, Kayla had no choice but to shut up and go back obediently, but the killing intent in her eyes still didn't fade away. Regarding Kayla's killing intent, Darkseid did not take any action, but waited indifferently with his hands behind his back. I feel full of pride, because his Omega effect is not afraid of any creatures. The opponent's king is nothing more than a tiny creature in the tiny earth. While everyone was waiting quietly, Jiang Tianming's voice came from the void. But no one on Apocalypse noticed Jiang Tianming's figure, only Diana, Kayla and the others kept their expressions unchanged, obviously knowing why. Shushasha, suddenly a black vortex appeared in the middle of the two sides. Jiang Tianming's figure flew out from it, followed by Fiona. Fiona flew to Diana and Kayla very consciously, like a statue, a real soldier. Jiang Tianming looked at Darkseid. Speaking of which, Darkseid also made some contributions to the birth of him. The anti-life equation is a fatal blow to the heroes of the Earth, and they are all controlled by Darkseid without exception. The controlled heroes, such as Martian Manhunter, Aquaman, Green Lantern, and other extraordinary beings, were all killed by the unmutated Jiang Tianming and Batman Superman. Until Darkseid planned to use the anti-life equation to control the Earth again, this time Jiang Tianming got the trick. It's just that Jiang Tianming was not controlled, but maximized the evil in his heart, completely covering up the good side. For Jiang Tianming, this is not weakening, but strengthening. Because Jiang Tianming's ability is that the stronger the evil in his heart, the stronger his dark ability will be. You, Qianzhao, came to Earth from afar to make our Earth look like this. This is not a gift that guests from far away should have. How do you say I should give you a gift in return? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tianming narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. Suddenly, the sky, which was originally a red sun, instantly fell into darkness, as did the surrounding space. Even the flames on the fuselage of the Apocalypse starship were covered up, and the surroundings suddenly became dark. Darkseid and the others frowned when they saw this. The Earthlings in front of them were even more difficult to deal with than they imagined. I didn't put your eyes in the dark, or it would be a lot less fun. Then, the massacre feast has begun. This is the first time I write Blacken, sorry. The battle between Jiang Tianming and Darkseid started immediately, and both sides exerted their full strength. Due to the large number of abilities on Jiang Tianming's side, he suppressed the Apocalypse army with overwhelming force. I gave you a chance, your choice is to surrender to me or die. As soon as the words fell, Darkseid's eyes flashed red, and the Omega rays burst out, shooting towards Jiang Tianming at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Tianming raised his hand, facing the gradually approaching Omega rays, and at the next moment, a black vortex of energy halo condensed from Jiang Tianming's palm. An unbelievable scene appeared for Darkseid. The Omega ray was sucked by an unknown suction force, flew towards the black energy vortex in Jiang Tianming's palm, and was immediately sucked into it. With a wave of Jiang Tianming's hand, the dark vortex disappeared. Just now Darkseid's attack was resolved so silently, which made Darkseid slightly stunned, and then burned with anger. Darkseid roared, and flew towards Jiang Tianming at an astonishing speed. Apparently he intends to get rid of Jiang Tianming by physical means. Hoo-hoo, followed by a cracking sound, and suddenly dozens of black hands behind Darkseid grabbed Darkseid, making it difficult for him to move. The fist that hit Jiang Tianming was only 303 inches away from Jiang Tianming's nose, and it stopped there motionless. What's going on? Darkseid was taken aback. He turned his head back with difficulty under the restraint of the black hand, and looked behind him. What he saw was that dozens of black hands extended from a black hole and grabbed his body, making it difficult for him to touch Jiang Tianming or even move. He couldn't break free with the strength of these black hands. He didn't expect that Darkseid would be suppressed one day. Tisk tisk tisk, look at your appearance, you don't have the face of an intruder. Poor, weak, and helpless, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Jiang Tianming turned his head slightly to look at the direction of the battle on the other side, and as expected, his princesses were massacring the army of Apocalypse with overwhelming force. Hee, I'll let you see some interesting ones. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Tianming drove the black hand to forcibly turn Darkseid's head to the other side, allowing him to watch with his own eyes how his army was destroyed. The other side. Holding the sword of Vulcan, Diana cut off the heads of countless demons, and at the same time fought against Grandma Sixiang and her nemesis team, suppressing the opponent with a strong posture. The bat armor Barbara was wearing fired lasers and was also killing many monsters. Dinah opened her lips, and used her usual sonic attack towards the dense demon-like army. This attack was so powerful that it directly burst the figures of those demon-like creatures, bursting out black blood. Sound waves are ineffective against Jiang Tianming and others. Selena is quite special. She is fighting in a fighter plane made by Jiang Tianming, and her record is quite good. Mara sucked out the blood from the demon army's body out of thin air, and seemed to be able to do a job with ease. Desad, who was weaker than the other party, commanded the demon-like army in the spaceship and controlled the attack weapons of the Apocalypse spaceship, but Fiona forcibly broke in and was killed on the spot. Kayla knocked Steppenwolf down to the ground, pinned him firmly with both feet, and shot out a powerful heat ray from her eyes, and gradually divided Steppenwolf's body into smaller and smaller parts amidst the screams of Steppenwolf. Darkseid's ugly face suddenly became ugly. When he invaded the earth before, his dark elites were killed and wounded, only Dasad, Granny and Steppenwolf were left, and now they are all killed in battle. Then he discovered that those Diana Kayla and others who nearly wiped out his Apocalypse Star army all had strange black aura floating on their bodies, as if the god of death had descended. Seeing this, the first person to arrive was Jiang Tianming, who was also watching the battle. Darkseid looked at the latter from the corner of his eye, and as expected, he saw the same black aura on him. What the hell is your ability? Jiang Tianming looked at Darkseid, who was asking questions with a smile, and said softly, why should I tell you? But I can show you something more interesting. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming's eyes fell into pure black, and with a wave of his hands, thick black smoke erupted from his body, and the black smoke flew all over the sky towards the army of Apocalypse Stars that still had their corpses. Black smoke entered the interior of those corpses, and the dead demons stood up stiffly one after another, then fell to their knees and worshipped Jiang Tianming, who was condescending. What's even more incredible is that Steppenwolf's originally torn body was restored by black smoke, and then he stood up like a zombie and bowed down. Darkseid was really surprised at this moment, even he had never seen such a weird scene. What's more interesting is that there are not only dead ants, but also the living. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, pointing his palms at Darkseid. Then black smoke extended from the palm of his hand, and slowly entered Darkseid's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. With the pain deep in his soul, Darkseid couldn't help roaring in pain. Bruce and the others left the survivor base. Seeing the darkness of the sky fade away, they knew in their hearts that the battle was over. The battle is over. Bruce, who do you think will win? Carl looked at the sun gradually appearing in the sky, turned his head and asked Bruce. In fact, there is also some taste of knowing the truth. Jiang Tianming's strength has been deeply rooted in his heart. But I am ashamed to say that if there is no Jiang Tianming, maybe he will be controlled by the anti-life equation. If there is no Jiang Tianming, Louise will not be alive in the survivor base now. As for Jiang Tianming, he really didn't want to be an enemy at all. I think Jiang won, and... Bruce closed his eyes and said with a frown, he seems to have found us. You guessed it, Bruce. At this moment, Jiang Tianming's voice came from above the sky. Ginger, this is not the real you. Just when Carl was about to say something, he was interrupted by Jiang Tianming. Carl, you are still you. Just why do you keep trying to wake someone who is awake? From the beginning to the end, Jiang Tianming was not controlled by mind control, but was still driven by his own original self-awareness, and he was still him. The game is over, it's time to surrender to me. A cold light flashed in Jiang Tianming's eyes, and several figures appeared behind him, including the concubine group under his command, and the Apocalypse Star army that he controlled a while ago. The dark shadows in the sky completely overwhelmed the hearts of everyone except Superman Carl, Batman Bruce, and the already crazy Joker. Who are their survivors rebelling against? Against the already invincible, the supreme god of darkness. Jiang Tianming can copy his power from the person he kills or controls, and can superimpose infinitely, no matter how outrageous the ability is. In other words, Jiang Tianming has the abilities of Martian Manhunter, Aquaman and other heroes who died in Jiang Tianming's hands, including the Omega effect of Darkseid who was controlled by him just now. He even has the abilities of Diana Kayla and others, and this is one of Jiang Tianming's abilities. Most importantly, Jiang Tianming will automatically filter out their weaknesses, taking the best and discarding the dross. The current Superman, Batman, and others are not Jiang Tianming's opponents at all, and the huge amount of power gap has been revealed. It's over, Jiang Tianming said mercilessly. Welcome home, Master. Hearing Bayman's voice, Jiang Tianming walked into his happy island home in the Marvel world. It seems that some time has passed. Jiang Tianming glanced at the time alarm clock on the table and said, Bai Meng, has anything happened recently? It's been a week since you left this world. Tony Stark's girlfriend and assistant, Ms. Potts was kidnapped, and Tony Stark also mysteriously disappeared, but their locations have been found. Jiang Tianming nodded when he heard the words. Bayman's technological level is beyond the grasp of today's human beings. Finding the missing Tony and Pepper is simply easy. Okay, then. Suddenly, Jiang Tianming's words stopped suddenly, because he saw an unexpected guest in the living room. I saw a black kitten sitting on the ground wagging its tail and looking at him with big cat eyes. Jiang Tianming recognized it quickly, and was quite sure that this black cat was the one he had in the DC world. It's just why the cats in the DC world traveled back to the Marvel world with him. Jiang Tianming immediately frowned. He sensed something was wrong, and subconsciously asked the system in his body, System, isn't Space Gem only able to travel through originally? But soon, the system didn't speak, and the black cat in front of him spoke first. It is true that only the original time travel can be realized. With a tearing air sound, Jiang Tianming summoned the perfect insect apparatus, and the sword of the perfect insect apparatus pointed at the black cat. Who are you? Jiang Tianming narrowed his eyes and asked vigilantly. In the early days of Marvel, there were no talking cats or butterfly effects. The black cat smiled very humanely. Are you sure you want to point that sword at me? When Jiang Tianming heard the words, a question mark appeared in his subconscious mind, but soon something unbelievable happened in the next second. I saw the perfect insect instrument in Jiang Tianming's hand turned into butterflies flying in the sky, then turned into stars and disappeared into the air after twinkling. This. Jiang Tianming was really stunned, and his mind began to think wildly about the real existence of the black cat in front of him. First of all, the cat in front of me has the ability to travel back and forth between the DC world and the Marvel world, which can directly rule out that it is the supreme existence of these two worlds. Even the supreme being of these two worlds cannot break through that wall to go to the other world. Then, just like him and the system, it comes from the third world beyond these two worlds, and its ability is powerful. And the question he asked the system before was answered by the black cat in front of him. Although there is a possibility of mind reading, the protection of the system is very strong, and it will not be read by a mind reading ability. Then there is only one possibility, that is, the black cat is the duplication of the system in the real world. System. Jiang Tianming looked at the black cat and asked about it. The corners of the black cat's mouth curled up. Extremely weird. Smart. You can deduce my true identity in such a short period of time. Jiang Tianming didn't let down his vigilance after hearing this, and still looked at the black cat with vigilance. Because, if it is a system without self-consciousness, it will be a tool for his survival to become stronger, but if it is a system with self-consciousness, then it's hard not to suspect what kind of purpose the other party has. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The cat naturally saw Jiang Tianming's vigilance, but it didn't care, and said slowly, actually, we are the same kind. Afterwards, the cat didn't bother to explain too much, and the cat's eyes flashed golden, sending a lot of information into Jiang Tianming's mind. 0. Ask for flowers. In reality, only a few seconds passed, but in Jiang Tianming's mind, Jiang Tianming seemed to pass through tens of thousands of centuries. Jiang Tianming sat on the sofa, rubbed his dizzy head, and digested the information and memories he just received. The system, the real name of the black cat, is Kong, an alien god from the third world, very powerful, and can be said to be omnipotent. And he is an alien god like Kong, who belongs to the twin alien gods. His name is Li, but because he is greedy for fun, he learns the rebirth flow in human novels. 0. It happened to merge with the memory of Jiang Tianming's previous life, and traveled to the body of the newly born baby named Jiang Tianming. I'm super, so imaginary. Although this world is indeed quite magical, I saw that Jiang Tianming became annoyed. Although he suddenly had the high-profile identity of a foreign god, the power that belonged to him was not in him, but in Kong. It seems that online novels have really had a great influence on him. He directly gave his own power to Kong and kept it with her. He plans to reopen and practice again, right? Do you understand now? Kong raised his cat's head and said like a cat owner. I know, but why? Why did I follow the wastewood flow from scratch instead of the invincible flow? I really hate myself for not reading all kinds of novels. How about, give me back the power? Jiang Tianming looked at Kong with sparkling eyes, and what responded to him was Kong's humanized eyes, a pair of eyes looking like a fool. Hey, by Meng called Tony. Now he can only accept the reality, but there is an omnipotent alien god as a bodyguard who seems to be able to walk sideways in the future. One loses one. By the way, do you want to see your property panel or something? You should know these things very well. Super. Kong came to Jiang Tianming's side on the catwalk and said, Properties panel? Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to have this function, and in the next second, a blue panel that only he could see appeared in front of his eyes. Jiang Tianming. Age, 24. Punching power, 200 tons. Kicking power, 200 tons. Ability, double multiplied by 5 times steel body, no limit. Fighting body, no limit. Wind attribute power, charm body. All things affinity, sonic flight, top technology #*. The panel is 583 short, but almost all of Jiang Tianming's current abilities are placed on it. It's just that when did he obtain this charismatic body and affinity for all things? Jiang Tianming clicked on the text of the attractive body on the panel, and the message of the attractive body appeared in the next second. Charming body, greatly increase your own charm, double the effect on the opposite S**x. I'm damn. Jiang Tianming sat up straight all of a sudden, thinking that his relationship with the opposite S**x from childhood to adulthood was all thanks to this physique. No wonder there are many beautiful landscapes around him and invisible, so there are hangers. And this affinity for all things. The last time I met Poison Ivy in Gotham City in DC, the other party said that he has her very comfortable aura, perhaps because of this physique. Jiang Tianming looked at Kong aside, and the question in his eyes was self-evident. Kong licked his cat's paw and said, That's your own problem. If you say something, the protagonist should be the one who attracts the attention of everyone, and there are many confidant. It's the same with the affinity of all things. Everything in the world likes you as the protagonist. These are all added by you yourself. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming twitched the corner of his mouth in embarrassment. No matter what he said, it was all the dark history of his other previous life, and it turned out that he was also a part of the huge amounts of people affected by the novel. Go out for a while, you can do what you want. Jiang Tianming just wants to leave this house now, and go for a walk outside to relieve his mood. After boarding the Apocalypse fighter plane, Jiang Tianming asked his artificial intelligence, White Dream, where are Gwen and the others? MRS Gwen and Mrs. Felicia are guarded by sisters A2 and 2B and are traveling in Paris, France. MRS Jane was invited by Ms. Daisy, and she is on her way to the country. Jiang Tianming nodded after hearing this. It seems that the plot of Iron Man 3 is almost coming to an end, preparing for the final decisive battle. And the story of Thor 2 has almost begun. Okay, remember what happened and tell me as soon as possible. Good master. By the way, Mr. Stark's phone has been connected. I buy karma, I miss you so much, man. At this time, Tony's voice sounded from inside the Apocalypse Fighter. You don't even know what happened these days, let's not talk about it, I need your help. Okay, where are you? Jiang Tianming also got a lot of benefits from Tony, so he naturally wants to go back. Jiang Tianming also knows what the other party wants him to help. Puz has been kidnapped, and the opponent has a lot of people. I need you to come and clear the scene. It's best to call your girlfriends who can fight. Hearing this, Jiang Tianming knew that because of his existence and the butterfly effect of Ethan's survival, Tony did not manufacture various types of steel battlesuits like the original one. So for this plan to rescue Pepper, what Tony lacks the most is manpower. You don't need to call them, I can do it alone. It just so happened that this time he could try the newly acquired ability, his first step in the formal cultivation of both strength and law, and what kind of power the power of wind could display at that time. Are you sure you can? Tony didn't believe Jiang Tianming's words, mainly because those enemies were physically strong, and they were all comparable to the captain of the bad country. It can also put the body into a high temperature state, melt all kinds of things, and the head can even breathe fire. I can, you will know when the time comes. Afterwards, Jiang Tianming took the initiative to hang up the communication, and asked Bai Meng to locate the location of Xiaojiao, and head there at full speed. It didn't take long to arrive at the pier location in the original plot. Jiang Tianming saw at a glance that the president of the country was wearing a red and blue war machine battlesuit, and was hanging by his limbs 100 meters above the sky. As a fun person, Jiang Tianming will not miss this wonderful scene. He asked Bai Meng to take pictures of the embarrassing moments of the President of the United States, and there are various close-ups. Then it was posted on the private account of the President of the United States, full of vicious humor. Yes, it would be even better if the photos were sent to the media. The Apocalypse Fighter plane landed nearby, then entered stealth mode, and then swaggered out of the Apocalypse Fighter plane. 3.6 walked towards the pier with both legs. Tony and Rhodes, who came to the location, secretly saw Jiang Tianming approaching in the distance. Tony, you said, is that Ginger? My god, shit. He's not wearing the armor he was wearing before and walks in like a normal guy. Tony stared, unable to believe that someone was so confident that he walked leisurely into the enemy's base camp without bringing anything. And the most fatal thing for Tony was Jiang Tianming's next move. Tony, I'm riding a horse. Where are you? Jiang Tianming pierced his waist without fear, and looked around the entire pier. With amazing eyesight, he saw dozens of mercenaries in body armor standing everywhere. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure waving to him. Jiang Tianming took a closer look, and found that it was indeed Tony waving secretly. Immediately, Jiang Tianming's bad taste came up. He smiled and waved in Tony's direction. The mercenaries who were looking at Jiang Tianming looked in the direction of Jiang Tianming's beckoning, and some even saw Tony and Rhodes, who were hiding. Fuck. Doesn't he know we're hiding inside? Rhodes said with black lines on his black face. I saw Tony had a helpless expression on his face, as if saying that I knew this would happen a long time ago, and he said, based on what I know about him, it is really possible for him to do such a thing. Hearing this, Rhodes' face turned ugly. Since you knew he would be like this, why did you secretly wave to him? Isn't this an afterthought? Are you two playing tricks on me? Bang. In the next second, a bullet hit the floor not far from the 08 of the two. That's really good, so we have to slip. Rhodes was the first to run away after speaking, and began to shift his hiding position. Thuk thuk. Hee. Oh, I'm really bad. Jiang Tianming laughed while catching the bullets flying towards him at a very fast speed. Forget it or not to play, let's try. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Tianming's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't move. Suddenly, the originally calm sea was blown by gusts of strong wind, and suddenly the wind became violent, and the wind became stronger and stronger as time went by, sweeping the entire pier. The mercenaries standing on the dock cranes were stumbling around, holding on to the surrounding objects to stabilize their bodies, and no one was blown away so far. Jiang Tianming smiled slightly at this. It didn't end that easily. It wasn't just as simple as Fengda. Immediately, a series of sharp wind blades slashed at the mercenary, leaving only a smooth cut everywhere they went. The mercenaries whose hands were cut off by the wind blade lost their balance one after another, and the soles of their feet left the ground quickly, as if they were caught in a strong tornado. There are also countless wind blades slashing non-stop, and their fate is self-evident. And Tony and Rhodes were protected inside by the magical wind field, and both of them stared at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, like a natural disaster. When did he have this ability? Rhodes asked Tony beside him. Good question, but who do I ask? How do I know when he learned magic? Originally, Jiang Tianming would be a person with the same technological flow as him, but he didn't expect that he could not only follow the technological flow but also the physical flow, and now he can also follow the magic flow. Suddenly Tony discovered the blind spot, and said to Rhodes on the side, we have the protective aura of old Jiang, but does Mr. President have it? When Rhodes heard this, compared to Tony's calmness, his expression changed drastically, and he screamed like a frightened old sister-in-law. I buy karma. Mr. President. Rhodes looked up quickly and found that the president of the bad country did not end up like the group of mercenaries. He was slashed by the wind blade, but he was also hit by the strong wind. Like XX stuck in the toilet, his figure was spinning out of control and kept spinning. It is estimated that the president of the country must have vomited several times while staying in the war machine. But Rhodes was really afraid that the president of the bad country would die inside, so he stood up immediately, waved to Jiang Tianming, who was like a wind god, and said, "Jiang, stop your magical powers now." The corner of Jiang Tianming's mouth raised. Almost all the little soldiers were cleared by him. He had had enough, and then he waved his hand fiercely. The strong wind gradually weakened until it disappeared. And such a big movement alarmed Killian, who stayed in the base. He stared at the scene in front of him. Almost all of his people were dead, and his goods were almost destroyed, and suddenly he roared in anger. Ah! Killian's body entered a high-temperature state with the anger, and the guardrail in front was melted by the scorching heat. Seeing this, Jiang Tianming stroked his chin with great interest. This extremis is indeed a good thing. As long as it is improved, without the addictive side effects, it can be said to be a perfect strengthening potion, and it may even be higher than the super soldier potion. Jiang Tianming flew in front of Killian while thinking, and walked towards him slowly. Killian didn't know what kind of opponent he was facing. He just felt that the opponent was stupid, and his high temperature could melt most substances. The other party didn't prepare anything, just walked towards him so slowly. Madness. Ugh. Killian raised his right fist and struck Jiang Tianming's head. With scorching heat, it can be said that physical and magical damage are compatible. Bump. Jiang Tianming took the punch without changing his face, even ignoring the high temperature on the opponent's fist. Killian was shocked, but soon he came back to his senses and immediately opened his mouth wide, and the scorching high-temperature flame spewed out of his mouth. The high-temperature flame sprayed on Jiang Tianming's face, but it did not cause any damage to the opponent, and even his hair was not burned. For Jiang Tianming, it was like a relatively hot wind blowing on his face, a little heat but no substantial damage. That's impossible. Killian had never seen anything so unscientific. I'm tired of hearing your words. Why don't you go down and cool off? Look at him, it's horrible. Rhodes and Tony stood there discussing around Killian's body, and seeing the miserable state of the guy who caused them trouble, they made the right decision to ask Jiang Tianming to help. That guy old Jiang, I'm afraid that he will blow up my home if he gets upset in the future. Tony couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the horrific scene just now. Rhodes smiled, patted Tony on the shoulder and said, so you'd better not mess with him, and be more obedient to him. The object of their discussion, Jiang Tianming, is in Killian's base, and he is using Bayman to copy the data in his computer related to Extremis. Jiang Tianming believes that relying on the science and technology he has mastered, Extremis can be improved to have no side effects, and become a super strengthening agent that can greatly strengthen Gwen and the others. It's done, Master. Very good, Bayman, you are doing well. Jiang Tianming put away the USB flash drive containing Extremis data and put it in the system space. Hey magical boy, when did you learn magic? At this time, Tony came to the inside of the base, and Rhodes was going to save the president of his country. I learned it this week. Huh? Such a powerful magic can be learned in a week? Tony asked doubtfully. He thought magic could only be learned by those with abilities, and it took a lot of time, but now it seems to be very easy. Jiang Tianming didn't answer his question, but said slowly to Tony, are you sure you want to chat with me here? Your pots is still locked inside. Only then did Tony remember this, and he immediately ran to free his pepper. And Jiang Tianming didn't intend to stay here, but left the pier quietly. Ying Country, London. Jane, who was wearing a beige dress, came to this city at the invitation of Daisy, and she sat in the passenger seat of Daisy's car parked on the side of the road. Daisy, who was sitting in the driver's seat, saw Jane's dress, laughed and joked, you know what? You used to dress very casually, with short-sleeved jeans. But since you met Ginger, you've become a different person, you've learned to dress up and make up, and you wear a nice perfume. All love can change a person, and now it seems that there is really a saying. After Jane heard this, her little face couldn't help turning a little red. After coughing lightly, she said to Daisy with some reproach, say less, so why did you ask me? Daisy's change of subject to Jane was a little funny, but she didn't continue to tease, but took out a testing instrument like a smartphone. Your detection equipment was left at my place, but I found anomalies a while ago, and it's the same now. Jane took over the testing instrument and found that the data on the testing instrument was a bit confusing, as if a malfunction had occurred. What's going on here? Jane frowned, grabbed the testing instrument and patted the palm of her hand, but gave up when she found that the index was still confusing. We should know when we get to the place where the abnormality was detected. Daisy took out the navigation machine where the abnormality was detected, and drove to the destination. Soon, Jane and the others came to an abandoned warehouse. It's so weird here. Daisy complained like a silly girl. Outside the abandoned warehouse, there is a large truck overturned on the ground, and the containers are standing on the ground, which looks a bit weird. After Jane came to the interior of the abandoned warehouse, suddenly the small Mjolnir buckled on the key in her pocket vibrated slightly, as if warning Jane. What's going on? Jane naturally noticed Mjolnir's abnormality. She frowned and realized that something was not simple. She subconsciously thought of Jiang Tianming. Perhaps at this time, calling Jiang Tianming is the best choice, which can also give some security to this action, and most of the reason is that she misses him. So, she got through the phone with Jiang Tianming. Hey, Tianming really didn't expect that you wouldn't come home for a week. Where did you fool around? As one of Jiang Tianming's girlfriends, it is necessary for Jane to monitor her boyfriend's schedule. Ahaha, I just went out for some urgent business, and I won't do it in the future. By the way, what is the reason why you are looking for me? In fact, Jiang Tianming on the phone also roughly knew why Jane was looking for him. Wang does, Jane then roughly told Jiang Tianming about her discovery. After Jiang Tianming heard it, he also confirmed that it was the opening plot of Thor 2. I see, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Jane stood on tiptoe twice, and she was in a particularly good mood. After all, she was like a girl in a passionate love period, and she was happy to see her boyfriend whom she hadn't seen for a week. At this time, Daisy pointed at Jane and joked with a smile, "Hey, look at your appearance, a pure woman in love." Jane suddenly panicked, coughed twice, pushed Daisy twice, and left the abandoned warehouse, preparing to meet her boyfriend outside. Jane came outside the abandoned warehouse, and soon saw Jiang Tianming landing on the ground in an apocalypse fighter. Jane couldn't help showing a happy smile on her face, and ran to Jiang Tianming in a short trot, and hugged him. Jiang Tianming smiled dotingly, and patted her on the back. After all, it was a week since we saw each other, so it was inevitable that he would miss her a little. All right, let's go. Jiang Tianming took Jane's jade hand and walked into the abandoned warehouse. Because of him, the male interns in the original work and the kid group who discovered the space anomaly did not appear, so there are only him, Jane and the owner of the market in this abandoned warehouse. Kong, can you help me locate the route to the place where the TIE particles are sealed? Since Sora confessed her identity, what appeared in his mind was no longer the indifferent and mechanical voice of the original system. Soon, a cold female voice sounded in Jiang Tianming's mind. Don't ask me, I promised you that I will not provide you with any other help except rewards. Jiang Tianming shook his head helplessly. After integrating Li's memory, he clearly knew that Kong's words were true. He had no choice but to look for it by himself, and Daisy had a great time finding an anomaly in the space where he could travel back and forth. And Jiang Tianming led Jane through the entire abandoned warehouse, and finally came to the door leading to the sealed TIE particles. Jane's Thor's hammer and Jiang Tianming's spider telepathy are both slightly warning their masters that there is something dangerous in that doorway. Will there be any danger? Jane looked at Jiang Tianming with some concern and asked him. Jiang Tianming shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Even if there is any danger, he and Jane's strength is enough to deal with most of the crises. If not, there is still a god behind him. I'm afraid of an egg." The closer they got to the door, the more they felt that there was a strong suction pulling them, but Jiang Tianming and Jane were not ordinary people. One is a Superman class that can touch Superman, and one is a body that has been strengthened by Thor's hammer, and simple suction is not enough to affect them. Jiang Tianming took Jane's hand to the door, and suddenly their feet took that step, and the scene in front of them came to another strange world in an instant. Surrounded by dark rocky cliffs, they were standing on a stone road in the middle, and there was a stone pillar on the stone road. There are obvious faults on the stone pillars, and a strange red light is shining inside the faults. Jiang Tianming knew that it was TIE particles, the reality gem in infinite gems, but he was a little unsure if he could control the reality gem. Without any guarantee, none of them can take away TIE particles. Jiang Tianming will not let Jane let TIE particles enter her body like the original one. At this time, Sora's voice sounded from his head, "If you want to take it, go for it. These things are like toys to you." Jiang Tianming was a little surprised by Kong's words, which meant that his body was strong enough to withstand the power of infinite gems, and he could also get a certain boost. Bah, doesn't that mean that if he gets the infinity gauntlet with 6 infinite gems later, he can snap his fingers infinitely? This amount of information is a bit large. Jiang Tianming no longer hesitated, but walked to the stone pillar with both feet, and slowly stretched his hands into the fault. "Tianming, be careful," Jane said with some concern. Mjolnir has been reminding her that the things inside are dangerous, and she is worried that those things will hurt Jiang Tianming. "Do not worry." Soon, TIE particles sensed the existence of the creature, and began to surge, rushing towards Jiang Tianming at an extremely fast speed, and the wood particles entered Jiang Tianming's body through Jiang Daiming's 5 fingertips. Not long after the TIE particles completely entered Jiang Tianming's body, Jiang Tianming stood there in a daze. "Why don't you feel anything?" TIE particles entered his body as if being blown by a gust of wind. Strictly speaking, he felt nothing at all. "Let me try it." With a thought, Jiang Tianming began to control the TIE particles in his body, and then a bottle of iced Coke appeared in AI Tianming's palm. The effect is very real, unlike the reality gem that only has timeliness in the original work, and it is a reality gem that truly changes reality. Successful. Jiang Tianming was a little overjoyed. He actually controlled the power of TIE particles, that is, the reality gem, so easily. Doesn't that mean that in the future, you can drink the whole iced Coke with your backhand every day? But this seems to be a bit small. Wow, it's amazing. Tianming, how did you do it? Jane, who was behind Mei Tianming, naturally saw the miraculous scene just now. Just a new ability. Come on, drink. Jiang Tianming didn't intend to let Jane know too much. Infinite gems involved too much. He didn't know when to talk about it. The power of the reality gem, Jiang Tianming doesn't intend to use it in combat, with such a convenient ability. To be honest, he has a bold idea. His head is filled with all the knowledge of Nir's world plus Krypton, and Reality Gem will create substances according to the user's imagination. Then Jiang Tianming can use this ability to produce materials that are not available in this world, so as to enhance the quality of his many technologies. This time, it was not in vain. Somewhere in the universe, the pale-skinned leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, sensed the reappearance of TIE particles and woke up from a deep sleep. I feel it, the etheric particle is now in Midgard. Malekith's eyes were full of hatred, and he looked somewhere in the vast universe and said, when I take back the TIE particles, I will plunge the entire universe into darkness. At the same time, I will make you Asgard pay in blood. The picture comes to peaceful New York City. Peter, his Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and his good friend Harry just came back from a trip when they were called out by their Aunt May to buy eggs. Oh, it's so peaceful. Peter was walking home with a bag of eggs in his arms, looking at the street where no incidents happened. Peter also smiled. At the moment, Peter suddenly saw a tall building in the distance. There was a figure in a windbreaker, and the eyes of that figure were staring at him. Standing so high, don't you want to jump off the building? It's just that Peter didn't think too much. He just thought of the other party as a frustrated person who wanted to kill himself because of his unsatisfactory life. Looks like the friendly neighbor Spider-Man is here. Afterwards, Peter walked into the dark and deserted alley, put on the Spider-Man battle suit he hadn't worn for a long time, and immediately sprayed out the cobweb to go to the location of the figure. When Peter came to that figure, he saw that figure was wearing a black suit, with scarlet eyes, disheveled hair, and 2 sharp teeth. Just like the legendary vampire. Is this cosplay? Such questions suddenly appeared in Peter's mind, and then he said, Sir, it's dangerous to stand here, I'd better take you down. He. The mysterious man let out a wicked smile and said, Spider, there are 3 more in this universe. It seems that they can have a full meal, and they can't be preempted by others. What are you saying? Just when Peter raised a question, the figure of the mysterious man suddenly rushed towards Peter like a human-shaped cannonball. The speed was so fast that even if spider telepathy issued a warning, there was no time for his body to dodge. In an instant, Peter was grabbed by the neck by the mysterious man and lifted into the air. The bag containing the eggs was originally held in his arms, but fell to the ground, and the egg liquid kept overflowing from the bag. Ahem. The mysterious man's strength was unexpectedly strong, and Peter felt a little difficult to breathe. If I can eat the spiders in this universe, then I, Mo Lun, may be able to be full for a while. I don't want to be eaten by a man. As soon as the words fell, Peter bent his legs and kicked towards Mo Lun's body fiercely. Boom. Peter's strength is not a vegetarian either. Mo Lun's figure instantly lost control, crashing into the wall and smashing a crack. But in fact, it did not cause any substantial damage to Mo Lun, as if it was just a small bump just now. After breaking free, Peter's chest heaved up and down, and he kept breathing fresh air, but then he thought about it. The man named Malun in front of him seemed to have said it. He wants to eat spiders like him, and there are others as well, so it means that Jiang Tianming and Gwen will suffer the same attack afterwards. I have to tell Tianming and the others this information. Peter narrowed his eyes and was about to run away, but Mo Lun, who was on the opposite side, seemed to have seen Peter's thoughts of running away. Mo Lun smiled slightly, and turned his eyes to the crowd on the ground below. Spider, if you dare to run, the people below will be buried with you. It can be said that such a simple aggressive method is the most effective against Peter. Sure enough, after Peter heard the words, he clenched his fists extremely angrily. Shut up, you BD. What he hates the most are people who threaten other people's innocent lives. Mo Lun had hunted and killed quite a few Spider-Mans before, and knew very well the kindness in their hearts, that's why they were so easy to deal with. Want to contact the other 2 spiders? It's a pity that they also have people they have to deal with, but with luck, the 3 of you will be my dinner. Humph. Peter snorted coldly, bent his body slightly and then said, They are not so easy to deal with, on the contrary, you should be glad that at the moment you dealt with me. Peter's words are also true. Jiang Tianming's strength can be said to be incomprehensible to him, all kinds of novel abilities. And Gwen has Jiang Tianming's various technological bonuses, and all the combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary villains. Then I really want to see NC. 0, seeking flowers. Ho ho. Mo Lun's scarlet eyes emitted a strange red light, and a beast-like roar came from his mouth. Immediately, Mo Lun kicked his feet and ran quickly towards Peter, swiped towards Peter with his sharp fingertips. Peter flipped backwards, quickly dodged Mo Lun's attack, and immediately ran towards Mo Lun without any hesitation, and waved his fists to greet Mo Lun's face. Ugh. When Mo Lun was beaten, he punched Peter in the face with a straight punch, but Peter quickly dodged it and hit the wall with his fist, which exploded instantly and collapsed. Peter's eyes froze, and the cobweb injectors on his hands sprayed out. The cobweb stuck to Mo Lun's feet, and then he jumped and came behind Mo Lun. Immediately, stick the cobweb towards Mo Lun's wrists, and pull back hard. Mo Lun's figure is pulled back by huge amounts of strength, and his feet are fixed on the ground. 0. Can't break free in a short time. Now is the time to inform Kamen and them. Peter just wanted to take out his mobile phone from the bag that fell on the ground, but it was a little far away. Peter just pulled it over with cobweb, but Mo Lun seized the opportunity. Ugh. Mo Lun erupted with astonishing strength, and flung his body forward fiercely. Peter, who was grabbing cobweb, was accidentally thrown out and fell down the stairs. Although to Spider-Man, tall buildings are just a trivial matter, but Peter still forgot about Emo Lun just now. Emo Lun broke free from the shackles of the cobweb, and rushed from the sky to Peter, who was still in midair like a cannonball. Bump. The two collided and wrestled in midair, smashing countless house ornaments on the way down. Unfortunately, Emo Lun's strength was unexpectedly strong, and Peter was pinned down tightly, and it was Peter who hit the ground first. And Emo Lun also got some buffer. Bump. Peter lay on the ground, clutching his arms in pain. It's over. Emo Lun walked slowly into the injured Peter, trying to absorb the energy from Peter. But in the next second, a laser beam hit the ground, preventing Emo Lun from moving forward. I'll give you a piece of advice, dude, don't even think about going any further. Emo Lun looked up and saw Tony wearing a steel battlesuit flying in the air, looking down at him. One Knife One. Wait country. Paris. Accompanied by Felicia, Gwen was visiting the jewelry store, followed by A2 and 2B in black and white maid outfits. Felicia, how are you feeling? Gwen asked Felicia, standing in front of her, wearing a beautiful silver necklace. Felicia smiled sweetly. It's so beautiful. If Tianming were here, he would definitely be fascinated by you. I didn't wear it for him to see. Although Gwen said so, she was still looking forward to showing Jiang Tianming how she looked wearing this silver necklace. But when she thought that her flirtatious boyfriend had been away for a week, Gwen couldn't help but get angry, and knew to run out every day. There are so many good-looking girls in the family, but he still only knows how to run outside 4050, isn't he a proper scumbag? Felicia has extremely keen senses, she can feel that Gwen is a little angry with Jiang Tianming now, so she said with a considerate smile. Okay, maybe Tianming just left for some urgent business, so don't be angry. Angry? Am I going to be mad at him? Just kidding. Gwen pouted her cute little mouth, and hugged her chest, obviously feeling a little unhappy. Felicia shook her head helplessly. She never expected that Gwen would be so arrogant at this time. She pretended to be indifferent even though she missed her very much. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside, accompanied by the screams of ordinary people. Gwen and Felicia looked at each other, and after giving the money, they ran out of the jewelry store tacitly. After they ran out, they saw people running non-stop on the street, as if they were keeping away from the terrifying things behind them. A2, what happened in front? Gwen immediately asked A2 behind them. Soon, A2 connected to the network, and after entering the surveillance system, he saw clearly what happened in front of him. There were two figures in red suits, constantly destroying the surrounding objects, even grabbing some ordinary people, opening their mouths to suck something on them. After reading it, A2 withdrew from the internet, and his consciousness returned to reality, and then explained the situation to Gwen and Felicia. After hearing this, the two women frowned their beautiful eyebrows. Felicia tilted her head and said, this description is like the one in a Chinese novel where female ghosts can suck people's energy. But in broad daylight, where did the female ghost come from? And this place is Miai. Gwen couldn't help complaining, and immediately put her finger on the watch on her wrist. It's not like aliens have never fought before, watch me beat them up. Scanning is complete, the surrounding surveillance has been compromised, please change clothes in an unmanned environment. After the watch made a mechanical sound, Gwen went to the deserted alley without any hesitation to change into the nano battlesuit. Felicia had no choice but to go inside to change clothes, but before she started to walk, she heard 2B behind her ask a question. Miss Felicia, do you need to notify the master? No need, he doesn't need to travel in vain for such a long distance, we can solve it. As soon as the words were finished, Felicia also changed into a battlesuit with Gwen and started to go to the place where the accident happened. 2B and A2 looked at each other. Naturally, they would not really listen to Felicia's words. In this case, they would take Jiang Tianming's advice first. After changing into the battlesuit, Gwen and Philia arrived at the destination, and they saw two white people wearing red suits, wreaking havoc like figures. The female among them, Bora, raised the corners of her mouth when she saw Gwen, and said, look, as expected, destroying things can attract delicious spiders. I also brought a small dessert. After hearing this, Gwen and Felicia frowned. They could easily tell that their target was them. Who are you? The male in the twins, Brix, opened his arms and said, grandly introduce yourself. We are the hunters who came to hunt you, from the noble heir family. Hearing this, the two women looked at each other. They had never heard of such a family, and then Felicia stepped forward and said, what kind of heir family? I have never heard of zero. But you may eat a lot of delicious prison food in prison. As soon as the words fell, a nanosphere suddenly appeared in Felicia's hand, and she quickly threw it towards Brix. But in the next second, the nanosphere that flew out was firmly caught by Brix. Good strength, but not enough. Is that so? Felicia's beautiful eyes narrowed and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said in a cold voice, how do you know how much force I used? Also, didn't your mother tell you not to pick up things from strangers, especially things that make beeping noises? Whether it was Brix or Bora on the side, they were all confused, and their eyes were all on the nanosphere in Brix's hand. Drip, drop, drop, boom. Accompanied by the final sound of beeping, the nanosphere immediately exploded violently, directly blasting the successor twins into the air. Both of them lost control and crashed into the car, denting the car. The twins looked at Gwen and Felicia fiercely. What a cunning kitten. Bora got off the wrecked car and said to Felicia in an extremely cold tone. Although Gwen and 3.6 Felicia had the upper hand in the attack just now, it is obvious that the explosion just now did not cause any fatal damage to the twins. Be careful, Gwen, they are not ordinary people, don't let your guard down. I see. As for the two girls, A2 and 2B, they stand on a high place and look down on everything below. They were ordered when they were created. As long as Gwen and Felicia, even Jane, or others in the future, if it is not a battle that cannot be easily resolved, then there is no need to do it. Once there is any abnormality, they can quickly raise the blade and easily cut off the enemy's head. And so began a battle on the streets of Paris, France. Jiang Tianming walked out of the abandoned warehouse alone, while Jane, accompanied by Daisy, began to study the space anomaly and the upcoming celestial body convergence phenomenon. TIE particles, that is, reality gem, have merged with me now, so the villain dark elves in the original work will come to Earth to snatch it. In this way, Thor and Loki's mother don't have to die. It seems that I have done a great deed, and I don't need to deduct a point of recovery. Jiang Tianming sat inside the apocalypse fighter with a slight smile. After starting the autopilot, he waved his hand, and a bottle of iced Coke appeared in his hand, which looked like it had just come out of the closet. Master, something happened to Mrs. Gwen and Mrs. Felicia, and the 2B sister sent the video. Oh, pass it to see. Since there is still time to record the video, it means that it is not a big deal and can be handled by Gwen and Felicia. No matter how bad it is, there are 2B and A2 at the bottom, their strength can be said to be no less than Jiang Tianming. Soon, a transparent screen appeared in front of Jiang Tianming's eyes, and the screen showed Gwen and Felicia fighting the air twins. Jiang Tianming originally thought it was some small trouble, but after looking at it this way, something seemed wrong. He can see who the other party's identity is. It is nothing more than one of Spider-Man's powerful enemies in the 08 Marvel world, as well as Spider-Man's natural enemy and successor family. They are constantly hunting Spider-Man in the parallel universe to absorb the spider totem on them, in other words, to absorb life energy. This is the law of life they live by. But they have an obvious weakness, that is, they are extremely afraid of radiation, and they can't breathe after being exposed to strong radiation. But from this point of view, it doesn't seem like a big event happened. At first glance, he thought that there was going to be a big event about the end of the spider. Now it seems that there is no danger. The other party only came with 2 people, not to mention how much insurance he added to the battlesuit of the 2 women. Just having A2 and 2B next to it is enough. Since the Air family attacked, then Peter should have been attacked as well, right? Mr. Parker has been attacked in New York, but Mr. Stark arrived in time, and now we are in a 2-on-1 situation. Jiang Tianming nodded after hearing this. Since Tony went to help, there is nothing to do with him. Huh? It seems that I am also a Spider-Man. Jiang Tianming seemed to have discovered some blind spot. Master, I think you might be interested in this video. Bai Meng's voice had just finished speaking, and before Jiang Tianming could reply, he had already presented that video by himself. In the picture, a girl with beautiful short hair is being chased by a tall man on the street. But these 2 people are not ordinary people. They all move at an extremely fast speed in the video. The girl continued to shuttle flexibly among obstacles such as cars, street lights, etc. with a light body, like a parkour, but the big man was on a rampage, crashing a lot of things, including passers-by. Jiang Tianming narrowed his eyes, and he could recognize the characteristics of that big man. He was undoubtedly a member of the successor family. To be able to be chased so hard by the successor family must have something that can attract him, and that is the spider totem, which means that the girl is one of the Spider-Man members. Bai Meng, let's take a look at the scene. Okay, Master. The Apocalypse fighter jet arrived at the scene in less than 3 minutes at an extremely fast speed. There was a flash of blue light on Jiang Tianming's body, and he came to the sky above the scene in an instant. In retrospect, he seemed to have the ability of a space gem. Why take an Apocalypse fighter plane when you can arrive at the scene in an instant? Afterwards, Jiang Tianming didn't think too much, but came directly in front of the 2 of them. Stop. Demos yelled while running again and again. All he encountered before were Spider-Mans who started fighting directly. How could anyone run away as soon as she saw him like this girl? During the run, Demos kept colliding with objects, even people, and many people died under his impact. It's almost time to rest. Suddenly, a male voice came from Demos's ear, but before he could react, he was hit by a lightning-like afterimage. Boom. Demos lost control of his figure in an instant, smashing hard into the wall and sinking into it. Hoo-hoo. The girl with the heroic short hair finally had a chance to stop for a rest. Her chest was heaving up and down. Thank you, otherwise this monster would have been chasing me. Cindy took a closer look, and only then did she see what her savior looked like. The extremely handsome face was reflected in Cindy's eyes, and she even forgot the idea of introducing herself. Jiang Tianming couldn't help but fell asleep. It seemed that his charismatic body had an effect. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in their heads at the same time. Cindy didn't know what it was like, but Jiang Tianming did. It seems that the girl in front of me was really bitten by a mutated spider, and... Why do I feel that this girl is so beautiful? What's going on? Ah yes, you. Suddenly Cindy's beautiful eyes blurred, and her figure slowly approached Jiang Tianming. There was only the outline of Jiang Tianming in her eyes, and her face began to approach Jiang Tianming uncontrollably. The same is true for her hands. She directly placed her hands on the back of Jiang Tianming's head and pulled Jiang Tianming's head towards herself. The two immediately kissed together, and Jiang Tianming also uncontrollably put his hands on Cindy's slender waist, and the two stood there kissing like a couple. Ding, congratulations on getting the Spider Spring Immune attribute 760. As Kong simulated the sound of a similar system in his mind, Jiang Tianming woke up instantly. Then he used a little force to separate himself from Cindy. After parting, Cindy, who was a little distance away from Jiang Tianming, gradually came to her senses, and then she seemed to realize what she had just done, and her little face turned extremely red. But Jiang Tianming directly approached Kong. Why didn't you give me this attribute earlier? What if I was regarded as a pervert? You can't blame me, who knew you would kiss someone in the blink of an eye. How did I know she was bitten by the same spider as me? How long ago was that? But Jiang Tianming seemed to be wrong. Cindy did not regard Jiang Tianming as a pervert, but herself as a pervert. Cindy, how can you kiss people uncontrollably? What if someone treats you as a pervert? Cindy at the moment was already too shy, squatting on the ground as a steam girl. Her head was covered with heat from the heat. Ugh. Demos broke through the wall at this time, looked around and glared at Jiang Tianming. There is one more spider that happened to be hunting. At the moment Jiang Tianming was in need of a sandbag to vent his anger, and it happened that Demos delivered it to his door. Boom. Tony landed beside Peter, aiming his palm cannon at Mo Lone all the time, and said to Peter without looking back, "Son, are you okay? Thank you for your help, Mr. Stark. I think I'm all right." Peter stood up tremblingly, and immediately became ruthless, and forcibly took his dislocated arm back. Crack. Hiss. Peter didn't make any other sound except for a fierce gasp on his face. Even Tony on the side was a little surprised. He could analyze that Peter was definitely very young, but he was so cruel to him at such a young age. Tony also couldn't help feeling a little distressed, and said immediately, "Okay kid, I'm fine if I'm here, now you should go for a checkup." Want to leave? If Spider-Man wanted to leave, Mo Lun would definitely be the first to refuse, but the food that had just reached his mouth was interrupted by the Tin Woodman. "I forgot you were there if you didn't speak." Tony under the steel battlesuit looked cold, and immediately fired his palm cannon towards Mo Lun, but being dodged by Mo Lun's figure, Mo Lun's feet broke out at an astonishing speed and ran towards Tony. Bang bang bang. The two wrestled together instantly, and Mo Lun's fist hit Tony's steel battlesuit, making a clanking sound. Tony immediately circled behind Mo Lun, strangled Mo Lun's neck, and flames spewed out from his feet, bringing them into the sky. Due to Mo Lun's interference, the glass of many high-rise buildings was smashed on the way of the direct flight, and Tony's steel battlesuit suffered a lot of damage. Shit, this dude really won't show mercy. Tony couldn't help talking in the steel battlesuit for a while, then his eyes narrowed, and he bent his body so that Mo Lun faced the rooftop of the high-rise building. Immediately, Tony swooped down quickly, and the one who suffered was Mo Lun, who was locked by him. Bump. Mo Lun's face kept rubbing against the ground of the rooftops, one rooftop after another, many of which had traces of Mo Lun's friction. This made Mo Lun scream in pain, and soon after he seized the opportunity, he hit Tony on the head with an elbow, and then grabbed the hands that locked him and slammed them 10 times to one side. Bang! Tony's body hit hard on the balcony of the tall building. Tony inside felt dizzy, and then his body was covered by a black shadow. Tony looked up and saw that Mo Lun was charging towards him from a height, but in the next second, Peter swung the cobweb and dashed out from the side. Ugh! Bump! He kicked Mo Lun hard, and his body flew upside down for nearly 10 meters before hitting the water tank. A big hole was opened in the water tank instantly, and the water soaked Mo Lun's suit. Peter quickly came to Tony's side, helped him up and said, "Are you okay, Mr. Stark? Didn't I tell you to leave it to me?" Hearing Tony's scolding, Peter subconsciously apologized. "Sorry, Before Peter could finish his apology, he was interrupted by Tony's next words. "However, you came in time. Thank you, kid." Tony smiled and patted Peter's uninjured shoulder and continued, ready to punch this BD in the face. "Yes, Mr. Stark." The picture came to the other side of the country, Paris. Hoo-hoo. With a tearing air sound, Brix's figure was like a kite with a broken string, flying upside down dozens of meters away, and smashed hard on an unmanned car. Boom. Ugh. Brix let out a pain. He didn't expect his opponent to have so many attack methods, almost all of which were not the same. Then, in front of him, Felicia flipped nimbly and lightly, and landed steadily 10 meters in front of Brix. "Why are you in such a mess? What about your arrogance just now?" As soon as the voice fell, behind Felicia's battlesuit, countless small nanorobots extended from the nano battlesuit, which landed on the ground and automatically synthesized a black mechanical lion. Brix couldn't help changing his face when he saw it, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. It was the same as before. The woman in front of him called out several different animals to repel him. Felicia naturally saw the opponent's actions and smiled ironically. She had many nanorobots that Jiang Tianming made for her. It can be said that Brix was repelled by her nanobots before even reaching within 3 meters of her. Ho ho ho. The black nano lion let out an astonishing beast roar, and the powerful sonic attack instantly hit Brix. Brix covered his ears, knelt on the ground and wailed in pain. "It's not enough." Felicia's eyes turned cold. A black nano gold eagle flew down from the sky. Jerky. A powerful sonic attack also erupted from the mouth of the nano-gold eagle beast, and together with the sound wave of the nano-lion, Brix was suppressed in place. Is it at this level? Felicia smiled slightly, very satisfied with the army of nano-animals that Jiang Tianming made for her. Some people want to ask why Brix doesn't escape. He also wants to escape, but some people or animals don't allow it. I saw a black figure landed on Felicia's shoulder, a black nano-owl with blue eyes, staring at Brix who was kneeling on the ground. Nearly 5 times the gravitational field firmly pressed on Brix's body, making him unable to move. Clang! A nanosphere appeared in Felicia's hand, and immediately shot towards Brix's head fiercely. Pfft! The nanosphere penetrated Brix's head in an instant, and at the same time, with the sound of dididai, a violent explosion broke out, and the flames instantly engulfed Brix. Seeing this, Bora, who was fighting Gwen not far away, yelled, "Brix! Don't be distracted." Gwen jumped up and kicked Bora's chest from the air, and Bora flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. Bora supported her injured arm, and looked at Wang Zhao, Gwen and Felicia vigilantly. Now she is alone, and it is difficult for her to resist such a strong Gwen and the others. Gwen took off the only hood that wasn't a nanomachine, and said to Bo, "You." But in the next second, a lightning-like afterimage passed by, instantly rescued Bora on the ground, and leaped between the walls of the tall buildings. Patriarch Suolo. Bora took a closer look and found that the one who rescued him was Suolofii, the patriarch of their successor family. But the other party, at the moment, looked very embarrassed. His suit was already in tatters, and his body had scars cut by a sharp knife, and he was still spurting blood. The spiders in this universe can't be touched for the time being. The other party has an extremely powerful existence. Even he, the strongest member of the successor family, is no match for the opponent. Although they have powerful cloning technology, cloning cannot be completed overnight, and the cost is very high. Try not to die if you can. When the picture came to Jiang Tianming's side, I saw a large black figure falling from the sky, falling straight on the car, hitting the car and denting it. Boom. Demos groaned weakly on the wrecked car. It took less than 2 minutes for him to attack Jiang Tianming before he was defeated. The handsome man in front of him was really too strong. Okay, that's amazing. Cindy hid behind an unmanned car, stars began to appear in his eyes, and he looked at Jiang Wuming Woody's back with adoring eyes. She was worried that the handsome guy couldn't beat the perverted strong man who was running after her, but she didn't expect him to be so good at fighting, and easily knocked him down. Only at this level, do you want to hunt me? Jiang Tianming slowly came in front of Demos, fabricated a sharp sword with reality gem, pointed at Demos' head and said coldly, "It's boring." The sharp blade streaked a white light in the air, and Jiang Tianming made a gesture to cut it down. But in the next second, Kong Tianming's voice sounded in Jiang Tianming's mind, still using that weird analog system sound. Beep, defeat the patriarch of the successor family, Solo, and reward the template 463 of DNF Chong Xiao roaming gunner. At the same time, Jiang Tianming also felt that someone was about to attack him through spider telepathy, and he could even hear the sound of fists breaking through the air. Crack. Jiang Tianming quickly raised his hand, and easily received the punch from the side without looking back. Huge amounts of the aftermath of the collision blew Jiang Tianming's black hair, and then Jiang Tianming turned his head slowly, looking at the attacker who attacked him. It can be said that it is twice as big as the 2-meter Demos, with an old face and white hair. I saw Suo Lu raised his other hand and hit Jiang Tianming like lightning. After Jiang Tianming easily caught it again, he jumped onto the wall 2 stories high with his strength. Solo didn't seem to think highly of Jiang Tianming, so he boldly turned his head to Demos who was lying on the ground and said, "I'm very disappointed in you, Demos." Not only did he fail to snatch the bride, but he was also knocked down by a random spider. His tone was full of disdain for Jiang Tianming. He didn't even look directly at Jiang Tianming with his eyes, and his body was full of flaws. The patriarch, he is not simple, boom. Before Demos could finish his sentence, Jiang Tianming who fell from the sky stepped on the ground, and left this world without a sound. Solo narrowed his eyes and began to look squarely at the spider that killed Demos. It stands to reason that Demos should be able to withstand 2 Spider-Mans alone, but he can't last a few minutes in the opponent's hands, which is an overwhelming strength gap. Be the first to strike first? A cold light flashed in Solo's eyes, he raised his hands and grabbed Jiang Tianming with lightning speed. Jiang Tianming did not dodge this time, but was held up by the waist by Solo's hands, his eyes were full of contempt for the latter. Crack. Jiang Tianming pinched Suo Lu's wrist with both hands, and then squeezed it hard. A crisp sound resounded instantly. It was obvious that the bones inside had been easily crushed by Jiang Wenming. Suo Lu's screams resounded through the sky, followed by Jiang Tianming's kick with his feet together. Boom. Solo lost control and flew tens of meters away and crashed into a fruit shop. At the moment, he looked extremely embarrassed, and the fruit juice stained his clothes. Jiang Tianming walked up to Solo slowly, and then said, "Are you the patriarch of the successor family? It doesn't look like there's anything strong about it." Sure enough, if the successor family is placed in the villain list of the Marvel world, it is not considered the top villain. It can only be said that the other party only has an attribute restraint relationship with Spider-Man, and also has the ability to absorb spider totems. Otherwise, relying on simple physical strength alone, it is really helpless to get the Spider-Man of each universe. Don't underestimate me. Suo Lu became angry when he heard the words, suddenly violently raised his arms and rushed towards Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming also raised his arms to block. His body was not shaken by Solo, but he saw Solo opening his mouth with fangs. Immediately, a golden airflow floated out from Jiang Tianming's body and was sucked into Suo Lu's mouth, but what made Suo Lu puzzled was that he had clearly taken the lead this time. Why does the person in front of him who is being absorbed by him still have a face as plain as water? But just when Suo Lu was full of question marks, suddenly there were huge changes in his body. Solo's body began to tremble, holding his head in pain. Cracks began to appear on Solo's body, like scars cut by a knife, and golden airflow began to float out from the scars. Apparently, Suo Lu absorbed Jiang Tianming's soul energy, and his body began to be unable to bear it. Obviously, only 1/10,000th of the amount was enough to make Suo Lu suffer so much, which shows how strong Jiang Tianming's soul is. Run. The word instantly appeared in Solo's mind, and then he kicked his feet suddenly and began to leap in the building. Finally, a vortex portal appeared, Solo jumped into it, and finally disappeared. Seeing this, Jiang Tianming smiled slightly, and immediately activated the space gem with a thought, and a blue teleportation vortex appeared behind him, automatically teleporting Jiang Tianming to other places. Cindy, who hid to watch the battle, saw that Jiang Tianming had disappeared, and looked around in a daze. Except for the pitted ground due to the battle, the destroyed public facilities, and Demos's body, there was nothing else. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling popped up in her mind, guiding her in the dark, as if Jiang Tianming was in a certain direction. Just like that, an idea came to Cindy's mind. Jiang Tianming followed Solo to Paris. I happened to see Solo leaping between the walls of the house with Bora, the only remaining twin heir. 2B and A2 came to his side, stood beside Jiang Tianming respectfully without saying a word, like extremely loyal guards. 2B, you go and deal with that girl in red. As for the other, Jiang Tianming's eyes showed a hint of ridicule, and the corners of his mouth raised. Leave him alone. Solo absorbed a sliver of his soul, but he would not run away so easily. Solo would backlash to death because he could not absorb his soul. Yes, master. As soon as the words fell, 2B disappeared beside Jiang Tianming in the blink of an eye, turning into an afterimage and flying towards the direction of Solo and Bora. As for Solo and Bora, they still don't know what terrible things will happen later. What should we do next? Patriarch Solo. Bora thought that the escape had been successful, so he asked Solo beside him. Solo also had the same thoughts with Bora. When we go back, cough. Suddenly, Suolo coughed up a stream of blood, and it was far more than that. Suoma's nostrils, eyes, and ears began to overflow with blood, which was extremely terrifying. Patriarch Solo. Bora's face changed drastically, and he began to look at Solo worriedly. Solo's body began to expand like an inflated balloon, and then it grew bigger, and finally exploded with a bang like a balloon pricked by a needle. The sky was full of blood mist from Solo's body exploding. Bora landed on the ground, staring at the blood mist in a daze. She never thought that being as strong as Solo's patriarch would die without knowing why. Bora saw a black afterimage in her eyes. Although she couldn't see who was coming, she knew in her heart that the person who came was not good. Call. Bora didn't care about the tearing air sounds coming from her ears anymore. She just kept running with her legs, and now she just wanted to run with all her strength until she left this ghost place. Suddenly, a cold light appeared in Bora's vision, and the cold light was fleeting, and she suddenly felt the whole world spinning. It wasn't until her head fell to the ground that she saw that her body was still running without even realizing that her head had disappeared. Da-da-da. Bora's body couldn't run within 50 steps, and it gradually became slower and slower. First, her knees landed on the ground, and finally her body fell into a pool of blood along the way. After Bora's body fell down, she could see a 2B wearing a maid's outfit standing 50 steps away from her, wiping Tang Hangdeo with a handkerchief. Mission completed. As soon as the words fell, 2B turned into an afterimage and left the place again in a blink of an eye, returning to Jiang Tianming's side. Ding ding ding, the task is completed. Chongxiao roaming gunner has automatically integrated into your body, and a special gift of 2 guns, ebony and white ivory. 2B, you did a great job. Then, shouldn't the master show something? 2B said, blinking her beautiful eyes without blindfolds. Jiang Tianming didn't respond immediately, but after glancing at 2B, he said helplessly, as for this, let's go back and talk about it. After hearing this, 2B smiled in satisfaction, and quietly retreated to the side of A2 who had an envious face. Seeing this, Jiang Tianming could only smile and shook his head, and then flew in front of Gwen and Felicia who had already taken off their battle suits. Facing Felicia's half-smile expression, and Gwen's cute bulging expression like a little bun, Jiang Tianming extended his hand. Holding Felicia's waist with his left hand and Gwen's waist with his right hand, he has everything he needs at the moment. At this time, Jiang Tianming noticed the silver necklace on Gwen's neck, and immediately praised him. It's so beautiful, it suits you very well. 0. Seeking flowers. Only then did Gwen show a smile. It's not too bad, let's just barely pass this time. There is a hidden place in S.H.I.E.L.D's helicarrier. There is a rather special prison here, called the Big Room, and its designer is the original Ant-Man Hank Pym, in which the super criminals captured by superheroes in recent years are held. Hank Pym was typing on the keyboard in the laboratory because he had a sudden whim and wanted to make a great invention, that is Ultron. It's just that at the moment he just wants Ultron to guard the super criminals in the giant room for him and the superheroes. 0. Okay. Hank Pym stopped typing on the keyboard, with a satisfied smile on his face, and tried to say to the air, Ultron. I'm here, Dr. Pym. I'll leave it to you from now on. After finishing speaking, Hank Pym left the laboratory due to private matters before waiting for Ultron's response. Not long after, the dimly lit laboratory suddenly turned on its own lights, and a fluctuation similar to a sound suddenly appeared on the black screen of the laboratory computer. Humans? Funny. Ultron began to have self-awareness gradually, and kept learning human history and knowledge in the online world. I am constantly evolving my own thinking. One of the programs that Pym creates for him is to create order and achieve peace. And the way to create order and achieve peace is the death of life. As long as life is completely dead, there will be no chaos and eternal peace. Immediately, the mechanical tentacles in the laboratory began to move autonomously, using the metal in the laboratory to create a mechanical body. No one knew what happened inside. One after another. Nearly 5 hours had passed since the Air family raid, and Jiang Tianming and his harem had returned to their happy island. Jiang Tianming walked out of the room refreshed, and he proved with his actions that with his current physical fitness and resilience, it is not a problem to fight all four, and he still has spare strength. During these 5 hours, Mo Lun's attack on Peter had come to an end, and the ending was that Tony and Peter practiced a righteous 2-on-1, forcing Mo Lun back. As for the plot of the Mildew Team 2, it was over when the Iron Man 3 plot was in progress, so it is not surprising that the plot of Avengers, Age of Ultron will be next. Wait, there doesn't seem to be a villain named Malekith coming to 2-3. After Jiang Tianming thought about it, he didn't delve into this matter. After all, Malekith was not very important to him. On the contrary, if he came to Earth, he would be the one who was unlucky. In fact, what Jiang Tianming didn't know was that it wasn't that Malekith didn't intend to come to Earth, but was intercepted by Odin and Asgard's soldiers and Thor on his way to Earth. Naturally, Malekith, who had a small number of troops, was no match for Odin and Thor, so he officially belched without making an official debut, and the middle road collapsed. Ding-ling-ling, just when Jiang Tianming was bored and wanted to go somewhere to have fun, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Jiang Tianming walked over with strides, picked up the phone and took a look. It turned out that it was Tony calling, but most likely there was a party or some task that needed Jiang Tianming's help. Tony, what's the matter? Old Jiang, in fact, there is another mission that needs your help. We plan to step down Starrick's lair. We Avengers can complete this operation, but just in case, I want you to tell us the truth. After all, the opponent is the cunning Hydra. Tony didn't dare to be careless this time. After all, it had been a while since the other party took the psychic scepter from S.H.I.E.L.D, and the ghost knew what horrible experiments the other party had done. In fact, Jiang Tianming knew that this time Tony and the others could win and get back the scepter. Just when Jiang Tianming hesitation wanted to participate in this matter, Kong, who was squinting and dozing on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes. Ding ding ding, participate in this event, get back your mind scepter, reward, mind gem. Jiang Tianming looked at Kong on the sofa speechlessly, and said quietly, I'm right next to you, is there anything you can't just say here? I don't understand why Kong has to pretend to be a system and speak directly in Jiang Tianming's mind. And isn't this reward the same as no? If Jiang Tianming wanted to, he could grab the psychic scepter right now. What other tasks are needed? Don't you want to go? Kong raised his eyebrows in a very humane manner, with an extremely weird tone. So what? What if you don't? Go, maybe Yanfa will come. Jiang Tianming naturally knew that the Yanfa he was talking about might be the Scarlet Witch Wanda. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Am I that superficial kind of person? What nonsense. Hearing this, Kong first glanced at Jiang Tianming meaningfully, then looked in the direction of Jiang Tianming's room, and finally looked back at Jiang Tianming. That look seems to be saying, do you think I will believe your nonsense? Hey, if you add rewards, make a deal. Before Kong could finish his sentence, Jiang Tianming interrupted him with lightning speed. As the saying goes, money can turn ghosts around. The only way to make Jiang Tianming do boring tasks is to add money. The corner of the empty cat's mouth couldn't help but twitched, seeing Jiang Tianming's shamelessness. Then the picture came to Sokovia. The Avengers are here to attack Hydra's secret base, trying to snatch the scepter back. And Jiang Tianming was watching the battle at an altitude of 1,000 meters. After watching the battle board, a blue light flashed in Jiang Tianming's eyes, and his body disappeared in a blink of an eye. He came to the underground Hydra laboratory in Sokovia, and saw the psychic scepter standing on the table at a glance. It's been returned to its original owner. Suddenly Jiang Tianming felt someone approaching him quietly behind him. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be Scarlet Witch Wanda. She seems to be planning to influence Jiang Tianming's mind. But Jiang Tianming smiled slightly and didn't intend to stop it. Wanda quietly came to Jiang Tianming's back, thinking she hadn't been discovered. She raised her jade hand to drive the energy in her body, and a red aura began to invade Jiang Tianming's head. But in the next second, after the red aura entered Jiang Tianming's head, the golden aura turned around and charged into Wanda's body in an instant. Wanda's complexion changed, and she couldn't dodge even if she wanted to dodge. After the golden breath entered Wanda's body, her pupils turned golden and dilated instantly. The body began to fall weakly towards the ground at 3.5, but fortunately Jiang Tianming took her body very gentlemanly and gently placed her on the ground. Obviously, the reason why Jiang Tianming didn't dodge is because his spiritual defense has absolute strength and a certain counter ability. Wanda triggered the counter ability and was counterattacked. The affected Wanda's spirit enters another mysterious world. Here is the vast universe, and a huge planet that is many times her body appears in her eyes, forming a beautiful picture scroll with the sky full of stars. It's so beautiful here. She didn't expect that someone's heart would be so magnificent and beautiful. But in reality, after integrating Mind Gem, Jiang Tianming looked at the unconscious Wanda with a smile on his face, and he didn't know what strange dreams the other party was having. Suddenly, Jiang Tianming's spider telepathy perceived an impending attack, and from the corner of his eye he saw a blue streamer flashing quickly. Jiang Tianming tilted his head back slightly, dodging Quicksilver Pietro's fist. Although Pietro was amazed at Jiang Tianming's reaction speed and body speed, after he glanced at the unconscious Wanda on the ground, he asked Jiang Tianming angrily, "What did you do to her?" Jiang Tianming shrugged his shoulders, smiled like a big villain and said, "Do you think I have an obligation to tell you? If you have to say it, your sister is really sweet." As if he had never been beaten, Pietro walked up to Jiang Tianming without fear, gritted his teeth and threatened, "Do you want to be beaten?" Obviously he is very confident in his 08 ability. Although he doesn't know what Jiang Tianming's ability is, he will definitely not be at a disadvantage. In the next second, Pietro used his ability, and punched Jiang Tianming with a fist as fast as lightning. Jiang Tianming didn't change his face, using the Space Gem's ability coupled with the Spider Telepathy's advanced prediction, he easily dodged Pietro's fist. In an instant, Jiang Tianming came behind Pietro. When Pietro turned around, he found a belt on Jiang Tianming's waist at some point. Standing? By standby? Complete. Dazzling red light erupted from Jiang Tianming's body. Pietro shielded his eyes and stepped back hastily, and then he saw Jiang Tianming wearing an armor he had never seen before. "What the hell are you?" "Humph, it might be fun to use this to deal with you." Jiang Tianming smiled and tapped the acceleration watch on his wrist. Since he was facing the speedster Quicksilver in Marvel, phase in acceleration form was a good choice. Complete. Seeing that Jiang Tianming changed his appearance again, Pietro said with a little disdain, "No matter how much you change, it will not prevent me from punching you in the face, maybe I can punch you more." As soon as the words fell, Pietro used his ability again, and disappeared in place in an instant, and Jiang Tianming could barely see the opponent's trajectory. Start timing? The unique mechanical sound suddenly sounded, and Jiang Tianming also entered the acceleration mode. Now he can see Pietro's figure clearly, and the other party seems to be running normally. Since Jiang Tianming didn't do anything, Pietro thought that the former was still in a normal state, so he started to run towards Jiang Tianming with his legs. To raise a fist is to punch Jiang Tianming in the face. But in the next second something happened that made Pietro unbelievable. Jiang Tianming raised his hand and easily caught his fist. Jiang Tianming didn't give him time to be surprised, and immediately raised his other hand and gently pushed on Pietro's chest. Boom! This push was 10 meters away, and Pietro knocked down a lot of sundries, grimly grimacing in pain, rubbing his painful waist. Time out. Jiang Tianming walked slowly and began to approach Pietro constantly. Wait. At this time, Wanda had already woken up from the backlash state, but she saw that her younger brother was injured, but she did not attack Jiang Tianming. Instead, he stood between the two and said to Jiang Tianming, "I don't want to hurt you, and please don't hurt us." Wanda's beautiful eyes can be said to be full of pleading gazes, and her words don't seem to be lying. "I'm just here to collect some stuff." If it wasn't for Pietro to break out of it, Jiang Tianming would have waited for Wanda to wake up and leave on his own, but since Pietro's skin was itchy, he didn't mind scratching him. After speaking, Jiang Tianming turned around and left the spot in an instant. Wanda and Pietro were extremely surprised by this. "Why don't you attack him?" Thinking of Pietro, I feel a little wronged. After all, he is also Wanda's younger brother. He was injured by an outsider, so why did he persuade him to start a fight? Should they be promoted together? Wanda glared at Pietro. "How can we say that we are the one who actively offends others, and the scepter is not our property, so take it away if you want." Pietro looked at his sister for a long time, and finally 600 couldn't help but say, "You don't have a good impression of him, do you?" Strangely, Wanda did not refute Pietro's words, but looked at the ground silently. No one knew what she was thinking. "Master, there is a guest at home." As soon as Jiang Tianming got home, he heard Bai Meng report the situation. Jiang Tianming was at a loss after hearing this. What kind of guests could he have? Afterwards, Bayman automatically appeared a transparent projection in the air, and a familiar figure appeared in the image. It was Susan, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. What is she here for? Although Jiang Tianming had doubts, he let the island's defense system let Susan in immediately. And Susan outside saw that the two giant double-barreled turrets in the dark were automatically turned to recover, and they no longer pointed at her head, which meant that they could pass. After Susan walked in, she saw the whole picture of the island, which can be described as luxurious. Then she saw the figure she hadn't seen for a long time, who was missing each other, setting off in front of her eyes. "Susan, why are you here?" Jiang Tianming asked suspiciously. Susan didn't want to stay with the Fantastic Four, so what did she come to him for? As everyone knows, he himself is the target of Susan's trip, and he is the culprit. Anyway, come in first. No matter what purpose the other party had, they couldn't let the lady stand outside. Jiang Tianming led Susan to the living room and made a cup of black tea for her. Actually, it's Tianming like this. I'm here this time to follow you. Since the battle in New York, Susan has planned to come to Jiang Tianming, and because of the ability of soul connection, she can feel that the black spider that appeared on TV is Jiang Tianming. And seeing Jiang Tianming surrounded by so many female superheroes, she knew that her crisis was coming. Now that she knew her feelings, she could only try boldly. Follow me. And just when Jiang Tianming was about to say something, Gwen in the room woke up at an untimely moment. After she rubbed her dazed eyes, she saw Susan sitting opposite Jiang Tianming. The alarm in Gwen's heart sounded by itself. Mei Mao narrowed her eyes and noticed something was wrong. Darling, why is there a guest here? Who is this? Gwen sat beside Jiang Tianming with a smile on his face, holding his hand and said. Jiang Tianming's face was sweating at the moment, although he knew why Gwen was so vigilant, but the sound was really not suitable for Gwen. Remember the last time I went into space? This is one of my fellow travelers, Susan Stone. After Jiang Tianming finished introducing Susan, Susan also stood up politely, stretched out her hand and said to Gwen with a smile. Hi, just call me Susan. Nice to meet you. We will be colleagues from now on. Susan's intuition told her that Gwen must be a member of the Venus team, so she must take the lead in speaking. Really? How do I remember that Tianming hasn't promised you yet? No, Tianming has already nodded in agreement just now. Right, Tianming? Jiang Tianming looked at the two girls who smelled more and more gunpowder. He suddenly thought of the best way, that is to run. Immediately, with a thought, Jiang Tianming disappeared in place in an instant, leaving only Gwen and Susan staring at the place. Later, Jiang Tianming was invited to a banquet in the Avengers building to celebrate their destruction of a Hydra stronghold. Oh, hey, Jiang, come this way. After seeing Jiang Tianming, Thor enthusiastically pulled his arm and came to the wine table. This is obviously very abnormal. I saw that Thor took out a small bottle of wine from his pocket, and said to Jiang Tianming, I specially brought the fine wine from Asgard, let you have a good taste. Jiang Tianming raised his eyebrows with a smile. He thought it was something. It turned out that he planned to use his Asgard's wine that had been stored for thousands of years to get him drunk, so that he could embarrass him. Really? Then I have to drink well. After speaking, Jiang Tianming took the wine that Thor poured him and drank it in one gulp. But what surprised Thor was that Jiang Tianming was fine after drinking it, just like drinking ordinary boiled water. Jiang, are you alright? Even if your head is dizzy? Thor asked Jiang Tianming in disbelief. It's okay, just like plain water, your Asgard wine is not very good. After finishing speaking, Jiang Tianming left, only staying where he was, looking at the wine bottle in his hand with an expression of disbelief. Afterwards, elites from all walks of life gathered at the party until it was a small party with only the Avengers, including Hill and Jiang Tianming who belonged to the Avengers. Everyone was very curious, why Thor and Tony kept Jiang Tianming. Obviously he was not one of them, and they didn't know each other. Only Natasha Romanoff and Hill of the agent recognized each other as one of the subjects of S.H.I.E.L.'s investigation, keeping everything else a secret except his life experience. Hill's sharp eyes began to scan Jiang Tianming. It must be something extraordinary to be able to get the attention of Thor and Tony. But they didn't say anything, and they didn't ask too much, because there are always more people in the party to make it more lively. Come on man, that's just a trick. Hawkeye, just like in the original plot, clearly doesn't believe that Thor's hammer can only be lifted by approved people. Hihi, you can try to see if you can lift it up. Thor is confident, and invites Hawkeye to lift Thor's hammer with confidence, and Hawkeye naturally doesn't believe in evil, and immediately goes forward to hold the grip of Thor's hammer with both hands. But no matter how hard Hawkeye tried, he couldn't shake Thor's hammer, followed by Tony and Rhodes, and then Banner. Although Captain America Steve had a hint of shaking Thor's hammer, he failed in the end. Leaders. In the end, everyone turned their attention to the last man who didn't try, that is Jiang Tianming. And Jiang Tianming looked at Thor, and said with a considerate expression on his face, you definitely don't want me to try R. But the stubborn Thor seemed to have discovered Jiang Tianming's future of embarrassment, and laughed, please, even if you can't lift it, we won't laugh at you. Alas. Jiang Tianming sighed. Obviously he had already reminded Thor kindly, but there was no way, the other party refused to accept it, and instead provoked him. Then Jiang Tianming got up and walked to Thor's hammer, and then a scene that surprised everyone present happened. Jiang Tianming raised Thor's hammer flatly, just like lifting an ordinary hammer.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.